On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Selamat pagi and good morning everyone. This is day 2 of Krui Pro 2025. We're going to start for semi-final Pro Junior of Men Division, quarter-final division, and also we're going to start for Open Division 2. And don't forget to watch you live on YouTube, WSL and ASC. Thank you.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 3 of this beautiful event. I'm Jana Legazzi. I'm in the booth with True Starling. Welcome back.
Good morning, Giada. We've woken up to another perfect day here in Krui. I mean, the waves are pumping this morning.
100%. It's looking a little bit bigger. It's looking solid. I heard Mark say he saw some sick barrels. So it's going to be an incredible day of action here. We are going to be kicking off with the round of 128. We did 2 heats yesterday afternoon. So we're going to finish off that round and go straight into round of 96.
Yeah, big day of surfing. I think we're running to heat 8 of that round, and I'm so excited. We're moving through so many heats. We're going to see so much good surfing today. Yesterday was a huge day, and it looks like the swells picked up a little bit, and it's definitely consistent out there this morning. It's clean. You can see that tide's quite high as well.
Yeah, the tide is super high, and we're going to see it go down in the afternoon. So huge change in conditions throughout the day, but it's still pumping nonetheless. So on your screen right now, you will be seeing the first heat of the day. We have in red Ty Richardson, in blue Noah Andrew, in white Tippy Jabrick, and in the green Harry O'Brien. So that is heat 3. We will finish off this round. There are 16 heats. This is going to be a big day. And then straight into the next round of 96, 8 heats. So we're going to punch through.
Yeah, we will. There's lots of heats to get through. The women are off for the day. And I'm sure that they're, getting excited to have their first heat out here for the Krui Pro, the QS 6000. There's 4 heats in that first round of the women, the round of 72. but we're not going to see them hit the water just yet. Very soon, hopefully, the conditions, I think they're staying pretty consistent throughout the rest of the week, which is super exciting. I think today's the biggest day that we're going to get.
Yep, and there we have it. We are officially underway. Our 4 surfers on screen right there. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the QS men bring to the table. It's still early rounds, but the talent is incredible.
Yeah, it definitely is. In this heat, we have, some pretty exciting surfers. Harry O'Brien, we saw him in that first round yesterday. He took that heat win over Tommy Hinwood. And it was an exciting heat to watch. Harry is from Lennox Head. So he, surfs that famous right point break, but to come here and just absolutely light it up on his backhand, it was really cool to see.
Yeah, I'm sure Harry will probably be coming to Nias if he's from Lennox.
Yeah, definitely.
A perfect ride. It sounds like it's all the way up his alley.
For sure. Yeah. It's I'm excited to see how this heat pans out. Ty Richardson is from the Gold Coast. Noah Andrew is from the Sunshine Coast, and we all know Tippy over from Bali as well. This is going to be a really exciting heat to start off day 3.
Yep. So Tippy Jabrik is from Bali. The Jabriks have played a huge role in the growth of Indonesian surfing and making it professional and really well known around here. So he's a really important person here in Indonesia for surfing.
Yeah, for sure. This is Harry O'Brien up and riding on his first wave of the morning, tags it there to get the completion, and he kicks out of that one. You can just see on that wave how it's increased in size since yesterday. I feel like that was probably one of the sets from yesterday, and that seems to be one of the mid-sized ones this morning.
Yeah, and with that high tide, it's not easy out there. You can see a lot of water moving around, so it's going to be important to make sure they know their markers, make sure they know where they're sitting, because the current can move you out of position really quick.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely one of the most important things to do. I'm sure that most, if not all of these surfers had a bit of a dig out there in the free surf this morning. It looked so fun. As you said, Mark mentioned that he just was watching some really good surfing go down. And then for them to be able to go and surf this perfect lineup with 3 other people out is pretty insane. It's hard to contain the excitement out there when it's so good in the heat, and you're like, wow, okay, there's so much going on. And Harry just looking in that 3.5 on his first wave. But yeah, I don't know, Giada, what do you think? Like surfing a heat when it's perfect conditions with 3 other people out, how do you navigate that? Do you get the emotions,
Actually, I can think. Well, I've had in the past where the events here in Indo, I get more nervous just because I know, like, if I lose, it's because I lost. Like, there's no, the waves didn't come to me. No. The waves are perfect. Like, you got to surf, and it's the one who surfs the best, I think. Yeah. And it just creates that bit more nervous factor. Like, you got to find your wave. You got to sit well. So I think, yeah, it can be a pro and a little bit of a con if you're not used to it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of these Australian surfers that have come over here to surf these Indo events in Krui and Nias, they're used to surfing QSs on beach breaks. This is that first wave of Harry, though.
Yeah, just a bit of a tag in the beginning, but I like that turn. He managed to kind of stick with it, almost fell over the back, but he managed to follow through with this one. On your screen is Ty Richardson, also on his backhand. Beautiful bottom turn, opens it up really nicely. I'm wondering if he did anything out the back, wraps it around to just weave through this flatter section, decides to pull off, and I think smartly so. I don't think that wave was going to give anything else on the inside.
Yeah, I agree. It looked like it was a little bit of a smaller one, but maybe just a good idea to get the ball rolling in this heat. Ty Richardson actually is a co-founder. He's just launched a business called Neo Active, which they focus on providing, products to help fill nutritional voids within athletes. So they have a couple of products there, and I was having a little look last night, and it was super interesting. It seems like it's been a goal of Ty's for quite a while. So I think he's had the support of his mum, who is a nutritionist, and she's been able to help him achieve this for sure, and Joel Parkinson too. So I think it's cool that he's launched that, and he's trying to get the best out of himself in heats and also help other athletes achieve that as well.
That's incredible. I love hearing those types of stories and things that all the guys all the men and women on the QS are doing. besides just surfing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely cool to have, something else, another passion project, I guess.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was really cool. It was cool to look at it and kind of to read about as well. But that first wave of Ty Richardson was a 4.67. So he gets a jump on Harry's 3.5. But it's Noah Andrew from the Sunshine Coast and Tippy Jabrick yet to open up their accounts.
Yep. So this is the replay of Ty Richardson. I think this turn, was the money turn of this wave where he got most of those points. Beautifully done. He wasted no time, super smooth, didn't bog any rails. So it was a nice start.
Yeah, it was a really good start. I know that Jay Okalupo is Ty's caddy out there, and I'm sure he's saying a few words to hype him up towards the rest of this heat. 25-minute heats all day today, which is super exciting. That extra 5 minutes is definitely a bit of luxury out there.
100%, especially with such a long wave. The paddle back takes a long time. I remember I've had a couple waves or heats out there where I got it all the way down to the inside. To get back out I almost passed out. I thought my head was about to explode from the heat, from the water, from the current. So those extra 5 minutes could save your heat.
Yeah, definitely. I actually had a surf out here the other afternoon, and I feel like I got the longest paddle out I've ever had here. I was like, wow, I forgot how long this paddle out is, And you're like, okay, I'm almost there. And you go, wait, no, I'm not. I've still got a fair way to go.
100%. Yeah, the other afternoon that surf, I arrived out I just paddled out, got out the back, and I had to do a quick timeout because I was so tired. I was like, okay, guys, 5-minute break before I catch a wave.
Just give me a second. Can we just pause the heat just for one minute?
A 1 minute break, guys, please.
Yeah. Well, 18 minutes to go in this one. Ty's back out there with that 4.67. Harry locking in his first wave, which was that 3.5. Pretty much for that one turn. And other than that, Noah is having a little look at this one. The Sunshine Coaster, Noah Andrew, up and riding on his first wave of the Krui Pro. He is flying down the line here, loads up for a second turn, gets a nice connection. Unfortunately, just catches a bit of rail. That one looks like it had a little bit of texture on that wave.
Yeah, 100% must have been some leftover from either a backwash that had come earlier or some current from the high tide. But the first heat of the day is always so it creates a little bit more pressure for the surfers, I guess, because they're kind of like the guinea pigs of the day. So the judges are going to see what they do and what conditions we have and kind of set the bar from there. So it's not always the easiest heat.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I mean, wow. This is Ty Richardson on a good-looking wave. Nice first turn for Ty. Drives through this second one, just puts a little bit of extra punch into it and gets up and over that section, a little bit more critical for Ty Richo. So he likes the feeling of it and he kicks out. So 3 pretty good turns to back up that 4.67 with just under 17 minutes to go. That leaves Tippy out there with first priority.
Yeah, Tippy playing the patient game out there. He's waiting for a set. He's been around here for many years. He's done this event since the first one we've had. So he knows this wave. He knows what he's looking for. And right now on your screen is Noah Andrew wants to get rid of that 157. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be improving much, but there's still plenty of time left on the clock to get those 2 waves. I really like Ty Richardson's last one, though.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to lock in at a pretty good score. The best one of the morning so far. It's a 6.33 for Ty Richardson. So he is, locking in a pretty good heat total right now with a 4.67 as well. Ty, he's also an underground surf coach as well. He's actually just launched his surf coaching business too. Up on the Gold Coast as well. I was gathering a little bit of information. I was like, wow, I didn't know that about Ty. His dad is a surf coach as well up on the Gold Coast. He's coached quite a few people throughout their junior careers, and I'm sure there's a fair few on this QS as well that are getting some advice from him too. So it's cool to see Ty, going in the same direction as that, and this is that replay of that last one, Giada.
Yep, so this is a 6.33. Opened it up nicely, sets it up for the second one. Just gets his rail a little bit stuck, but closes it off. You really see the compression he does. He wants to show that he finished. He wants to stay on his board. It's so important to get those higher scores that you really complete your waves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that wave probably could have gone up into the 7 range if he hadn't have fumbled that second turn. I mean, he did catch a little bit of rail, but, we're talking little 1% points, and things like that. But I'm sure Ty will be happy with that 6.33 going out to that early lead. He's just staying busy right now and just gaining a little bit of momentum.
Yep, and it seems like he's the only one getting some momentum out there. There is no real big score. He has the 2 highest scores of the heat, so he must be feeling pretty good. But he does want to get rid of that 4.67. At this, even though we're at around 2, the level is so high at these QSs that no one's safe.
Yeah, no one is safe. It's pretty crazy. We saw some huge heats yesterday as well. I think that first heat of the men's round of 128 with Tommy Carvalho, Caleb Tancred, and Maverick Wilson, and also Sho Shirai was in there as well. But Tommy, Caleb, and Mav all had 7s.
Yeah.
So it just shows the level of surfing for these QS men, and it's exciting. I don't know about you, Giada, but it brings the emotions for me. I'm always like, wow, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. It's exciting because it's like, wow, it's so close between every surfer out there. So to see everyone just pushing it and pushing themselves to make these heats is super cool.
100%. Yeah, that heat yesterday afternoon, really good. We were both there, like watching, like, oh my God, like, is this really happening right now? There was like full switch up of the situation. So it was super entertaining. And those, I think, are some of my favorite heats to watch, when like someone catches a wave at the very last minute, but then there's the other 2 surfers catch waves as well. So you're all there like, oh, what's going to happen? So it was super entertaining. The waves were firing just like this morning. A bit of a slow heat, but I'm sure as the tide starts dropping, we're going to be seeing a lot more action throughout the day. We see Ty Richardson with 4th priority, the only one with real scores on the board for now, but Tippy still to catch a wave. He's being very patient.
Yeah, he is. He's just waiting for that perfect wave to come through. And I feel like he knows surfing these waves better than most, so he's just trusting his instincts there and holding that first priority, gets the pick of the lineup. And I guess Harry, who's in second, he only has a 3.5. So it's not like second place has really run away with it just yet, which is good for both Tippy and Noah as well. Tippy hasn't got a wave yet. Noah has that 1.57 and then a 0.5. So it's really close for second place. I feel like Ty right now is sitting in a comfortable position. But if Harry gets a good one with that second priority, he could really start to capitalize and just make it more difficult for 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen different heat strategies from these 4 surfers. Ty Richardson really starting early, getting those scores in, finding his rhythm really early in this heat. The other guys just being a little more patient, maybe haven't had the best wave selection just yet. But as you said, there's still plenty of time left. Ty Richardson is the only one with an actual score. Harry O'Brien just a 3.5. So it's anyone's heat for now.
Yeah, it really is. Anyone can take this heat, that's for sure. And in the last 11 minutes, hopefully the ocean starts to liven up a little bit. This next heat is going to be an exciting one. It's Rui Horikoshi, Yuya Iwasi, Kevin Wow, and Tommy Hinwood, which is going to be an exciting second heat of the day as well. Tommy was in that first round. He's got that momentum, that mojo. But Ty Richo, having another look at this one, he's just surfing into a bit of rhythm out here. Nice bottom turn to tag it for that first section. Just a 1 turn, but a good one at that, Giada.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave. And here is Tippy Jabrik out the back. Good first turn. High lines the second one. He wants to get around this section, and he is looking like he will not be able to. I'm wondering if he did anything out the back or if it was just that 1 turn.
He was styling through that though.
Mhm.
That was super cool. He's got that. I love watching surfers on their backhand with that beautiful drop knee style. It really excites me. Growing up at a left, watching Davey Cathell's, Kai Warner, and so many other surfers, Laura Enovar, I was like, whoa, they've got that beautiful style. I'm like, yeah, this is sick.
I want to be like you.
Yeah. Show me your ways.
And they're like struggling. Like,
I'm like, can I please have a set? Well, just under 10 minutes to go. We got scores for last of Ty to lock in. Also first of Tippy Jabrick as well. Harry O'Brien sitting in second with that 3-5. He holds first priority. I'm sure a lot of the Lennox surfers will be watching this heat supporting Harry. This is that replay though.
Yep. So this is that one turn from Ty. It was beautiful. I love how he just followed the lip on that one. He didn't turn his board all the way around because he just felt how fast that wave was. Unfortunately, it ran off on him, but Tippy's wave out the back as well. Super nice. Not critical, like upside down, but he flowed through that turn. Big fan of spray out the back. So it was really nice to watch from both Tippy and Ty Richardson.
Yeah, Ty's last wave locking in at a 3. First of Tippy Jabrick, a 2.27. So he's got a score on the board, needing a 1.24 to go to second place now. And Noah looking for a 1.94 with just under 9 minutes to go. I mean, it's a pretty low scoring heat right now, aside from Ty's 2 waves. I think, just the men out there maybe struggling to connect.
Yeah, they're. It looks like they're kind of struggling to find their rhythm. They haven't caught too much, and what they did wasn't anything of a huge value. The 3-5 and Noah Andrew on that 1-5. So there's a few sets coming through. Let's see if they can get the ball rolling. Still plenty of time to catch 2 waves. Oh, look how beautiful that setup is.
Wow. Really nice lines rolling through. Harry O'Brien has the first priority. Noah Andrew with second. No takers on these ones.
I would have gone.
Yeah.
If that wave is coming towards me, I'd be like, yep.
I'll take it. Well, 7.5, or just over 7.5 minutes to go. And it is Ty Richardson out in front with a 6.33 and a 4.67. Harry O'Brien, just that one wave with 3.5. And right now, I mean, he needs a 7.5 to go to first, but I feel like that's not really in his mindset. I think backing up that 3.5 is, the next challenge that he needs to overtake, and hopefully lock in a score of a 4+ and make it a little bit harder for Tippy and Noah.
Yeah, so just taking a look at the next heat, we have a name that I've seen a lot in the NIAS Pro, but I'm super excited to see him today here in Krui is Kevin Wow. He's a part of the Hash family. We see them every year over there in NIAS, so I'm excited what he's going to be doing at this perfect peeling left. I'm sure everyone there in NIAS is going to be watching his heat, so big shout out to you guys and see you guys all soon.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I'm really looking forward to heading over there. Hopefully we can, there'll be a few moments from last year that are, replicating out there this year. But right now it looks like Harry is having a good look at this wave. He's going to use it take his first priority. And Harry up and into that first section. Got that beautiful drone angle as he gets another second turn in there. This wave gets a little bit whitewashy, a little bit foamy and weird, but he's going to stick with it as he belts it to almost get a completion. Wow, I was going, oh, no, don't go over the toes, but unfortunately can't hold on for that finish. But Harry has a second score locked in.
Yep, that's right. He does need a 7.5 to go to first, but he's definitely going to be backing up that 3.5, creating a little bit of distance from himself and both Tippy Jabrick and Noah Andrews. So he's not in the safe zone yet. It wasn't a huge wave. It was one of the medium, smaller ones, but really nicely surfed. Super hard section on the inside. There was so much whitewash there, and it's really hard to keep your board under control in those situations. So he managed it really well. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of that last turn. Might affect his score coming in now, but It's looking like it'll be pretty similar to the last one he caught.
Yeah, this is Noah Andrew from the Sunshine Coast. He needs a score. Unfortunately, that wave just not really cooperating with him. He gets that nice first turn. He's looking for a 5.7 at this stage because the last wave of Harry locked in at a 3.77. So Harry extending second place. Tippy with first priority. He needs a 5 to move up into second place.
Yep, Tippy playing the patient game. He has done many contests before. He used to compete full time. Before his family, he surfs Rivermouth almost every day. I see him out there, but I don't see him surfing because I'm always at the sandbar. I'm at the left, and he always surfs the right. So I see him at the beach. I'm like, Tippy, and then we go our separate ways.
You're like, I'm going to stay on my left. You stay over there on your right, and I'll see you when we come in.
But he's from here. He knows how to surf these reef breaks. He knows what he has to do, but he's just out here for fun. Mostly, I think he just wants to catch a couple waves.
Is he still quite competitive, Tippy?
No, not at all. He's just stoked to be out there.
Yeah, he's just like eager to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I think he wants to catch a couple.
Yes. Without everyone else out there. Fair enough. We got 4 minutes to go. Tippy looking for a 5. Noah Andrew, he's just moved up into third place. He needs a 5.7 to go up into second. Ty, having a look at this one. This is the current heat leader, Ty Richardson, looking to get rid of a 4.67. Huge first turn. It's looking good so far. Gets a second connection in. Really critical surfing. Brings it around for a third one. And Ty he's found a little gem on the inside. Tries to get some shade, but unfortunately just coming unstuck with 3 minutes to go. That might better the 4.67 and Harry O'Brien out behind him.
Wow, that was a good first turn. Unfortunately, just getting stuck on the way down. He wasn't able to complete it, but Ty Richardson, I think he's definitely going to be getting rid of that 4.67. That was some beautiful surfing that was happening on that wave.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was connecting really well. He found some good sections. So Ty's just showing what it means to be a surf coach. He's showing all of his groms. This is how it's done. So yeah, we'll see where this last score of Ty Richos locks in. Harry's was just a throwaway of a 0.87. And with 2.5 minutes to go, Tippy and Noah are out there with first and second priority. And chasing Tippy's chasing a 5, Noah's chasing a 5.7. So if Harry doesn't better his 3.5, it really is anyone's heat right now.
Yeah, and even though Ty Richardson didn't complete his wave, like he fell off at the end, he did most of the work outside. He did those beautiful turns, wasted no time in between them, got the work done. He did what he had to do, and just was having a little bit fun on the inside. So I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue.
Yeah, I agree. With 2 minutes to go, maybe he's just slowly making his way in. I think he's got the win at this stage, a 6.33, and whatever that score of that last wave locks in as, it'll be a good one. In that paddle out, he got it all the way in. That paddle back out is quite far. So we'll see what last of Reds locks in as with 90 seconds to go. Tippy holding first priority. He's only had the one wave, a 2.27. We'll see if he can stand up on a second wave and nudge for that 5. But last of Ty Richo, a 6.57. So increasing his lead in this heat. It's now a battle for second.
100%. And with a minute left, I don't think he's going to paddle back out. He can comfortably come in. There we have Tippy Jabrick on his second wave. He patiently waited for this one. Good first turn. Sets up for the second one. Unfortunately, goes over the handlebars on that one. I don't think it will be the 5 at all, but he had a good time. He had his 2 waves. We're going to be counting this one down soon. It's all eyes on Harry Bryan and Noah Andrew now to see who goes into second.
Yeah, this is a really close heat. This is Noah Andrew. He needs a 5.7. This is going to be his last chance. Wow, huge opening carve for Noah. Gets a second one in, throwing heaps of spray. That board looking smooth underfoot. And the Sunshine Coast surfer brings it around for another carve, needs to get a bit of variety, just stalls there to put up over the foam. And you can see Noah connecting the dots on this one. And that wave just runs out of energy. Wow, that's going to be close. But Harry was on one out the back as well, wanting to back up that 377 and a nice backside connection there as well for Harry O'Brien. So pretty important scores to lock in right now.
Yeah,
Tiana.
these are super important scores. Noah Andrew needs a 5-7, but Harry O'Brien caught a wave right behind him. So it's going to be an exciting finish. And we are going to have to wait for scores because these two scores are super, super important for both these surfers. And as I said, it's a battle for second. Now, it's all down to the judges. The surfers did what they could do. They tried everything. They pulled everything out of their sleeves on the last wave. There was no more chances after that. So well done for both those surfers.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Noah's last wave was pretty good. He needs a 5.7. He could really challenge for that. I mean, he got a couple of nice carves. It was just the variety that was missing. And then I'd love to see, I mean, Harry's last wave, we don't know what he got at the start. And he is looking to defend second place right now.
Yep. So there are some scores coming through. And it's looking like it'll just be under his requirement, unfortunately, for Noah Andrew. There we have it. Comes in at 5.5, just under what he needed. So it is looking like Ty Richardson and Harry O'Brien will be going into the next round. With that, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll see you guys soon.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Back to day 3 of the Krui Pro, and you can see these lines rolling through. The waves are pumping this morning. We've just had a really exciting heat to start the day off. Ty Richardson getting the win, Harry O'Brien coming in second, and Noah Andrew a close third, and Tippy Jabrick in fourth there. But out there right now we have heat number 4, Rui Hirokoshi. He's up and riding. Horikoshi, sorry, is up and riding right now.
堀越選手1本目のライディングになります。ここでタイミングを揃えて大きなレイバックターンを入れてきて、そのままもう一度レイバックターンに入っていきます。ここ抜けてくるとそのポイントを上げることができるが、ここは2ターンで演技を終えます。さあレッドには堀越瑠衣選手、ブルーには岩瀬優也選手、日本人の選手が2名クレジットされているのがラウンド128ヒート4となります。
That is the beautiful tones of Dai Wacko. Good morning, Dai.
Good morning.
Did you surf this morning? Were you being a grom today?
Actually, I slept in.
You slept in. Fair enough.
I surfed too much yesterday. I woke up.
Really? How'd you go?
I got lucky.
Uh-huh.
I got 1 or 2 good waves in the beginning, and last half an hour I was just sitting there waiting for the one, but getting dark and just paddle in.
Fair enough. Yeah, definitely it looked so fun this morning, but so
Right.
tricky.
Mm.
So tricky with how crowded it was, but
Slightly bigger than yesterday, just like forecast said, and looking great, glassy morning, another beautiful day.
yeah, it is. It's going to be another great day of surfing. A 5.83 for that first wave of Rui
Horikoshi.
Horikoshi. And yeah, that's a really good way to start this heat off. We actually saw Ty Richardson getting 2 sixes in that last heat, but everything else, everyone was kind of living in the 3s and 4s.
Wow.
It seemed hard to kind of break that range. I feel like Ty just found some of the best waves. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what he has to say about the conditions out there. See if there's any takers on this wave. I'm not too sure. It's a beautiful one rolling through the lineup. Definitely lots of mind surfing going on, I'm sure, from all the competitors on the beach. And in this heat, we also have Yuya Iwase.
Yes, it's also from Japan and from Irago area, which is like west of Japan, about 5 hours drive from Tokyo. And Rui Horikoshi is from Shonan. That's where I live.
Yeah.
And pretty much neighborhood. And we sometimes surf together. I see him when it's good. And he's very, very focused towards right now, training a lot. Probably, having a training camp with Shohei Kato.
Oh, yeah.
And all the crew.
Amazing. That's super exciting. It's wow, he's locked in his second score, 2.33.
Yeah, he's playing very smart game so far.
Staying busy.
Right.
We've got rolling with the momentum. We also have Kevin Wow in this heat from Nias.
Wow Tribe.
Yes, yeah, the Wow Tribe. And then we also have Tommy Hinwood out there from North Narrabeen in Australia. So it's an exciting heat. This is heat number 4 of the men's round of 128. We are going to run up to heat 16 of this round and then the first 8 heats of the men's round of 96 to finish off the day.
Right, it's going to be all men's heat today.
Yeah, well, someone who had a really good heat in that last one to start off the morning, setting the bar, was Ty Richardson. He is there with Giada Legati. Oh, we might come back to that. I think maybe might have been a mic issue there. So 19 and a half minutes to go. Rui Horikoshi with a 5.83 and a 2.33. All right, I think we're ready to go now. Ty and Giada are down there in the athlete area.
All right, guys, I'm here with Ty Richardson, the winner of the last heat. Super slow start, but you're the only one who managed to find some waves. Tell us a little bit about what was happening out there.
Yeah, I was so super stoked to get a good start, and then that took the pressure off me a lot. Never really had a good result here. Last year I didn't go any good, so really important to get a good start, and yeah, really took the pressure off, made me feel a bit more comfortable in the heat.
All right, so we were talking with True that you just launched Neo Active. Tell everyone a little bit about it because we're super curious.
Yeah, we got 2 products right now, one focusing on hydration and the other one is focus. So yeah, it's really good to start. It's a company with me, my mum and Joel. And yeah, we just launched it and going to the sky soon.
Well, that's amazing. And we saw you do a little bit of coaching as well.
Yeah, do a bit of surf coaching for Groms at home, and yeah, really enjoy doing that. I find it super interesting, and I love helping other kids and seeing them get stoked.
All right, amazing. You sound like a super busy man. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Shout out to mum and dad at home and my girlfriend Eve. Love you guys.
All right, thank you. Congratulations in the next round. Back to you guys.
And see him in this event. He was ripping this morning, just catching heaps of waves and yeah, just really stamping his authority in the first heat of the morning. We have had a few small scores lock in. First wave for Tommy Hinwood was a 1. Kevin Wow's first wave just a 0.63. 17 and a half to go.
Yeah, not many actions going on in this heat. It's been 7 minutes already, but it's very slow heat this morning. Probably that's because we are just hitting the high tide mark right now. So probably as the tides drops in, more waves coming in to the lineup. Hopefully.
Yes, surely. I'm sure we'll see that at some point. It's really clean out there this morning. The last 3 mornings we've had of surfing, it's been pretty similar to this, except it's definitely picked up in size today. Rui's last wave was a 3 that he's just locked in, so bettering a 2-3-3.
Wow, he's having a great game right now, Rui Horikoshi. And now having a look at this one. 堀越選手、こちら4本目のライディングになります。3.05 上書きするとその差を広げていきますが、1発目、綺麗にターンを決めていきます。2発目も大きなレイバックカーブ、そしてフィニッシュ、大きなフローター、しっかり前へクリーンに出てきます。Well served from Rui Horikoshi. Good three good turns. I love the finishing turn as well. It could be a better his backup score, but now.
Yeah, this is Kevin Wow. Up and riding on his second wave. He's already locked in a 0.63. Gets a nice first carve in. You can see him just driving through that second bottom turn to get the completion. So he jumps out of that one. And Kevin Wow will lock in his best wave of the heat so far.
That was a great wave choice from Kevin. I really love how he tags it under the lip. He didn't go too high so that he can ride out of so clean. It was a great wave choice from Kevin. And just like you mentioned, it's gonna be his best score. I was curious what Rui's gonna get for the last one.
Yeah, it was a really, really well surfed wave. He got a couple of really nice connections. So we'll see what this last wave of Rui locks in as. He is looking to better a 3. This is that last wave of Kevin Wow.
Nicely done, racing down the line. And it gets a nice carve. And this is probably the money turn. The strong finish right there from Kevin.
Yeah, that was an exciting wave. Wow, look at this last score of Rui Horikoshi. A 6.1 for the surfer in red. So extending his lead there, Dai.
Building up every time he up and riding. It's ready. 4 waves ridden for Rui. Every time he got a wave, gets a better scores. Now locked in 610 and 583. That's a great way to start off his heat.
Yeah, an awesome way to start off. I mean, he hasn't surfed a heat yet here at the Krui Pro, so it's his first heat for Rui Horikoshi. And Kevin Wow just locked in a 317 for his last wave. He's in second, but it's very close between second place. Tommy Hinwood needs a 2.81, and Yuya Iwase needs a 3.8.
Well, Yuya's being really patient in this heat, holding the first priority, but this is a replay of Rui. What did you think?
Yeah, Dai, I really loved this wave. I mean, that connection there was super solid. He just is seamless in between turns and tagging it, just timing it super well for that last turn. I feel like we've seen a few people hit that end section a little late, and it's caused them to fall off. But right now, Kevin Wow is going upside down on his backhand, gets another connection in, throwing lots of spray, and he kicks out of that one. So Yuya out behind him.
岩瀬選手1本目のライディングになりますが、こちらは一発当てた後すぐキックアウトをしています。Well, finally, Kevin's having a great rhythm with the ocean. The surf, the condition is awesome right now, but you don't really have to aiming for the 6s, right, to get through this heat. You just need to be in the second place. So just like Kevin did, you don't need a bigger set. You kind of need a medium-sized wave, and still you can get a couple hits. And that's exactly what Kevin said, that this is a clean, good-looking wave. And didn't get to finish, but still managed to put a couple turns in. So definitely it's going to be his best score so far. But this is 堀越瑠衣選手。さあ、ここ大きな2発出てきますが、フィニッシュターンでここはタイミングがずれてしまいます。
Yeah, that was unfortunate for that last turn of Rui. But, he's in the lead, so he can kind of just play around with it right now with 12 minutes to go. And,
maybe he could be surfing this afternoon next round if he gets through this round. So
yeah.
probably little practicing mode right now.
Yeah, 100%.
You don't really get to practice in the free surfing.
Yeah, literally.
too many people out there. So
yeah, it's pretty insane. And this looks like it's Tommy Hinwood having a look here. He's got a pair of ones already locked in. Driving through a first opening carve. He's got such a laid back style. Gets this second turn in there, extending that front knee and loads up to get the completion for a third turn. Will he get another opportunity? It looks like it might even wall up down the line. He's going to stick with it and unfortunately kick out because that wave doesn't offer too much more. So Tommy will lock in his best wave of the heat so far. Yuya also has a score to lock in as well. Wondering what he did out the back because he had a couple of nice connections by the end of it with 11 minutes to go. And then Kevin also has a score to lock in too. Lots going on in this heat dive.
Right. Lots of actions going on in the middle of the heat. But really love the Hinwood wave. Usually the bigger size waves on those like set waves fat out so easily. But likely he got a finish turn. So probably he get really good score for that one big turn.
Yeah, he was able to go a little bit more vert.
Right.
And, find a good section. So it was exciting to watch. I mean, those first two turns were carves, which, we do know that just from the storyline and from the last few days, the judges are rewarding or seem to be rewarding a good first critical snap. Right. It's exciting. Big first turn is big scores generally. But first wave of Yuya locked in at a 4.63. That last wave of Kevin Wow a 4.07. This is that last one of Tommy's.
Right. Love to, first and second turn, just setting up for this particular big turn right here. He could have gone more vertical, but still, managed to ride out of so clean. It gets 4.07. But like you said, I wonder what Yuya did on the second wave, getting 4.63.
Yeah, 4.63 is a good score. A couple of...
Yeah, it must be a couple of good turns.
Yeah,
he did in the beginning.
Yeah, some good surfing. So we'll see. Hopefully we can get a replay of Yuya's first wave with 9.5 minutes to go. And we still have this last score of Tommy Hinwood to lock in as well. He's chasing a 5.27 right now. It doesn't look like it'll be the 5, but it's definitely going to help him. It's a 4.03. So Tommy needs a 3.22 and Yuya holding first priority. He only needs a 2.61 to jump up into second.
That's very small score. And having a first priority, that's a good, now he's in a good position to be able to go into the second. There's plenty of times having first priority, so he gets to choose the first one.
Yeah, he gets a pick of the lineup. And, I'm wondering what he's thinking, a 2.61. I'm sure he's probably thinking I need to get into the 5s and above.
Right. I wouldn't go for the 2.61 at this stage. With the 8 minutes remaining, you kind of need another 4s, mid 4s probably.
Yeah.
Or probably if you can, then go for the good range score.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think, it's always nice. I feel like the requirements are just a guideline. You always want to get more than that. Yeah. You want to just focus on doing your best surfing. And I think, you can see Yuya and Rui they're having a chat. Is that normal? Like, I haven't seen too much of Rui or Yuya, so is that normal between the two of them to talk about their waves?
I think so. Yeah. Especially, just only 2 Japanese surfers in this heat, so they just share all the information because some few competitors saying that they don't really hear the beach announce.
Okay.
So maybe sharing the info is very important. But this is an important way for Yuya. 岩瀬選手、2本目のライディングになります。これで 2.61 を出すと逆転になってきますが、残り時間7分30秒ということで、2.61 以上のいいスコアを狙っていきたいところです。さあ、1発、2発とタイミング合わせて綺麗に前へ出てきます。ここはどうでしょう。この2発で演技を終えそうです。
Wow. Huge first turn for Tommy Hinwood, really laying into that rail, but doesn't get the second turn in and kind of gets a little bit obliterated.
Really loved the first big carve. He went vertical, so I thought he's gonna go like really great snap. But instead of doing snap, he went just big carve off the top. That's great surfing. But unfortunately, didn't get a finish.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. And Kevin Wow up and riding on his backhand. He's looking to defend second and better that 317. Patient off the bottom. Unfortunately, just doesn't quite get the first turn impact that he was hoping for, but recovers through this inside connection here. Hasn't really done anything too critical just yet, and unfortunately doesn't look like he's going to ride out of that one. So Kevin will regroup and try and find another wave, but it's these last scores of Tommy Hinwood and Yuya that I'm interested in seeing because they were pretty important numbers.
Yuya did 2 good turns. Nothing special, nothing in critical, but I would say probably he meets the requirement of 2.61. So this is the last of Tommy's. Wow, really love the first time. I gotta say that one turn could get him good score.
Yeah, I think so too. It was really strong. It was on rail. We'll see. We'll see where the judges go with it. I mean, maybe a little bit more urgency to get up into that last snap. But this is that last one of Yuya. Beautiful first turn as he gets that second one in. And we could see here, unfortunately, he just couldn't get around that section. So 2 pretty nice turns. We'll see where it goes with just over 5 minutes remaining, Di.
Right. And so we're still waiting for the last of blue, but the last of green comes in 3.37. So slightly extending his lead. Now this is the last of white Kevin. Chasing 3.33 on this one. Like you said, he didn't have like a critical hit in this wave. He gets the finish, but unfortunately, he went down on this one. I don't think it's going to be his requirement.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It comes in at a 2.63, but last of Yuya locks in at a 4.33 die.
Now he's in the second place. Tommy now needs 4.93 and Kevin needing 4.89. Just over 4 minutes remaining. So mid-fours, that's like tricky one actually. You probably need 1 big turn or 2 solid turns to get these points. Pretty much like you need a 5.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, definitely. 5s and above for sure. I mean, 4 minutes, it looks like, Rui's out there with that first priority. And Tommy needs a 4.93. Kevin needs a 4.89. It's in their wheelhouse. They're able to do that. But it's more about whether they can, I don't know, I guess just find the wave that allows them to do that in the next 3.5 minutes. This next heat's going to be super exciting as well. Heat number 5 of the men's round of 128. Ricky Sato is taking on Aoi Oguri, Maka Hazard, and Jack Bassett as well. So another stacked one.
Great matchup. 残り時間30秒、3分になるところですが、現在第1位に堀越選手、第2位に岩瀬選手、2名の日本人選手が1位、2位にクレジットされています。
Well, 3 minutes to go, and it is Rui Horikoshi out in front with a 6.1 and a 5.83. He's up and riding on this one here, trying to gain some speed. Highlines that section there, drops down. Looks to absolutely belt that section, which he does. Gets a nice little carve in there. Maybe not as impactful as he was hoping for as he drives through third turn, and Rui, the current heat leader, wanting to better a 5.83. We'll see where that goes. So with 2.5 minutes to go, that leaves Tommy Hinwood out there with first priority, needing a 4.93. And as you mentioned before, Di, I feel like those mid 4s to 5s, they're definitely achievable scores, but they're actually quite difficult to get.
Right. It's kind of tricky because you can go on every wave to get those scores, but you kind of need big solid turns.
Yeah.
Well, this is a very important ride from Tommy, needing a big score, but that was a great layback.
Maybe he could have got around that.
Maybe he could, float a section, come around a section, but I like how, Rui took the line, keep the high line so that he can come around a section and did a big curves and racing down the line, and put another curve here. But unfortunately, after this wave didn't offer too much, just kicks out.
Yeah, you could see he was kind of hoping that it was going to offer a little bit more, but sadly for Rui, not too much. It's this last wave of Tommy Hinwood's that is going to come into play, needing that 4.93. 2 nice turns on a bigger wave. Has a bit of variety on that second turn.
Right.
It's going to be close. What do you think, Di?
Yeah, I reckon it's going to be close, but I don't think it'll go to 4.93. It needed to be more critical.
Yeah.
Need to be more like pushing harder, I reckon.
Yeah, it just locks in 3.67. So Tommy Hinwood not getting the score on that last wave. He has 40 seconds and maybe another opportunity. Rui regains first priority. Kevin Wow gets second priority with 30 seconds to go.
Is there going to be another wave for green and white? Looks like a few lines rolling through the lineup. But here is 堀越選手。こちらの波乗ってきます。小さめな波ですが、これは綺麗な形をしています。1発、2発目。これはテールを抜いてしっかりとメイクしてきます。じゃあチェックターンを入れて、走り。この先のセクションでも一発当ててきます。これはいい波になってきています。カービングこれは素晴らしい演技でヒートを終えています。堀越瑠衣選手。
Well, looks like Rui is just a bit of a victory lap there for Rui Horikoshi. Looks like he's taken out that heat, and Yuya Iwase coming in second because I don't think Tommy or Kevin Wow had the opportunity to get another wave. So it looks like it's going to be Rui and Yuya moving on through to the men's round of 96. We'll see them later on today. Don't go anywhere. Heat 5 coming right up after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Day 3 of the Krui Pro. It's been an exciting morning so far, and we're only 2 heats in, but Heat 5 is out there right now. Ricky Sato in the red, Aoi Oguri in the blue. It is Macca Hazard in the white and Jack Bassett in the green. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Mark Clift. Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to day 3. It's looking like it's lining up again out there. Definitely looked a little bigger this morning when I first woke up, and I reckon it looks a little trickier. So we've got our surfer in green, Jack Bassett. He's out of the Torquay area. Won his heat yesterday. Didn't want to say too much, so he just got on the blower with us for his post-heat and just kind of told us where he's from and just wanted to get out of there. But he's a Torquay lad from Ocean Grove, actually. Here we go, white.
Yeah, this is Macca Hazard up and riding. Nice first connection. Gets this second one in, but also unfortunately not a finish for Macca with 23 minutes to go. It's been a really fun morning so far.
When I was checking it out this morning, having a stretch, and I'm watching the waves, and I'm like, I saw someone get the craziest long barrel from up the point, right? This goofy footer going super fast. Did a couple of turns and then got another draining barrel. The waves are out there. It's just a bigger, more stretched out playing field, I reckon, today. The high tide is just slapping up against the athletes area. So a super high tide. A lot of waves pushing down to the back half of the reef, I reckon. I have seen some people kind of have not a great heat by sitting perhaps a little too far up. Anyway, we got blue, Aoi Oguri.
Yeah, Aoi, nice first turn. He's trying to get around this one. He's still pretty young as he gets his second turn in. Hasn't really connected with the lip just yet. Another down the line, speed kind of turn. Gets that second one in. We haven't really seen too much critical surfing. He just carves down, finding some really nice flow on this wave. And waiting for this one to hopefully stand up a little bit more for him. Gets another carve. I feel like that was a good way to start off the heat, but I'm sure he wants to load up a little bit more and get a bit more vert into some critical
look, he went a long way for what's potentially going to be quite a lowish number. I reckon it looks tough out there, watching those first two heats through. Wave choice is absolutely critical. You've really got to keep pace with the wave. If you just miss time one maneuver along the way and you just drop that little bit behind, it just looks really hard for me. So Jack Bassett, he found at least he connected with the top of the wave a couple of times. Won't be a big wave and not a big score for Macca in the white. Ricky Sato didn't have a great outing in the Pro Juniors, so he'll be pretty keen to make a statement here in the men's QS.
Yeah, definitely. It's exciting to watch them go for it. That first wave of Jack Bassett, a 4.5. This is that first one of Aoi's. A nice looking wave, but didn't really get any steep connections.
No, he went a long way. He's left himself a really long paddle back out, and it is a long paddle. And he went a long, long way down here, right past the caddies, I reckon. But he's just trying to, he just hung in there thinking he was going to get the section he was looking for, but it just kept denying him the opportunity to really get up there and tag it. So watching Ty Richo's first heat, he actually got waves at a slower pace than what Aoi's last wave was, but they were steeper, they were better. He really, did someone's swimming. He really did a couple of good turns to catch the judge's attention, and busting in the 6-point range a couple of times is almost like busting into the 7-point range a couple of times today. I think that the boys are being a little measly out there because it's pretty tough.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely difficult out there, and it looks like, I think that's Jack Bassett. Seems like he's lost his board, maybe lost his leggy there. Unfortunately, that's so frustrating when that happens in a heat. But
I hope he's got a caddy in the lineup.
I'm sure he would. Yeah, I'm sure he's got a caddy around.
Yeah, he's heading to caddy corner, so he should be all right. I imagine Johnny Decker on the heading up the water patrol will be keeping a close eye on green just to make sure. But I mean, you'd be kind of a little bit undercooked if you didn't take a caddy out there today. Anything could go wrong quite easily. There are still some big sets. You break your leggy like old mate has, or a board.
Yeah.
It could happen pretty easy. Everybody rides pretty lightweight 4-ounce glass jobs. This wave crunches pretty hard, easy to get cleaned up. Anyway, he probably hasn't lost a lot of time out of all this. His number at a 4.5. Yeah, he's definitely the better of that first exchange. So the boy from Ocean Grove, I'll have to regroup here and let's see how his backup sled works.
Yeah, it's the best wave of the heat so far. So we'll see him regroup right now. And it looks like we might be ready with Dai Wacko. He is down there with the last heat winner, Rui Horikoshi.
通過をして次のラウンドへと駒を進めました堀越瑠衣選手にお越しいただいています。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ライブを見ている限り非常に素晴らしいヒート運びで常にスコアをビルドしているような試合展開でしたが、ヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
そうですね、最初の1本目がかなり重要になるかなと思ってたんで、とにかく一番奥で待って、普段の練習からも奥で待ってサーフィンしてたんで、 その波をしっかり掴んで、最初すごい緊張して足震えてたんですけど、メイクできてよかったです。
He was very nervous in the beginning, but he knew that he should get those the deeper ones to get scores, and that's exactly what he did, and he's very happy with the results. その緊張はやはりどこから来てるんですか？
やっぱりこのファーストラウンドっていうこともあって、あとはこれだけいい波での試合っていうのは日本ではなかなか味わえないので、やっぱそういうところでいい波なんですけど、やっぱそれにかなりプレッシャーがあったかなと思います。
The reason he was nervous is that we don't really get to surf like this in Japan, so that put him a little bit of pressures, but still he managed to put everything together. では最後に、ライブ配信を見てくれている皆さんに一言メッセージの方お願いします。
はい、まずはこのヒートを勝ち進めたんですけど、まだまだヒートはたくさんあるんで、もっともっといいサーフィン見せれるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。レッツゴースーパー銭湯。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rui. An exciting heat there from Rui. He was saying that, he was feeling a little bit nervous because he doesn't get waves like this in Japan. So it adds a little bit of pressure to go and surf heats in perfect waves because, if something goes wrong, it's on you.
Well, yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for some of the crew that are getting knocked out this morning. Like Kevin Wow, same deal. He's out of Nias. I asked him before he went out. He got a fourth. How does he ever surf lefts? And he never surfs anything that remotely close to this. But we're watching Red do a pretty good job here, just tagging it time and time again. This is Ricky Sato, who was also in the Pro Juniors. He's a quality act. Didn't make the final in that division, so he'd be kind of bummed at how that unfolded for him. So I reckon watch this space. Here goes Macca.
Yeah, Macca Hazard from North Narrabee. Nice connection there. He's looking to load up and get a steeper section, which he does, but just doesn't quite convert. So Macca, he's got a 2.1 and a 1.5 with 16 minutes to go, hoping to drop a decent number.
All right, and with that, we're going to bring Di Wacko back into the booth. Help take us through the back end. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. Heat 3 of the morning, everybody. It is effectively heat 5 of this round. We did roll out 2 heats late yesterday afternoon. Here's some replays. So for me, Ricky Sato, really strong ride in today's conditions to get up there and find the lip 3 times. He got one of those waves that just paced themselves a little bit slower. It actually had some bowl, and it eventually closed out on him, but he did get 3 solid belts. So in today's conditions, I can see that being quite a big number. How are you, Di? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Pretty well. So I've just given my take on what the conditions are like today. What are you seeing? You reckon it's easier or harder or better than yesterday?
Well, it's good out there, just like usual, but it's kind of tricky to get those good ones. That ones, that it's hard to get those ones that Ricky got. So you need to really making sure where to sit, and you need to know where exactly to sit. So
I think today it looks a bit tougher than the last couple of days.
Definitely.
It's the lineup zone is not pinpoint a certain area. I've seen a lot of waves. Have a look at our work zone. There's the judging tower just to the right, the athlete zone to the left, and this big tree, it's a full-blown tree. There's roots, there's the whole trunk. It's just been doing laps. There's a little rip in there that just sends it down past the judges' athlete zone and back again. It's kind of a fair bit of stuff floating in the lineup this morning.
Yeah,
Anyway.
just like you said, it's definitely tougher than more difficult than
Definitely.
last 2 days.
Yep. There's a lot of swell out there, and the free surfing session looked insane because there's a lot of people out there stretched over a big area, right? So it can be a little bit misleading, but I did see a guy get 2 really good barrels on one wave this morning, and I even seen a backhander get a nice long barrel, all right? And I saw another goofy footer also get a pretty clean barrel. So
starting to see getting a barrels then now.
Well, it was just the free surfing session, when you've got 80 people out there stretched over 200-meter takeoff area, they kind of find those gems. So here goes Jack Bassett. He broke his leg rope just at the start of this heat. He's a Victorian surfer, winding up now. Young lad. I think he said it was his first time to Krui. At least he's got a completion there. Really like the number there for Ricky Sato, 617.
Wow.
For 3 big belts.
That's a solid score for this condition. It's kind of difficult, but he managed to get a good wave and managed to put 3 big turns in, so gets 617. That's a pretty big score this morning.
It is. Those 617s are almost like a 717 today.
Right.
The judges are very reserved in their throwing out using their scale. And, we know we've got 8 heats of the next round coming up as well, the round of 96. So the boys are expecting some blow-ups a little later on as the tide starts draining. Oh, my God, this place really does its best work. So the judges are sitting on 5s and 6s as our best scores. I don't think anyone's busted into the 7-point range this morning.
Not yet.
Yeah.
No, we haven't seen any, but 6 is a pretty big score. But the Ace of Green comes in 4.93. That put him into the first.
All right. So the young Vico is leading Ricky Sato, who's got the best number. That's going to hold him in good stead. So here's the young fella again. So this is on his backup board. Quick little pit stop out there with his caddy. The value of a caddy today, mate, can't be denied. It's a must, really.
A nice connection, all 3 turns. Managed to put 3 turns in. This is 小栗選手2本目のライディングになります。この波で 3.68 をスコアすると2位のポジションへ。少しタイミングがずれてしまったか、フローター、リップの上に乗り切れなかったです。そして後ろから佐藤選手、この波もいい波になってきましたが、フィニッシュターンでノーズが少し刺さってしまったようです。But that was really unfortunate for Ricky. If he could make that last turn, it would have been a big score again.
Well, both our Japanese campaigners were in the Pro Junior, I believe.
Right.
And
Yes.
same with, Jack Bassett wasn't, but he is still a junior. So they've had a bit of a run out here on the reef. They've kind of got a feel for where to sit and what to do. So let's see if that can hold him in good stead. Like I said, Ricky's a highly rated surfer, and to not feature highly in the junior component of this event, he'll be kind of bummed. So I reckon he's out there now to make a statement and put some runs on the board and put himself squarely in the round of 96 as his first objective.
Having the juniors event before the QS event is really good warm-up for him. So probably Ricky and Oguri is the surfers that knows, where to sit.
So temporarily, Aoi moves into second. Ricky goes straight to the lead. Even though he fell, he's got himself a 3-3 as his backup. Plenty of time to still work on another one. A couple of quick shout-outs to some friends this morning. Johnny Tucker's birthday. JT down there in Padmar. Good on you, mate. Another friend watching in Ireland, Wayne Murphy. If you're listening in this morning, Murph, good on you. Always great to hear from you. Here's Ricky again. He's got one of these mid-size waves.
佐藤選手、小さめの波ですが、これはいい波になってきています。2発大きなターンをしっかり入れて、今回はメイクしてきました。
And White Macca Hazard out of Narrabeen, the goofy footer. He's got himself a good looking wave here. He just, he fumbled his first move. From that moment on, he didn't look settled. Fell on his second turn, wasted what looked like could have been a pretty good wave.
Really, kind of like a little bit timed it wrong, probably. But it would have been a great wave for White. But Ricky Sato got another great wave, actually, before that.
Yep, he'll definitely be dropping his 3-3, I'm pretty confident. Probably might even have the 2 best numbers. Here it is again. So that driving hard bottom turn, top turn attack from Ricky is absolutely golden. He didn't get much else out of this wave, but 2 big hits is good enough for me.
Wow. A little bit timed it wrong here, but it would have been a great wave for White, so that was really unfortunate for Hazard.
Yep, 477 locks in there for Ricky. So his backup is pretty decent. His first number is a real keeper in this morning's stuff, given the numbers that have been walking out of the water with the boys. So well done right now, Ricky. He's 8:40 on the clock. The young fella out of Ocean Grove's holding on to a pretty slender second position over Aguri. And Macca Hazard, he's probably going to have to dig a bit deeper. He's only packing a pair of 2s. So here he goes right now. Right on cue is Jack Bassett. Needs to work on a 6.02 to win, or just improve on a 4.5 to put some more pressure on the others, and he just overcooks it a little on his backup board. So probably not his magic sled. Anyway, it's 8:40 here at Krui time, everybody. We are in the area of Tanjung, Setia. Ujong Bachur is the name of the reef. We are in the Pesisir Barat province region, actually, and it is the province of Lampung. Thanks to these crew for bringing it to us this year. It came on the schedule pretty late, but it did get here eventually. And Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister, thank you very much for being the major player in producing this year's event. We'll just stay with the green here. Jack Bassett again, the young boy. That was the replay.
Right.
The WSL, obviously. Pisoy, thanks very much. The province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And also the RS Che, the Asian Surfing Cooperative. Thanks, guys. Now, you had a late free surf yesterday, Di. How'd it go?
I think I got lucky.
You got lucky?
I got one or two good waves in the beginning, and then I was waiting for the last one for like half an hour, but eventually I paddled in. I didn't get a wave the last scene.
Well, let that be a lesson. You get two in a pack like that, mate. You got to tap out.
Right.
Got to know when to tap out sometimes, Di, and paddles in the dark. And you said there was a whole bunch of crew that still paddled in the dark, right?
Definitely, yes. There's not few people. Like, it was packed.
It's still packed, and the
it's
lights
dark,
went out,
yeah.
and they all had to paddle in.
Right.
All right. So you weren't the only one that overfrothed, heading back out for another wave that didn't eventuate. All right, we got Red in the next seat, just getting ready to do business. Rafael Castro. Meanwhile, here goes the lad out of Macca Hazard out of Narrabeen. He's got a big chunky wave. Heading down to caddy corner rapidly. This thing is just kind of burgering out a bit. He hangs in there, though. He only needs a low number. Well, actually, he needs a decent number. He's sitting on 2 low numbers. So it's probably going to be Macca's best score. Hasn't left himself a lot of time, though. That's a big paddle out from where he is.
That was a bigger size waves. But on the bigger size waves, it's kind of fat out really quickly, so that wave doesn't really offer too much for him. A lot of carves, not critical hit. But just like you said, it's going to take forever to get back out from there.
He'll probably get back to the lineup with about a minute to go. This will be his best wave, no doubt. So the 716 requirement will be deleted. He'll be chasing a new number. I'm sure he'll be anxious to hear what it is. But, he just hung in there and milked that thing a long, long way. The judges are kind of brutal on surfers that ride waves that aren't steep. It's hard to get anything kind of over a 4-ish.
You don't need to go on those bigger wave size,
Yeah, and there it is, a 3.5. So not ideal. He needs almost 6 points. Got himself under 5 minutes. He's probably still got a 3-minute paddle out ahead of him. So we may or may not see Macca Hazard again for the boys that are tuning in.
This is a replay of the last of white. So lots of cutbacks and check turns as it doesn't really stand up for him. But that was a better looking, carb, but still couldn't get a critical hit right in a right section. That was a better one too, but I don't think it's gonna be a big score, but it's 3.5.
Yep. All right. I mean, if you're having a free surf and you got a wave like that, you'd come in going, I kind of did pretty good. And someone said, dude, that was a 3.5. You'd go, you're tripping. No, it is. In a professional surfing event, a QS 6000, a 3.5. So Macca will probably be a little bummed with the number, but hasn't had a great heat. They've actually got him penciled in as being a New Zealand surfer, a Kiwi. True seems to think he was out of North Narrabeen. Either way, he's still in 4th spot and he needs almost 6 points. So I just saw the surfer in the last heat come in and did his interview, Rui. and he had about 11-point total,
Right.
11 point and a little bit. Those sort of numbers are going to hold you in good stead today. I reckon that an 11-ish is probably the requirement to get at least a second, and probably going to win some heats today with 11s, right?
Definitely.
This morning anyway.
Need a mid 5 or 6 that put you into the first probably in this stage. But it's getting 6 is very difficult now for out there.
Yep, I watched some surfing go on this morning, and I went, man, that guy just smashed it. 6.1. Okay. Yeah, so they are pretty gold. Anything in the 6 range and above. Seen nothing in the 7s. So it is tough work out there. And our fresh judging panel, fresh back from the Challenger Series, are all stacked up there in the tower this morning. They're getting their scales set for the day because it's men's surfing all day. Women's will not pull the rash vest on today. So I imagine they're going to stay with this scale for the rest of the day. Rolling into the round of 96, we're going to see some blow-ups to Savo as the tide drops. So they're setting their scale based on this morning's format, the whole day's format.
Well, looks like Ricky's having a look at something. Probably not, just less than 2 minutes remain. This is a replay of the previous wave from Ricky Sato. Great 2-turn combo right there, and it gets a third turn in. Great surfing with a lot of sprays.
Yep, that's the wave of the heat, wasn't it? Was that his
Yes.
617?
Now, this is the first. Yeah, 617 it is.
All right. Well, it's still nice conditions here this morning. The bloated tide is kind of having a bit of an effect on the lineup, I reckon. It's really slapping in hard on the breakwall this morning, coming right up over into the athlete zone. So once it starts dropping, which is probably shortly, we might see some improvement in the next, after about the next hour and a half. Whoops.
Ooh, that's really important wave for surfer in white, needing 593, but unfortunately something happened and he went down. Less than a minute remaining. Now Oguri needing 560. Is there gonna be another wave for him? Looks like a few sets coming into play.
Yep, definitely. There's movement at the station. This thing could be moving a bit wide, though. It's kind of stretched out. For me, the 2/3 size waves seem to be the best today.
Right, definitely.
Yeah, even half to 2/3.
Oh, Rick is just letting this wave go, but Jack is up and riding. Is this wave gonna be a good one? Try to connect to the inside, just waiting for the wave to stand up.
But just a ride in, really.
Doesn't look like it's gonna stand up.
Heat's over.
Right. It's just probably right to come in.
All right. Well, the Grom from Ocean Grove will move through with Ricky Sato. No doubt you're going to have a chat with Ricky. That's it. All scores are in. So we'll throw to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with Heat 6. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. What it looks like from the drone view, everybody. This is heat 6 of the round of 128. You can see who our lineup featuring out of the USA: Rafael Castro, Diego Cordero in blue, Ricky Tomoshi in white, and Kai Kobayashi in the green. So I can remember Rafael Castro last year up at Nias going nuts.
Yep. So Rafa Castro, he lives in Bali. I see him around a lot. He lives mostly in Uluwatu area. He is an incredibly talented surfer, especially when the waves get really solid and it's barreling, and he loves a good right. I saw him get some crazy ones out in the Mentawais. He was surf guiding most of the season at Kandui Villas, I think. He is super comfortable when the waves get solid, so I'm excited to see him here on this lift. I don't think I've ever seen him compete in Krui, but you're right. He had a great run in Nias last year.
I think didn't he even surf in the juniors as well last year? Is that
Yeah.
right? Is he still quite a young dude?
Yep, he's quite young. He was in the juniors last year. I think it was his last year. He was staying up the point with Kian Martin. So Rafa has the American flag on screen, but he's actually Brazilian.
All right.
So he's part of the Brazilian Storm.
He spends his whole life in Indo.
Most of his life, I think, if I'm not wrong. He grew up in between Brazil and the States, and then moved over to Bali a couple of years back.
So that's him in the red anyway. He's up against Diego. We can see him there in the blue. Ricky in the white. Kai, who had a pretty great heat, I think yesterday, got an 817 on one of his waves. I remember that vividly. It was so sick. So I think it's a well-balanced matchup. I haven't seen much of Ricky Tomoshigi surfing, the surfer in white. So not sure about him, but he's the fellow we've just been talking about. So let's see how Rafa can string together the very first wave of this matchup. Still nothing steep. Here he goes. This is a little better. Boom. Good work.
Wow.
And once again, some great drone footage as we watched the bottom of his board. That was a sick hit. Kind of really maximized it as that wave went along. He really got better as he went. So in today's conditions, a great way to start your heat.
Yeah, that was a beautiful way to start his heat. I did the first one of the morning, and it was a really slow start. So I think it was Ty Richardson had a really early start to his heat, and he was the one who won. So Rafa kind of following suit. That was an incredible wave, especially from that drone. You could see the bottom of his board. He hit the critical section when it stood up for him. That first part was a little flat, but he weaved through it nicely. Rafa with a beautiful style on his backhand. He's an incredible surfer. Here is the replay from the beach. So this is a judge's angle. Nice first turn, and this finishing was pretty insane.
Yep. The judges will be loving that. Probably up there with one of the better numbers of the morning. There it is, the best number though. I've seen a couple of numbers go into the 6, but a 667 is stacking up really strong. Great start. Congratulations, Raf. And we got to remember the judges don't base their numbers off the drone footage, because not every surfer gets filmed by the drone. So they see what they see from in front. That's what we saw on the replay just then. And that's what a 667 looks like in today's conditions. Solid work, Rafa.
Yeah, really well done. He is now just going to be thinking of going back out, backing that one up quickly, and then sitting and waiting for a bomb like he does. He tends to be one of those surfers that when you're out there, he catches the best waves of the day. And there he goes, just as we're speaking. Nice bottom turn to start this one off. And it's looking like he's just going to get one more finish. Unfortunately, just goes over on that one. But right behind him is surfer in blue, Diego Cordero, my Italian teammate.
All right. So is he being trained by Ivan as well? Or?
No. So me and Diego both represented Italy for many years. Ivan is just our coach that lives in Bali. He's separate to the national team. Diego has an Italian passport, but he was raised in Australia. So a little bit of a mixed kid like me. His dad is Brazilian, if I'm not wrong, and mom is Italian. So we both have had many team trainings together in Europe. We've done the European QS leg together. We've done a lot of national team trainings. We've been to El Salvador together. and we were like for the qualifiers for the ISA. Diego is a great personality. It's super fun to be around all the time. I know his
Nice.
girlfriend is here with him this time, probably watching on the beach. We had dinner with them the other night, and it was great to catch up with him. Haven't seen him in a long time,
Does
but
he still represent Italy?
I think so. I mean, he's still competing, but I'm not sure if he will be going to the European region. I think he's staying here. And speaking
Here
of
he is again.
Diego, there he is, good first blast, and he wants to shut this one out. He will definitely be backing up that 0.83, but already hearing Rafa's first wave, he knows he has to do more than that to be able to move on to the next round, especially hearing names like Kei Kobayashi and Riki Tomoshige.
Well, here's Ricky right now. So a bit of a sleepy start to this wave. He's opening stanza. He's just wrapping it around. He's looking for a little bit more joy. Starting to stand up a little bit more now for his third move. Fourth turn, the wave's still nice and clean though. He's got plenty to work with. A hit at the end, a little late, but Kai out the back.
Yep, so this is Kei Kobayashi, our man in green on his backhand as well. Good looking turns. The wave is a little flat, but he managed to weave through it nicely. I'm not sure if he did too much out the back or if the wave was a little more vertical, but with that, while there's a break in the action, we're gonna head over to Dai Wako with the post-heat interview.
見事、次のラウンドへ進出を果たしました佐藤力選手にお越しいただいています。ジュニアでこうサーフィンしたということもあったと思うんですが、やはりそのジュニアでこうウォームアップをしたというのはかなり有利に運んだんですか？
そうですね、ジュニアでちょっと反省点があったので、それを意識してやりました。
So he had a junior divisions heat yesterday and made a few mistakes, but he adjusts that and he gets the result in the QS 6000 in the first round. ヒートを振り返ってみて、かなりこうスマートにというか完璧な試合運びだったなというふうに感じたんですが、もう作戦通りだったんですか？
そうですね、頭の中で考えてたことができたので良かったです。
He stick to his original game plan and he worked out and he got the result and he's very very happy with that. じゃあ次今日またサーフィンありますか？
そうですね、多分はい。
あると思うので少し休んでもらいたいんですが、この後はどう過ごしますか？
そうですね、とりあえず朝ごはん食べようと思ってます。
最後に、メッセージの方お願いします。
多分今日まだあるので頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Okay, the last of blue is 4.5
hilang di PGM.
and the first width of green is 3.83.
I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
Bonsoi break. We are back to live action, but there's not too much happening right now. We're just seeing everyone kind of got caught by a set on the inside. So it is Rafa Castro currently in first place with a 6.67 and a 3.47. The 6 is pretty much the only major score right now in this heat. We've had the waves are bigger, but it's a little slower than yesterday.
It's tougher, just all round tougher, you know. The free surfing this morning looked unreal due to the fact that you've got about 80 or 100 people stretched out on the lineup. So a lot of waves got surfed. I saw the most tubes I've seen in a free surf this morning out of our 3 morning starts. But it's just, yeah, the waves are just kind of a bit more hit and miss. I think the direction's just changed. And that and the big bloat high tide is kind of just creating a few issues amongst the heats. We can see the next heat in the lineup right up the point, just getting themselves ready. It's quite a big paddle out time as well here today. So a lot of the surfers are getting out there pretty early. Sit there, watch a few waves, make sure they're on the spot they need to be at the very start of their heat. So that's what red and white are doing in the next heat. They're right up left of screen, just off the tally. But the waves are out there. It doesn't matter of making some sense and finding the waves that are going to allow you to stick closest to the criteria, which is the tough bit about today. There's waves you can surf, you can go a long way and get a 3. Or you can go a short way on a steep one and get a 5 or a 6.
Yeah. And I've said this time and time again, it's always quality over quantity. That's, I think, a huge part of the judging criteria. Even though it's not written down, it's...
Everyone understands
that.
And the judges non-stop send that message via their numbers. So if you're a competitor at all, they will realise it's always been about that. I mean, God, in the past, we've seen some 10s thrown down for big airs on a long point break.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to utilise the whole venue. You just got to go nuts at every opportunity, take maximum risk and throw in a high degree of difficulty and make it.
Yep. So right now it's looking like Diego Cordero taking a look at that one. Ooh, I'm not sure if that's going to be a priority mistake there. He did have second priority, maybe push down to third. Yeah, there we go.
Good call, G.
So that was a little bit of an unfortunate moment there, but still plenty of time to get back into this. He does have the second highest score, only wants to get rid of that 0.83 to create a little bit of distance from himself and Ricky and Kay.
Look at these things rolling through. They're kind of fast, you know. They look great and you're thinking, oh man, look at that wave. But I mean, you've just got to keep up the perfect pace with this wave. If you get left behind at all, just a smidge, it's kind of game over. This young fella yesterday, he did 2 turns for an 8.17. He's not going to get a second opportunity on that wave, but if he gets a steep section, you know, fireworks.
That was one turn wave, but really good. And that is Rafa Castro now cashing in his priority, wants to get rid of that 3.47, wants to create distance and increase his lead. Let's see if this wave stands up for him on the inside. You could just see there's so much white water on the face of it, and it's so hard to keep your board under control. Look how much it's chattering.
Yeah.
Just so much foam and bubbles that it makes it so hard to just keep the control. But he does it really nicely. He managed to ride out of that one, so it could a pretty good score.
I think it'll lock into his 2. Since his first wave, he's just steadily got a little bit better with each ride. That's wave number 5. I'm pretty certain it'll probably be his second number. But he just played the game well and he surfed a smart heat. He's taken the pressure off by what he did, the work he did early in this heat. He goes our man now, Diego, so I'll let you run us through this, G.
Oh, I'm excited to see Diego on this one. It was looking like a really good wave. Let's see what he does here. It's going to stand up for him. He's going to have a big section to hit. He follows the lip all the way through, a big fan of spray out the back. He manages to get around this whitewash. I hope he gets to finish it off because this is going to be a pretty decent score for him. Oh, unfortunately, just falls off at the end there. It was not an easy section at all.
Well, that's what we're talking about, how difficult it can be to keep up with the pace of this wave, you know. Really good surfers in the lineup. Everybody knows their business. They've all got good flow and speed. But this wave, sometimes, if it starts getting away from you, it's kind of game over.
Wow, that was a beautiful turn from Kei Kobayashi. Just one, but solid set. He followed that lip all the way through. He rode out of it with so much speed. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get a second one in.
Temporarily into second, but that's not probably going to remain for too long. So this is that last wave. This is what the judges see out of Rafa's last wave. The score is in at a 3-4. Oh, no, it's not in yet.
No.
Still waiting for wave number 5 to lock in for this man in red, but just hung in there, played the game pretty well. It won't be a massive number, but he's thinking just improve my second score, and I believe he's done it. But we'll confirm that in a moment. I reckon Diego will go back to second once his score drops.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some more waves of Diego because he's such an incredible surfer, and he, like I said earlier, has put his time in this year to be around Indo and catch and get those incredible swells, and I would like to see him get another chance out here.
It's been a lot of swell lately too. The whole archipelago has been lighting up. There's been a lot of activity down there in the Indian Ocean. Swell after swell coming across from South Africa, stretching up, hitting the Indo region and just lighting up all the reefs. It's been a pretty good start to this season, really.
It's been all right. The winds haven't started. We've had a lot of rain in Bali, so it's been a little bit of I've seen Mentawai absolutely going off.
Yeah.
But close to us, like Bali and Lombok area, we've had onshore winds, cross-shore winds, but not the trade winds we've been really looking for.
Diego back to second. Just that last score, a bit of a mini number, a 3.53, so that finish would have been handy had he got it. Really close now for second. You can see there's just over half a point between Kay and Diego. Rafa's nailed it. I think he's going to definitely walk away with the win here. Based on the work he did early and just got better as he went through the heat. He's kind of surfed a pretty smart, well-composed heat, the man in red. Everyone else has been playing catch-up. Team Japan have been struggling to really get some numbers on the board. But there's not much in it for second.
Yeah, you're right, Rafa. Really smart heat he played here. Like, started early, got that 6.67, has been trying to back it up since, got the 4.6. So just chipping away at scores, trying to create that distance. He really wants to be, I mean, all four surfers want to be in the next round, but he's really showing that he's been looking at the waves. He saw that it was slow, so he's trying to get every opportunity he can out there.
And it's a big deal getting out of this round. You know, everybody wants in on the round of 96. That'll be starting up around about just after lunchtime. We're going to pull out 8 heats of that round as well. So we're getting into kind of the second highest ranked seeded surfers will be coming up the Savo in that 96 round. So if you've got a friend that's involved in that and they're in the first 8 heats, make sure you tune in the Savi and watch them. But we've got a lot to get to that point. There's a lot of good surfers remaining in this round of 128. Just got to follow your favourite surfers and pay them the respect of watching their heats and just checking out what this Krui area has to offer. I imagine there's a lot of opportunities to surf elsewhere today, and I imagine all the young ladies that aren't involved in today's draw have all gone for a free surf.
100%, and that's the beauty of Krui, is that you can drive down the coast and find so many waves out here. There's beach breaks, point breaks, rights, lefts, middle waves, whatever you want.
So you're in the women's draw as well, G. And
yep.
What's the vibe amongst the ladies? Are they kind of bummed they haven't got a start yet, or are they just, soaking up their time and just rolling with the formats that are thrown at them each day, or are they really want to get out there and attack?
For the ladies I have been hanging around, everyone is pretty okay. Like, as we said, there's so many waves around this area that they've been getting their dose of good waves. You know, it's not like there's only this one and there's no surfing happening while they're waiting. So everyone's kind of getting their kick in their surf and going to Mandiri, going to all the other point breaks, the rights and the lefts. But I have heard once or twice a couple comments like, but I can't wait to surf my heat.
I'm sure. Are you in that boat? Are you just ready to get out there and froth?
I am. I haven't been free surfing too much since it's pretty crowded, so I'm excited to get a few on my heat.
So that's the 667, ladies and gentlemen. That was a great replay. Thanks, team. And that's what's put Rafa in really good stead. He's got the two best numbers in this matchup. Anything we've said all morning around 11 points can kind of confirm a win or at least a progression. It's not easy out there finding, and there's not a lot of spare A-grade waves. So at some point, even fours are included in score lines. Let's have a look at white now.
Yep, so this is white, only on a 3.27 and a 0.57, so pretty slow. Oof, unfortunate there for Riki Tomashige. He only has a minute left. I don't think he'll have another opportunity, unfortunately. Looking for a 4.76. It wasn't a big score he needed. He could have probably gotten it on that wave, but unfortunately just goes over his rail there.
Yeah, very similar wave to K's last. Looked big. Looked like it might have had something to it, but it didn't offer anything. So that's it. His number's not in yet, but he will remain down the bottom of the pack, you'd imagine. 45 seconds.
So it's looking a little bit like all eyes on Kei Kobayashi and Diego Cordero now. With the last 35 seconds, Kei Kobayashi does have priority over Diego, so he'll be hoping for one more wave. He only needs a 4.21.
The ocean's gone pretty flat.
Yeah.
See the next heat just starting to scratch over into position. The young fella here, this might be an opportunity. Looks like a swell moving into the lineup. It's going to be borderline touch and go with 10 seconds on the clock. Got to go this or it's curtains. He must be paddling for this wave. And a roll in out of the foam. Here he goes. So let's check out Kay. A little flat mid-faced cutback to kick things off is not ideal. He's chasing a 4.21. His second maneuver is about to happen. He needs some joy out of this inside. He hasn't got the score yet. A lot of downtime on that wave, and that will be curtains for Kay. So he will be out of the draw. The Team Japan, Gonski right there, Rafael and Diego did a pretty good job to move on through into the next round. Thumbs up, says Giada. I'm going to go have a chat with Rafael, and we'll be right back with Heat 7 in a moment. Stick around. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 3, heat 7 in the water right now. I am Jana Legati, joined by True Starling. Welcome back in.
Thank you, Giada. And wow, what a way to start this heat off. Kota Killorn up and into that section. Gets a little critical as he drives through another nice carve. And this one looks like it's going to stand up for him. He tags it there for the Maroubra surfer, and Kota just finding his rhythm really quickly in this heat, floats it, and he's looking really solid. Didn't really put a foot wrong on that wave. What a great way to start this one off, and wow, Keitaro Fujinuma out behind him.
Yeah, what a great way to start the heat. I was just telling you how it's been a little bit slow, but I have been proved wrong just right now on our screen. We have seen, or at least the first 2 heats I've been seeing today, that the people who start early and get those scores up early in the heat tend to be the ones that pass. I haven't seen too many buzzer beaters just yet. It's not looking super easy out there from our screen. It looks like it's firing, but it's a little bit slow, and you got to pick the right ones. I think there's been a little bit of a shift in direction. If I'm not wrong, it's a little more west. Could be wrong, though.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like there's definitely some good waves coming through. It looks like Aussie Trigwell locked in the 3 for his first wave. I'm pretty sure he's training with Adam Dufner over here for this event. That is Philip Duke on screen. He's 16 years old, and he was one of the standouts, in my opinion, in the Pro Junior. He was getting some pretty good scores for pretty much one committed turn. It was just so awesome to see. So I'm excited to see what he can do in this heat of the round of 128 for this QS 6000. But there's definitely some scores to lock in. Pretty good one, I would think, to come through for Kota Killorn, and this is that 3 for Aussie.
Yeah, so a little bit of a replay now. This is the 3-point ride. Nice 2-turn combo there. Unfortunately, almost falls back. Just learned a new Aussie term, the window wipers. Sorry, the window. What is it?
Yeah, window wipe. Yeah,
when you're about to fall.
Yeah, wind the windows.
Wind the windows, that one. So I thought that was pretty funny. Keitaro's last wave of 4.67. We're waiting for one more score for Kota Killorn. This is our man in white. Philip Duke had a great run in the Pro Junior. He was on fire for a couple heats, so it was great to watch him. And a bit of fast one there for Aussie Trigwell. It's looking like with this west in the swell, it's just running really, really fast. Some of the waves just tend to run away from a lot of the surfers. You have to really pick them right out there and have a really good rhythm when you do, because it's easy to just it's easy for the wave to just run away from you.
Yeah, for sure. And finding that good pace too, with like just the right amount of speed. I feel like sometimes we've seen, as you mentioned, people, getting a little bit caught behind, maybe not having enough speed to get around those sections, or others going way too fast and missing those critical sections. So, it's important to surf the wave to its pace. And this 4.67 from Keitaro Fujinama, he's from the Shonan area, which fellow commentator Daiwako is also from as well. I'm sure he's training lots over there. There's heaps of Japanese surfers, and wow, just laying into another nice carve. He's found a couple of good sections as he loads up again, just carving down. And that 4.67 for Keitaro. But this is live action right now. Kota Killorn still waiting on scores for his first wave as he jams it once again. I mean, he's a really tall guy. He's really strong. So he was just using that to his advantage right now.
Yep, so on screen right now is the winner of the last heat, Rafa Castro. Incredibly well done. Early start, got that 6.67, one of the highest scores of the day. So I'm excited to see his interview with Mark. There we have Diego Cordero, my other teammate. We both competed for Italy for a couple of years together, had a great time. And so we're waiting for we're waiting for one more score of Kota Killorn. His first wave comes in at a 6, so that's a really great start for him. That second one, I feel like, is going to get pretty close to that first one as well. Here is the replay. What do you think, Drew?
Yeah, I think this was a replay of that first wave of Kota's at 6.0. If my memory serves me correctly, it looks like it is, and Kota's just absolutely going to town. I mean, I really love this wave. He connected the dots really well. Didn't try and do too much or over surf it, but he just did quickly enough. It was looking really solid. And then we've just seen an 8.33 drop for Kota Killorn. First two waves, opens up with a 6, backs it up with an 8.33. This is 8.33 Giada.
Oh, huge start for Kota Killorn. Goes up straight for that second one, wraps it around here. This is a huge moment for Kota, extending his lead. Already the two highest, I think that's the highest heat total we've had all day. I love that last turn as well. Solid finish. I love that.
Yeah, wow, that was huge. Excellent surfing, excellent scores for Kota. Wow, he recently just won the Open State titles, so I'm sure he'd be surfing with a lot of momentum.
For sure, yeah. Coming off a win, you always surf with a lot of confidence. And talking about confidence, we're going to go down to Mark with the winner of the last heat.
Okay.
here in the athlete zone with Rafael Castro, winner of the last heat. Rafa, firstly, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, my name is Rafa Castro. I been living in Bali for a bit and just stoked to be in Indo here. The comps are so good, the waves are the best, and shout out to the Asia Surf Co because they put on the best comps ever, and it's like stoked. The best spots, you just come to surf and you score other spots, and it's like, how good is that, man, with friends, and it's just stoked.
Well, that was just sounding like an Indonesian ad. You just revved it right up, but hard work out there, man, but as you were saying, it's better to be warm than cold. Life's better in board shorts, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Last year I was just in Cali for a bit for the winter, and I could hardly surf, man. I was just like skating, and then I was like battling the cold, and I come here, and before I used to complain about the warmth, it's like so good being hot, it's just like you can't complain. So yeah, stoked.
Unreal. Well, listen, you've been here a bunch of times before. What's the best thing for you about coming to Krui?
Man, just the friends, everyone super friendly, the local boys too, just super welcoming, and the food, and just good vibes, and just this left right here, just like firing and no one out, just stoked.
What's your favorite Indo dish?
Oh man, rendang for sure. Beef rendang, the best, number one.
There's a lot of good things to like about Indo. That was a really smart, well-surfed heat. I'm just going to shake your hand and say congratulations, Rap.
Thank you, appreciate it. And yeah, stoked.
Back to you guys. Cheers. Well done, mate.
He's always smiling, always happy. It's a great person to have around on a surf trip. And we're going to head back to the live action right now. This is Keitaro Fujinuma. Good looking wave. I think he's going to try get around nothing because that thing just shut down on him. But I'm pretty sure Dai in yesterday's interview with him said that he had this is actually his first international QS in quite a few years, if I'm not wrong. So he's looking like he's in a pretty good form.
Yeah, he's looking confident. It's exciting to see. But Philip Duke just locked in a 6.17. Let's take a look at this replay because I saw the end turn and I was thinking, wow, this is going to be a big score. Patient through here. He's so little on this wave. 16 years old, and this is where we just see him drive through, big turn there for Philip, disappears, and comes out. That was a pretty cool one to watch, Gianna.
Yeah, I totally missed that one. That was insane from Philip. That was so cool. I loved his look at the judges like, what? Yeah. Did you see that? I don't think he could even
Did you guys see this one?
I'm here.
Yeah.
That was epic from Philip Duke. A huge set. And he just went to town on it. That last turn for sure was the money turn of that score. 617 pushes him straight to second. Wow, so Keitaro and Ozzy are probably like, where did this guy come from?
Yeah, they're like, wow, this kid's just come out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? He's done the reps. He's had so many heats out here. He's a little bit more connected than the other three surfers in this heat. I mean, Kota does have that 8.33 and a 6, and he's just showing that finesse and that real competitive fire in this heat. But a 6.17 for Philip Duke is pretty exciting.
All right, we're gonna go for a quick bonsai break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
And welcome back to the live action of the Krui Pro. We've got 13 minutes to go in Heat 7 of the men's round of 128. It's Kota Kilorn out in front with that 8.33 and a 6. Philip Duke just locking in that 6.17, huge surfing. And Keitaro Fujinama looking for a 4.18, and Ozzy Trigwell hasn't quite connected. He's got a 3. He's chasing a 5.85, but he's holding first priority right now. Ozzy is 18 years old. Fairly certain he's doing a bit of training over here with Adam Dufner. He's got a pretty good group with him. But let's take a look at this replay of this 833 of Coda's. This was a huge one, Giada.
Yeah, every turn from start to finish, it was just non-stop, super critical. Airdrops that second one, gives the variety here on that third turn. I really enjoyed watching this wave from Coda Kilhorn. And this part, my favorite. Look how he jams that shot. So confident. You're right. You just said he came off a win.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Surfing New South Wales had their open state titles recently, which Coda Kilhorn took out the win. But let's come back to that because this is that 617 of Philip Duke. And this was a huge wave. He did really well, a couple of nice carves, but this is the money turn coming up here. You can see him just eyeing off this section and absolutely just bosses it. And Philip Duke is like, yeah, I just did that. And yeah, that was awesome to watch. But yeah, Coda taking out the open state titles. I'm pretty sure it was over at Coffs Harbour. Taking out a few names in the draw. You know, it's a pretty prestigious event, and then to go over to the Open Aussies is super exciting. There's lots of divisions and lots of people that want to fight for that prestigious title, I would say. And yeah, it's super cool to see Coda take that one out. He's been surfing really well. He recently turned 21. So yeah, celebrating a couple of milestones.
That's epic. And Coda is a name that we've actually seen around the Korean NIAS events quite a few years already now. So he knows this wave well. He knows what he has to do to get these scores, and just showing us exactly that. This is a replay of Keitaro Fujima. I think this is the 4-6-7. Good first turn. It's fumbles a little bit there on that second one, but nicely done here. Wraps it around, holds the rail. Nice surfing from Keitaro.
Yeah, this was really nice stuff. Keitaro from Shonen, you can see he's just really relying on his rail. I mean, he hasn't really had that steep snap section just yet. It is hard to find those out there. I feel like we saw Coda get that 6. It was a small, medium one. He got a couple of nice turns out there. And then that 833 was just, one of those sets that was so awesome to watch come through. But we've got 10 minutes to go. And Keitaro chasing a 418. And Aussie looking for a 585 with first priority. And hopefully he gets an opportunity to really open up on a good wave, because I know he's been putting in the hours. And the preparation for these events, he's up and riding on this one. Just gets that first carve. He's patient through here. He gets a little bit more of a critical section. This drone angle just showing how beautiful these waves are, this lineup. And Aussie identifying another section, tags it once again, tries to load up. Hopefully he gets another end section. That was a really nice snap, pretty critical. And this wave just looks like it's going to die out, but he's going to milk it for all it's worth as he takes it through to the inside. And the Australian goofy footer looking pretty comfortable out there on his forehand. Aussie hoping this one offers one of those big end sections that we're so used to seeing, and he just gets out of that one. But that was a really long ride from Aussie.
Yeah, that was. He decided to take it all the way down to the inside. I'll be honest with you, sometimes it's not the smartest play, because the wave kind of tends to just fatten out a little bit on the inside, and all you're really doing is carves and cutbacks, and it takes a long time to paddle back out. So we're only talking about maybe 0.2 difference if you take it all the way in. So he's going to take his time to paddle back out. I'm sure it's going to be a pretty good score, maybe the best one of his heat for now. He's definitely getting rid of that 0.5.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes I've seen it a lot here in Krui where people take it all the way to the inside and it's just not the score that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard one. We keep talking about quality over quantity. He got some good turns in this one though, Giada.
Yeah, I think most of the work was done out the back, especially there, that second turn. He was a little bit more critical. Here, again, the wave stands up for him. A nice turn here. Beautifully done all on the outside. But then here in this section, when it starts to go a little flat, he's just weaving through turns here. I feel like maybe it would have been a smart play to move out, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, still waiting on that score for Aussie. It actually locks in at a 4.9. So he was chasing a 5.85. Wasn't the score he was looking for, but it definitely betters his situation. He now only needs a 3.93 to move up into second place, but he does have a fair paddle back out, Giada, like you mentioned, taking that one all the way through to the inside. Yeah, it's one of those tricky ones. Do you play that card and surf it all the way through, or do you just focus on those 3 quality turns out the back? And I feel like, you know, those quality turns is definitely getting those big scores. We saw that from Coda on that 833.
100%, and I'm sure most of his score was all the work that he did out the back. It's probably also depends on how much time you have left in this heat. I mean, if it's your last chance, last wave, milk it all the way to the inside, you know, all the way. But if you still have quite a bit of time left, it's probably smart to get your work done on the outside critical part of the wave and then back that wave up.
Yeah, for sure. I think especially with that long paddle out, it's definitely a mission. But it's part of the process for sure. And with 6.5 minutes to go, Kota Kilorn out in front. He's only ridden 2 waves in this heat, an 833 and a 6. He's having a look at this one. Do we think he is going to better the 6? So far, he's just been getting better and better each wave. It's a good-looking wall ahead of him, tags it there, but unfortunately goes down. I mean, not really a mistake from Coda. I feel like it was a good wave, unfortunately just falling off.
Yeah, he knows he wants to improve the 6, so he has to go big. That's a big turn from our man in green. Wraps it around, giving the judges the variety. He's hoping for this wave to stand up again, give him a little bit more to work with, but he decides to pull off and head back out. He wants to get rid of that 3-1, looking for a 4-1-8 to go into an advancing position, but it is now eyes on Philip Duke. 6-1-7, and it's looking like there's a big set coming his way.
Yeah, he only needs to get rid of a 2.67, which is, you know, a pretty fair task, and he's up and riding on this one. He identified that this was going to be a good wave, so nice first snap for Philip Duke. He's already got that 6-1-7 in his scoreline. He's still a pretty young surfer. He's have many heats in that Pro Junior. Tags it there. That's a better looking turn, and he's going to stick with it. Taking it back to the power source on this wave, and he kicks out. He liked the feeling of it as well, Giada.
I think he's definitely getting rid of the 267 and going to be extending his lead a little bit over blue and green. So really well done from our young fella, Philip Duke, one of the youngest contesters here in this QS. I love that first turn from Keitaro. Big fan of spray out the back, wraps it around here. The wave kind of tapers off for him, so he just weaves a couple more turns in and then decides to go out. But here, Philip Duke, a little bit, not a huge turn, but some nice turns here, and he gets ready to set it up for this one right here. Boom. Nicely done from Philip Duke.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. I mean, seems like he is going to get rid of that 267. We do have this score to lock in for Keitaro Fujinama. It's a 4.6. So situation does change. Keitaro goes to second, and Philip is looking for a 3.1. And I think he's going to get it off the back of that last wave with just under 4 minutes to go. It was a good wave. He got that one really nice turn, so we'll see where this score locks in. And Keitaro might need another score, but this is Kota Kilorn up and riding, the current heat leader, just a little bit too deep on that one.
Yeah, so Kota pretty comfortably out in the lead. Keitaro looking for a 9.66 to even take his position. That's a pretty decent score. So it's kind of a battle for second with these last 3 minutes, especially in such early rounds. You just need to make it through. You don't have to win. It's just about passing.
Yeah, for sure. It's 50% progression. And, you know, it's a really interesting point that you bring up, Giada. I feel like, you know, especially for those opening rounds, getting 12 plus combinations is probably where you're living in for those first few rounds. And then you want to start lifting. I mean, it was 11.27 combo of waves that won that last heat. You know, this heat, Kota's just had an absolute blinder with that 833 and a 6. And I think you don't have to do too much. Like, you want to be living in that 6 or 5+ world, and then you start lifting as it gets to the pointier end of the draw.
Yep, 100%. As we get deeper into the draw, that's when you really need to start kind of pushing it and going a little more vertical, having a little bit more speed, pushing your board a little bit more through the rail, because you're going against some incredible surfers. So everyone wants a piece of the Krui cake. Everyone's going to be pulling out their A game. But you're right. I feel like in these first few rounds, it's more like a 75% of your surfing that you have to show.
Yeah, for sure. It's you don't want to surf too much out of your skin, but you definitely want to be in control. And with 2 minutes to go, it's Keitaro Fujinama who is looking for a score, because that last wave of Philip Duke was a 4.63. So he goes back to second place. It's been a bit of a seesaw battle between second and third. So Keitaro chasing a 6.14, and Aussie Trigwell, who seems to be still paddling back out into the lineup, he needs a 5.91. Like, just thinking back, he pulled off his 4.9 at about 9 minutes to go. So that's a 7.5 minute paddle out.
Yeah, so as we were saying before, you got to kind of also think of timing and paddling out. Not only the fact that it's long, but, I'm sure he's from Australia and he's used to cooler water and cooler temperatures. So it's not easy. He's not only battling the current and the waves, but also the heat.
Yeah, for sure. And someone who's looking for a score, trying to find it on this one, is chasing a 6.14, Keitaro Fujinama, gaining some speed. You can see him just drawing off the bottom, leans into his rail there. He needs to go critical here. Tags it once again, laying back into his rail. And a 6.14 is the requirement, just comes off the back. I think he likes it. I think he thinks he's got the score. So we'll see what the judges think of it in the next 35 seconds. That's his last chance. Hoping that that is a score for Keitaro, 6.14. What are your first thoughts, Giada?
Ooh, I think it's going to be pretty close, but I am actually not too sure. I'm sure the judges are going to be replaying Philip's 6.17 because that's practically what he needs. So it's going to be tough. 2 different approaches to the waves, 2 different types of surfing. So it's a difficult call and a really important one, because it's all down to this now. Here's the replay of the last one of green, Keitaro Fujinuma. So takes it all the way down to the inside. A lot of turns, some really good quality turns out the back. Here, gets a little bit stuck here, but I don't think it's going to affect too much of what he did out the back. But yeah, the judges are going to be pulling out Philip Duke's 6.17, comparing it to Keitaro. Are they going to show the rest of the field like, we'd rather 2 big turns on a set or quality turns on a medium one? So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think it locks in at a 5.13, so it was not enough, unfortunately, for Keitaro Fujinama. But it is Kota Kilon putting on an epic heat. For heat number 7 of the round of 128, Philip Duke coming in second. Don't go anywhere. We have a very stacked heat number 8. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Exciting day of surfing so far, and we're moving on through to another exciting heat. Josh Van Niekerk is out there taking on Willem Watson, Ifran Saipu and also Aidan Doyle Duffy, which is going to be an exciting heat. I am in the booth with Di Wacko, and Di, good morning again.
Good morning again.
It's been fun. We've had that last heat was super exciting. Kota Kilon got an 8.33 and a 6.
Wow. The first extent score this morning, probably.
Yeah. It was huge.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of 6s, but we haven't seen any 8s, so must be really, really good.
Yeah. It was a set wave, 3 critical turns, and just full commitment. It was awesome.
Wow. So 3 turns can do excellent.
Yes.
Today.
Yes.
On a bigger set, in a steeper section, right in the pocket.
Yeah.
It gets excellent. Wow, that's nice.
It was exciting to watch for Kota. And we saw the young gun, Philip Duke, also progressing through that heat. In the dying moments as well, it was Keitaro Fujinama. He was trying to find a score.
Right.
So he needed a 6.14 in the last minute. He got away with 35 seconds or so to go, and unfortunately just didn't quite get the score.
Yeah, I saw the last wave from Keitaro Fujinama. That was really close heat, actually. I thought he would get the requirement, but just slightly doesn't, meet the requirement. But, he's doing great job. It's his first QS event in overseas in 7 years. So he was very nervous in the first round yesterday. But probably he's very happy to be able to surf here and Nias. So we'll see him again in Nias.
Yeah, this is a new heat. It's a new moment, and this is Willem Watson, the surfer from the Mornington Peninsula, up and riding on his backhand. Gets that first connection in, flying down the line. He's patient off the bottom here, identifies that section, tags it in the lip, driving through another hard carve. And Willem, once again, going to town on this wave. His backhand is looking really solid out here. And the 19-year-old Victorian is, just looking really good to start this heat off with 21 minutes to go. That's a great way to start. And wow so many waves.
Red and green are surfing. But the red having a great surfing. Couple of good turns, good hit in the pocket. And he kicks out right there, but green is still on the wave. Getting a couple of good turns in. And it comes around the section. Is it gonna stand up for him? No, I don't think so. So he kicks out quickly. But that was a big exchange for every surfers now.
Yeah, that was back to back to back waves for Josh Van Niekerk, Willem Watson, and Aidan Doyle Duffy. That was very exciting to watch. Everyone now has a score on the board in less than 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff. With 20 minutes to go, that means Ifran is sitting out there with first priority. He's 17 years old, from Kandui, is part of the Kandui crew in the Mentawais. And I'm excited to see him take off on his first wave in this heat. Just talking to Giada just before, he's he's recovered or fully recovered from a leg injury, snapped his leg out at Padang, absolutely charging out there. So I think this might be one of his first heats back after that injury. So looking forward to seeing him in this heat. But yeah, scores to lock in for Josh Van Niekerk, Willem Watson, and Aidan Doyle Duffy. There's going to be some pretty good scores.
Wow, pretty good. Exchange. Everyone had a great surfing. And looks like a little bit of onshore comes up and got a little bit of texture on the face. But still, to me, it's kind of getting easier to surf on it compared to this morning. It has more wall to working on.
Yeah, and while we're waiting on these scores to lock in, we do have a very excited Kota Kilon down in the athlete area with Giada Legati.
All right, guys, I'm here with Kota Kilon, the winner of the last heat. Wow, an 8.33 and a 6. How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty stoked. It was really cooking out there, and I just wish the heat went longer.
You've been here a lot. You've surfed this wave. You've had many heats. When you're here, do you free surf a lot? Do you practice, or do you bring your your past year's experience here?
We got here a little bit early because I knew there'd be about 100 people out every surf. So we got our kind of practice runs before everyone got here. And then now it's just knowing you can surf and going out there in the heat, I guess.
So the board you're riding looks incredible under your feet. You want to tell us a little bit about what you're riding?
It's just the standard shortboard. I actually dinged it on the rocks, so I'm going to have to quickly get it fixed, and then hopefully I can ride it. I think I might have a heat this Arvo.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, cheers fam. Hope you're watching. Yeah, we'll keep it going.
All right, back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Dakota, I'm sure Jamie, Shan, and Zane were watching, and wow, here we go up and back into it. We have so much surfing going on. Aiden, his first wave locked in at a 4.5. He's looking to back it up. That wave just a little bit fat. First of Josh Van Niekerk, a 6.5, and first wave of Willem Watson was a 5.67. And Di, this heat has been action-packed already.
Non-stop actions from start to, it's been 7 minutes, but pretty many waves are already ridden and everyone having a great surf.
Yeah, that is Teddy on screen. He's going to be in that next heat, which is going to be heat 9 of the men's round of 128, taking on Tim Bain, Harry DeRoth, and also Raishin Araki. So that'll be an exciting heat as well. I don't know too much about Raishin. Di, can you tell me anything about him?
Actually, me neither. I'm not really familiar with this name, but I gotta find out after this heat.
That's exciting. Love seeing new faces and new names here at the Krui Pro. There's lots of people that have been here before many times, and then there's people where it's their first time. But let's take a look at these replays. Wow.
I don't know who to watch.
I know.
The red got a 6.50, which is the best score so far in this heat. And the blue, 5.67 for the last of blue. So the last of red comes in the best score so far. This is a reply of blue. Probably this is 5.67. Nice floats. The section comes around the corner, just timing it perfectly, and goes to vertical in a lip, and put another big carve, and here he is going for the vertical lip again. Wow, this wave just sends up for him from start to end, and he kicks out from here. Maybe he could have done the finishing turn right there, but still he got 5.67 for that wave.
Yeah, there was definitely potential for that end turn, but maybe it was a pretty long wave. Maybe his legs were burning a little bit by the end of it.
Right.
These are, there's some really long lefts out there. It's exciting to watch, but even better to surf as well. And with 15 minutes to go, we're 10 minutes down in this heat, and it's Ifran who is holding first priority and hasn't had a wave just yet. I'm sure he's looking for a good one, and looks like Josh Van Niekerk, he's going to kick in and out. His first wave was a 6.5. Josh is South African, actually living in Australia at the moment. He first started living in Oz, down in Melbourne, working at Urban Surf, and recently he's just moved up to the Gold Coast to, get a little bit more experience up there in the surfing hub. So I'm excited to see what he can do throughout the rest of this heat. He started off really well. I know he's been putting the time in here at Krui. So with just about 14 minutes to go.
Well, having a 6.5 is very, very, good in this heat. I mean, look at those heats we had this morning. 6.5 is pretty good score to get through this heat to next round.
Yeah, and it's exciting to watch, but while it looks like there's a little bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to a Bonso brew break. We'll be right back.
There's one thing we all love to bits. It's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice. Juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint. Agave. Hey, that is incredible.
And we're back. A quick break, and right in time for these sets to roll through the lineup.
Some of the biggest sets in this morning.
Wow, catching everyone
Wow.
off guard.
Mm.
Wow, these waves are, yeah. There's some really good waves out there today. There's definitely some tricky ones, but it looks like Willem Watson is going to take off on this one. This is his second wave of the heat. Drives through that first turn. It's got a little bit of foam on the face of the wave here. Navigates it well, but he knows that that's not really going to do too much, and he kicks out. Smart decision there, Di.
Oh, very smart decision right there. You know, if you follow it all the way to the inside, it's going to be a long paddle back out. So it was, smart move from Surfer Brew. And that put him into the first with a 1.60.
Yeah, there we go. He's back ahead of the game, and it is Ifran now having a look with his first priority. Absolutely charges. He's very good friends with Dylan and Jaden Wilcoxon. Unfortunately, that wave doesn't offer too much.
A little bit of a maybe error from Ifran using his first priority to take that one. But there's plenty of time, still 12 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. So probably, to me, it was a great move from Surfer White, because you don't really want to be sitting there just waiting for the right ones. You don't really know what to get. You get lost.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't have to hold on to the first priority.
Di, we've got about 8 more heats left in this
Right.
round. Is there any heats that just stand out for you to be like the ones to watch?
Well, there's so many heats that I want to watch, but I gotta say probably the heat 16 in this round.
Mm-hmm.
Toi Tanaka, he did really great job yesterday afternoon, and really love his style. So can't wait to see his surfing in heat 16 coming up.
And this is Ifran live action. We'll get back to that. He just tags it there, gets a little bit hung up, but he's going to stay with this wave. And unfortunately, he realizes, you know what, I'm going to get back out there and get another opportunity. But yeah, sorry, Di, as you were saying.
So yeah, heat number 16
Yep.
will be the one I love to watch, Toi Tanaka. But what about yours? Any
Ooh.
particular
Any
heat?
particular heats? I feel like they're all going to be really good ones,
Right.
but I am excited to watch Heat 15, actually. Arch Whiteman, Cameron McDougall, Jay Brown, and Jesse Ferguson. I feel like that's going to be a really exciting heat. Josh Van Niekerk, though, up and riding. This is live action in heat number 8. Gets that first backside carve in. A little bit more critical there for Josh. Drives off the bottom. Gets another nice connection in. There's so many opportunities on these waves. Gets a little hung up. He realizes, I might, that could be a little bit of a tricky ending on that wave.
Right, but definitely it's gonna be pretty good score for Josh. He only have 0.50 for the backup, so definitely it's gonna be his best to score and put him into the first. But there was a great wave selection to me, getting those smaller ones that has more steeper sections. That's exactly what he got, so that was a great ride from Josh.
Yeah, really smart competitive surfing as well. There's only 9.5 minutes left. So to lock in, it just comes through at a 4.17. To get that second score, get back into a commanding lead. This is a 6.5 of Josh and also Aiden's 4.5 if you can watch both at the same time. They're such good waves. Josh just going to town. It was awesome to watch. All right, 9 minutes remaining. Josh has a 6.5 and a 4.17. Looked like Aiden might have been having a look, but we'll stick with the replay here.
Right, comes around to the section. Really love the second turn. Throw a lot of sprays and straight into the pocket for the third turn, and fourth turn hangs up a little bit. Probably it's not going to be a complete turn, but that wave comes in 4.17, enough to put him into first. 6.5 and 4.17. It's a great combination.
Yeah, really, really nice start to his first heat here at the Krui Pro for 2025. Of course, we're going to be heading over to Nias for another QS 6000 straight after this one. Back-to-back events, Di. It's pretty huge. We do have a score to lock in for Aidan Doyle Duffy as well. From his last wave, Ifran's last one locked in at a 2.4. So with 8 minutes remaining, Aidan is chasing a 2.78 and Ifran is looking for a 4.88.
Yeah, not a big score to chase, but got a tube and comes out clean. It gets to
coming
finish
unstuck, it looks like.
right. But I wouldn't say it was a deep tube ride. So it was covered, but quite short time. I'm curious with what he's gonna get for that tube riding.
Unfortunately, he's just going over. But that last wave of Aidan actually locked in at a 3.73. So it was enough to take him up into second. But it's Willem Watson holding the first priority, looking for a 2.56. It's not a big score, Di. And 7 minutes to go. There's enough time.
There's enough time. Even if we're needing 5.83, it's not a big score. You just need to put 2 big turns, and that's gonna be enough for the requirement for F1. So, and he has second priority, so he is in a good position right now.
Yeah, he's in a really good position. Hopefully he can it's a real interesting one how people approach heats, whether it's that drop and wait mentality and they wait for the good waves, or they try and catch more waves and surf into a little bit of momentum.
Right.
You can see into the athlete area there. We've got a bunch of surfers, Taj Stokes, Dave Perry, Josh Stratton, a couple of the girls there as well. But that's Josh Van Niekerk. This is live action, in and out there for the current heat leader.
Probably he's a type of the surfer that just trying to get as many as he can and see if it's good. But here is important way for Iflan, needing a score 5.83, aiming for the first critical section, but unfortunately comes unstuck.
Yeah, that was really, really unlucky for Ifran. He looks like he was on a pretty good wave, so just finding that composure. But yeah, well, I don't know. When you surfed heats, Di, would you, drop and wait, or would you try and catch lots of waves?
I want to be the person who catches a lot of waves, but I cannot be that man. I always sit there just waiting for the set, and I ended up getting only 3 waves in a heat. Always like that. But I always wanted to be a person who can, catch many waves so that I can get a rhythm.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I can't be the guy.
Yeah, it's a funny one. People, prefer to sit and wait. Others want to catch waves. Wave was really unfortunate for Ifran, just catching his rail and going down. Yeah, I just, Willem's had 2 waves in this heat. There's 5 minutes to go. 2 waves in 20 minutes.
It's a long wait, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's a long wait. And it really means that you need to remain pretty calm in the last 5 minutes, especially when you only need a small score at a 2.56. And we've seen so many people needing these small scores and just miss out if they haven't really connected with that good first section.
2.56. This is his first wave. This was a really, great surfing, great wave actually. Floats the first section straight into the vertical off the top, and another great carve. And here he is going for the vertical again, and try to connect it to the inside. He gets one more in, I think. Yes, he did, but he didn't get the finish right here.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bummer for Willem. But he did, he did a pretty good job out the back. He did well. And, thinking back, he got that within the first 5 minutes of this heat.
And now needing 2.56. It's a small score, but time is ticking. Just under 4 minutes remaining. A little bit of pressures on Blue, I think.
Yeah, the pressure is on Blue. Willem just couldn't quite scratch onto that wave. Wow. He was holding on to second priority as well. So that is really unlucky for Willem Watson. Needing only a 2.56.
Now green has first priority, looking at blue. So I wonder what green's gonna play out.
Wow. Well, looks like priority 3 has gone to Ifran, and Willem has gone down to the last priority rotation. Aiden only needs to better 373. He's going to use his priority on this one. He scratches into it. Aiden Doyle Duffy gets a bit of a wobbly first turn, but reconnects well here. And just the 2 turns.
The finish turn was better than the first one, needing score to better the 3.73. So, well, I'm not too sure if it's going to be better 3.73 or not.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. I feel like that first turn was kind of lacked that power. Let's take another look at it, Di.
So difficult to surf on it. A lot of foamy face, but he managed to put one big turn in. Gets the finish right out of it so clean. And here is Josh up and riding again. Big off the top. Straight into the second turn. Similar maneuver. But gets the finish right there. That's a great combination for Josh. Looking for a wave to better 4.17. I think he did that.
Yeah, I feel like he might do that as well. That was really strong surfing. He just looks, pretty at ease out there in the lineup on the waves as well. His backhand is looking, really solid. So with a minute 45, I feel like he betters the 417 and increases his lead. We'll see what Aiden can do if he betters that 373. But right now, all eyes on Willem Watson with 90 seconds to go, and also Ifran as well. Willem chasing a 256. Ifran looking for a 5.83. It's really close right now, Di.
Yeah, now Watson has fast priority, but Ifran, this is a very important wave. Looking for wave 5.83. Racing down the line, comes around the section. Is there going to be a steeper section for him? Just checking turn, comes back to the white water. Ooh, kicks out. That's really unfortunate for him.
Wow, maybe a missed opportunity there.
Right.
By not hitting that section. It locks in now at a 2.27. Last wave of Aiden came through at a 2.8. So with 45 seconds to go, Willem is left out the back with priority, chasing a 256. This is that last wave of Josh Van Niekerk, though. Wow, really strong surfing for Josh. I feel like this betters the 417.
Right.
I mean, it was really smooth, really crisp surfing. He gets a really nice turn out the back, and then it's his inside snap as well to a strong completion.
But all eyes on surfing blue. 14 seconds remaining. There's a wave coming through.
Wow, Willem Watson with 5 seconds to go, looking for a 2.56, gets that first turn in. He needs to find another combo if he can rival for a 2.56. Nice connection there. Gets a third turn in, strong surfing, and I think he's done it right now.
Definitely. Wow.
Oh, a bit of an awkward fall, but I think the damage was done.
Definitely, he's done it. He got the requirement 2.56. That was wow. That was a great surfing.
Wow, how dramatic at the end. You
Right.
can kind of see a little bit of frustration there, or maybe excitement. Who knows from Willem? I mean, a 2.56 it's not a big score. He did some good surfing. That last one of Josh Van Niekerk comes through at a 6. So he's extended his lead. He's in first. It's second place right now. It comes through at a 4.1. So Willem Watson goes to second place, and it's Josh Van Niekerk taking out that heat. Wow. This replay, really strong surfing.
Really strong surfing. Gets the finish. Oh, I mean, he went down on the finishing turn, but he did the job.
Yeah, he got the job done. So it's going to be Josh Van Niekerk and Willem Watson moving on through to the men's round of 96. Don't go anywhere. We have heat number 9 out there next, right after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Everyone, this is Krui Pro QS 6000 day number 3. We are into round of 128 heat number 9. We have Tim Bang, Harry De Roth, Raishin Araki, Teddy Back Biddle. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Mr. Mark. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Di. Having a good morning. Geez, I was just out there on a break and I really noticed it looked like other waves getting bigger. It seems to be a lot of action going on out there.
Conditions have been, improving a lot. We've seen now excellent scores, 2 heats ago, and we have a couple of sixes in the last heat. So definitely surf's been, improving a lot.
Yep. So we're here, day 3, the Krui Pro replay of the first wave for Bainey is going on as we speak. The onshore kicked in maybe lightly about an hour or so ago, everybody. A little bit of a ruffled surface, as you can see, but still plenty of waves on tap.
Wow.
Big opening statement here in this heat number 9 there for Tim Bain. Good start. You can just see the fluffy stuff out there now. So the barrels, haven't seen one all morning in the contest shirt. Did see quite a few in the free surf. The tide would have probably maxed out by now, so she's starting to drop. Given the quality of the field, I reckon at some point we're going to see tubes ridden here today, Di.
Definitely. We've seen actually a couple tubes riding this morning, and
I
now
didn't see anyone in the heat. Yeah, have you seen some in the heat?
Just then, yeah.
Who got barrel?
I believe that was Aiden. Got a little bit of a cover up.
Okay,
it's not a long tube, but still.
Okay, well, we're just waiting on Bainey's numbers in. Not much else going on. We'll throw down to the interview with True and the winner of Josh Van Niekerk, winner of the last heat. Go for it there, True.
Thank you so much, Josh. An incredible heat win just then. You look so in form.
Didn't really feel it, but I'm grateful to get some waves. I've caught about maybe 1.5 waves in the last 3 days, so just happy to get a couple.
We keep talking about, surfing out there for the free surfs with everyone else out there, but what's your take on it? It's obviously tricky, so talk me through it.
I don't know. It's a real gamble. You just got to kind of throw your name out there and hopefully you get some, but I don't know. My name's not getting picked up much at all, so we'll see how we go the next couple of days.
Well, it only really matters in that 25 minutes. Talk me through that heat. What was your game plan?
I was kind of watching, and there's bigger, wider ones that are just bending all the way through, so I was trying to stay away from them. I was trying to find the ones that kind of hug the reef a little. Managed to get one at the start, which was pretty cool, and then try to back it up, and I dodged a couple sketchy sections on the inside, but just happy to make it out without a broken board and a body that's not injured, so yeah, pretty happy.
It's pretty exciting to be over here in Krui once again. What's your favourite part about coming here?
The weather, the waves, the food, the people, it's all great. It's our second time here. We came here last time for the first time, and it's unreal. It's a real experience, so it's just good to be back.
And is there anyone that you'd like to say hi to that might be watching?
Sure. Mom, Dad, Jess, thanks for watching if you are. Love you guys lots, and hopefully we make a couple more heats.
Thanks, Josh. Back to you guys.
Waves that go fat and offer almost no scoring potential. We've got some gems. We've got some cleanup sets. It's a full mixed bag.
Oh, yeah, it's hard out there, actually. I surfed yesterday and day before, but when the set comes, it pushes into the inside and you got to go paddle back all the way. So it's tough condition, definitely. But once you get the right ones, it's amazing.
Well, obviously, Coda Killorn did in that heat early, an 8.33. So that's, I imagine, the highest scoring wave of the morning. So the big fella, I believe he, from what I heard, now the New South Wales Open champion. So Coda is a big strapping, goofy footer, handsomely making his way through to the next round. If you didn't hear the news earlier, we are surfing 8 heats of the round of 96 here today. So we've got another 7 of these to roll out, and then we're going to rip into 8 more heats, high-powered heats this afternoon, where the more fancied seated surfers come into play. That didn't go right for Racing.
Araki Racing.
Rakin. Okay, tell me about him.
He's from Nagasaki area, which is like a kind of 3 hours drive, 3 or 4 hours drive from Miyazaki area. Miyazaki is located in west, the very west side of Japan, and very, popular for surfing actually.
Do they have solid waves, or is it just beaches, or do they have anything similar to this?
I don't think Nagasaki has similar wave with this one, but Miyazaki actually have similar condition to this one when it's big. It has beach break, it has river mouth, reef break. They have everything actually. They even have the point named after top current. It's called currents. I think it's called currents. Yeah.
Really? All right. And you've surfed it?
Nah, I haven't. But
is it a good wave? It must be a good wave if it's named after Current.
It's like Tom Curren is the first person to surf there. That's why it's named after him. And it's just a big wall. It's like a big version of Sunset. I mean, it's kind of similar to Sunset.
Do you guys, pardon my ignorance, do you guys ever get to surf in boardies much up there, or is it?
Yes.
You do?
Probably starting from this month, the end of June until October.
Well, let's watch Harry DeRoth here. Big fella just stomping around on his first manoeuvre. He's got a good section to tag, and he gets up there and really connected well right there. Is another great second section here. This is turning into a really strong ride for Harry. He'd be happy he chewed off this wave. Geez, just 4 big tags. Helped himself to every one of those sections. Wow. A 5th blast. Are you kidding me? He's not done with yet. Now he is, but sick ride. I don't think I've seen a 5-turn wave with that much going on.
And he nails every single time. It was on point. It was a great wave. And this is 荒木選手の2本目のライディングになります。いい波になってきそうです。まず一発目、大きなカービングターンを入れた後にタイミングを整えます。さあ、ここはチェックターンをしますが、少し足が外れてしまったのか、ここでこけてしまいます。
And Teddy now, here he goes in the green. The Grommet out of Bali. He's a big unit these days. He's a 6'2 lad. He reckons he weighs in at about 77 kgs. Last time I saw him, he was about 10 inches shorter and about 15 kilos less. He's grown in a hurry and surfing that wave extremely well. Well done, Teddy. I don't mind giving you a little bit of applause.
That was a great surfing.
But more so, can't wait to see Harry's score as well. Some big numbers, I reckon, are going to drop on the leaderboard. Both those two will go into first and second. Great exchange.
Great exchange. I really love the performance from Harry as well. This is the first wave of Harry. Just checking down for the first one, but from here, everything on point, vertical, hit in the right in the pocket, critical section, another one, and another one here, third turn, throwing a lot of sprays, and fourth turn, again, critical section, hits the lip really hard to finish off.
Yep. And that's just, those sort of waves are out there. They're rare, but geez, he found an absolute A-grade wave and he just teed off. It broke at that perfect pace where you don't have to rush. You're not out there on the face on flat sections. Here goes Teddy's wave as well, offered a fair bit. What did you like best about this one?
Probably first turn and finishing turn. He just went for it for the first turn and he did really hit really hard. This finish turn right here.
So CI team member there, Teddy, drops a 5, locks in a 5. I think we're going to see something a bit more substantial for Blue. For me, I think that was the best wave I've sort of seen. I've only called a couple of heats and I didn't see coders, but that was a sick wave by Harry.
Right. The surf has been really improving a lot. A lot of waves coming through last couple of heats. And in this heat so far, we've seen a lot of sets rolling through. But we're still waiting for the last of Blue. It's going to be a really great score, that's for sure.
Well, they've got Harry penciled in as a surfer from Great Britain. So he's a bit of a geezer, going crazy. That's what they've got, GBR, beside his name. I'm not sure if that stands true. But a big number in, the second best of the day, 783. Well done, Harry, and good number to go with that performance because the judges are opening up their scale, and when they see stuff like that, you kind of got to.
And that wave indicates that you don't really have to go on the bigger wave. It was smaller size waves, but still has a steeper walls to it. Wow, that was well done. Surfing from Harry, 783.
Well, you just need the best waves. Biggest isn't always the best. In fact, they're quite burgery, and they break at a whole different pace to those mid-ranges that just kept offering bowl after bowl. Harry just settled in, took his time, did what the wave was asking for, and just connected with every single section. Here goes Tim Bain, who opened with a 3 and a not much. So let's see what Bainey's got now. This is a little bit bigger than Harry's wave, and you can see it's just got a different sort of contour to it. There hasn't been anything he could really hit just yet. It's just a lot of mid-face slashing. End bowl is critical. Wow. Huge manoeuvre. Needs to hold on to capitalise here. And Bainey, well done, brother. That was sick.
Really love the finishing term. Really finishing with strong and pushing really hard in the tail. Throwing a lot of spread as well. So it was great surfing from Tim Bain.
The judges will clearly have the memory of Harry's wave in their brains. Although that was a bigger wave for Tim's, you could see there was a lot of setup work getting to the end bowl. He was just, playing the game and connecting the dots a little bit, and then he always had his eyes on that end section. He absolutely banged that end bit. So the judges will love that. I think they've got to keep it a little bit reserved compared to Harry's. Here's the replay. Now, what did you like best about this one?
Like you said, he's just eyeing for the last section already from the start and just trying to time it right, just connecting nicely, just eyeing for this big wall to work on. And here comes the last section. He finished it nicely, strong.
Nice little slow-mo capture right there on the hit as well. So the score is in. It's pretty big. It's a 6-5, but it is a fair bit under Harry's, and I reckon fair enough. But that's the second best score of the matchup. And blue now. Harry's back in business, looking for a backup score straight away. So this will put him back into the lead, no doubt.
Only looking for wave 2.00. Yep, for sure. That's what he's done with that wave.
All right. So Teddy and Reishin are going to have to answer the challenge here. Here goes your boy.
荒木選手、プライオリティを使って乗ってきますが、少しバランスを崩してしまった。Wow, that was a little bit of mistake from Araki using his first priority. Tried to take off those set waves. Unfortunately, something happened and went down. Just over 11 minutes remaining. We are still waiting for the last of blue, which is probably his requirement. Put him into the first, but we're still waiting for that last of blue.
All right, so I didn't see all of this wave, so let's have a good look at it now from the judge's angle. All right, so it started off very similar to his 783. It then got a little bit not as good as his 783, but he's finding the great waves. Almost thought about tucking in, but clips that, gets a nice projection out of the hit to get to this fatter section. But either way, he's connected a lot of surfing. For sure, a pretty decent number about to lock in for blue because he did some good work out the back. But his wave selection is absolutely on point.
Yeah, he has done a lot of work in the beginning of the wave, and looks like it's going to be a healthy score for the blue. Comes in 5-6-0.
Yeah, Harry's kind of nailed a really strong lead. 13.43 two-wave total. Haven't seen too much better than that today. We've been indicating that around about 11 points is just about good enough for a heat win. 11 was definitely good enough for a second placing here today. So Harry's sitting on 13.40 with 10 to go. Can sit out there, take a breather.
Right.
And just probably ride out one more wave just to sign off. He surfed a good heat.
He's having a great hit right now. 7.83 and 5.80 is probably the heat you want to have if you're a competitor.
Oh, look at that thing. So Ujong Patrol Reef is still delivering. There's a lot of motion in this Indian Ocean up here in South Sumatra in the province of Lampung. The Krui area, we've been doing events here since 2017. We've had a whole bunch of different winners on the men's side of the draw. And we'll get back to that in a moment, but we'll just cut to a quick bonsai break and let's hear from our sponsors.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
All right, thanks very much. Frothing since the 80s. I reckon Vaughan Blakey has been ever since then as well. He's a unit. I love his enthusiasm and what he brings to the live feed. It's so sick. So thank you, Bonsai, and good on you, Deadly. Nice work. So Teddy's got to answer something now. He needs almost 5 points. Raishin still hasn't done his best surfing. That fall on that last wave was kind of critical. But if he could go a 7.83, he will bounce back into second. Bainey needs to immediately quickly improve on the 3.33 to just fend these other two off a little bit. I can't see Harry losing from here. He's just wave choice and manoeuvre selection. He's only ridden 2 waves. He's having a ripper.
Oh, looks like Raishin is having a look at this one. No, he's not going for this one, but Teddy, very important wave, needing 4.84, looking good. First turn, great carve right there, and deep off the bottom, just coming back to the white water, but unfortunately stuck on the top of the wave. But here is Tim Bain up and riding again, needing score to better 3.33 to extend his lead over Teddy, but great looking wave, great 2-turn combo, and now going to the vert.
Darn it.
That was a really strong turn in a critical section, and put another one in. Wow, that was a
Going
great
nuts.
surfing.
Going nuts, right on cue. The 3.33 is long gone. The requirements for Teddy and Ray Shin are really going to head north in a hurry. That wave got better as it went. And Timmy Bain absolutely teed off on his last couple of sections. I think it was the third move for mine that was just such a money turn. It had high risk. It had a big steep section. Can't wait to see the replay on that one. Teddy and Ray Shin are in trouble. Here goes the recap of this heat. So we'll know in a moment which wave this is by Harry. It looked like it could be his 7.83. This wave was just a golden A-plus wave in this morning's conditions. And look at his connections time and time again.
That is the best wave so far in this heat. He just put everything into it. Everything is on point, actually. Throw a lot of sprays, critical section to hit.
Second best ride of the morning. That's what a 7.83 looks like today, team. And Timmy Bain has got a substantial number to drop as well. It could be his best wave. Let's watch it again. So he got a lot of speed early. This wave was big and it didn't give him a lot of love at first, but he was hanging in there. Or is this his 6?
This is his previous 6.5. So
this end hit is just so nice. So this is his 6.5. Boom. Still owed a number. His last wave, I reckon, is as good.
Pretty much he's got a one big turn and he got a 6.50. And he put a couple turns in the last wave. And he got a great third turn. So probably it's going to be better 6.50 to me.
Could be his best number. It was just a better wave, right?
Right.
So good. So this is going to be kind of bad listening for Teddy and Raishin once his score is announced by the beach commentators. I reckon it's probably maybe the second best wave of the heat, maybe the third, but it's right up there. It's definitely going to give Timmy Bain a bit of a smile on his dial. And there it is, a 6.6. So it turns into the second best wave of the heat. Nice score, judges. Thanks for agreeing with us. And Timmy Bain and Harry are running away with this heat. I don't think I've seen two surfers in a heat bust into the 13-plus range.
That's true.
Back to back. So this is the heat of the morning, really.
Now, Teddy, need a big score, 8.10. This is a very important wave. Nice. Off the top. And put another one in, throwing a lot of spray. And this is where the wave stands up for him. Is he going to get another one in? Yes, he did. That was a great surfing. But
hang on. He might still be there. I saw a hand in the whitewash.
Right. I'm not too sure if he makes that one, but if he did, it would have been a good score.
We'll know in a minute when the score drops. But either way, look, Teddy's surfing a good heat.
Right.
He's just kind of in the wrong heat. he's in Harry and Tim's heat.
Yeah.
So his 5 was pretty good. That was kind of very similar. It was strong. He did a lot of good things. I can't even comment on did he finish it or not. We didn't actually get that on the screen, but it's definitely not the requirement. It comes in as his better number, the 5.43. Yep, 5.43. So he has surfed a good heat, and throughout the morning, a 10.43 probably would have got him through quite a few heats.
Right.
So the big grommet, standing at 6.2, has surfed good waves and done some really attacking surfing. Now, I'm not sure whether he even finished that last move, but either way, he's going for it. He's ripping, but he's kind of on the sidelines with only 3 minutes to go.
5.43 and 5 is in the double-digit total score, but he's in the 3rd place.
I know. I saw someone. I saw someone get a second this morning with 8 point something. All right, so Teddy would have smoked him. But Harry de Roth and Timmy Bain have got to be right up there. I didn't see Coda's heat. Wasn't Coda threw an 8.33 and a couple of heats ago. I don't know what his backup score was, but these two totals I'm seeing for blue and red are just great performances, and these two will go into the round of 96 with a whole lot of momentum, and they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves.
All right, he is in pretty big trouble. He is in a combination situation, so he now needs to get out of the combo first, but I don't think the time is ticking.
Can't see it happening on this venue today. It's just too long a rides, and you know, he does have top priority, so he might get one last swing of the blade. There's the athlete zone. A few of the gangsters down there just checking in. Watching the live action here. Harry de Roth, one of the best performances this morning. There's a lot of men surfing. The ladies are off having free surfs further along the Krui region here. A lot of swell on tap. I'm sure they're having a great lay day. I imagine at some point, either tomorrow, we'll potentially got to start the women's round. So I think, you know, they're probably on standby to get the boards ready and get down here early tomorrow. There's no calls yet, but we're going to get 8 of these next round of the 96 and men's done, which will leave us with 8 to go. And probably, potentially, no calls, but maybe rolling into the women's. So this is BOG in this heat, Harry de Roth. This is a 7.83. Thanks for the replay again, boys. Love seeing these high numbers a second and third time.
I can watch it all day. It was a beautiful wave, beautiful actions.
Yeah.
Lots of actions. Everything was on point. 7.83. Yeah.
He must have just been so chuffed. Every time he got to the bottom and looked over his shoulder, he's like, oh, there it is again. No worries.
Right.
Land that. Look over his shoulder. Oh, there it is again. Thank you. Timmy Bain. So not sure which one of his rides because they were both pretty similar.
Probably this is a 660.
Yep.
The last of red.
For sure.
Oh, this is a money sound right there.
That was so good. Yeah, the last 2 hits, he did not balk at it one little bit. Yeah, and you could see him give himself a little rev up when he finished that. And this is Teddy. He surfed a good heat. I mean, I'm going to pat him on the back when I see him, but...
Wow. That is a big money sound right there from Teddy, needing 7.67.
Okay, well, it's not over just yet.
3 good combination from Teddy.
A little finger click. He looks at the judges and he gives himself a bit of a bit of hand jive right there. He's feeling it. He did surf a good heat, like I'm saying. I don't know whether it's got to be the second best wave of the heat. There was a lot of goodness in that heat, so I'm not sure. I think we are waiting for a number, so we'll probably stick with it because it's in the ballpark, but a 7.67 is a big number in today's conditions. It's more like an 8.5 in today's conditions. So what did you like best about this wave here?
Really like the second and third turn, and transitioning from second turn and third turn is really smoothly done. Wow, that last turn is strong and throwing a lot of spray, so really love the action.
Yeah, and a little bit of a flex out there as well at the end to just show the judges that he's feeling it. And I mean, why not, why not just let the judges know what you're thinking, because I'm not going to change the number they're going to throw, but they might just enjoy the theatrics a little bit. So we'll hang in here and we'll just wait for this number of Teddies, because the Grom has served a good heat for mine. He's out of Bali. He's a pretty popular cat around the athlete zone. He's got a lot of mates. I'm sure he's got some gang down there watching. Maybe the Team CI are tuning in. You can see he's also a Billabong team member. The number is in. It's his best. It's a 617. Falls about a point and a half short. So he has to cop a third on the chin with an 1160 two-wave total. Congratulations, Teddy, but out of the draw. We're going to throw to a break, and we'll be right back with Heat 10. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. All right, folks, we are back looking at a fresh field. We're watching Heat 10. It's David Perry right there in the red, Zeb Stokes in the blue, Markison in the white, and Mohammed Sabari in the green. I'm going to welcome back Giada Lagarde with me to help us through these duties, but that last heat, G, was pretty sick.
Yeah, unfortunate for Teddy. He's a good friend of mine, and I've seen him growing up around Bali. Gets a third, but give me a little bit of a rundown of what happened in that last heat.
Harry DeRoth picked every good wave out there, all right? He picked two screamers that were that medium range that just broke at a super nice pace, 783 and another high number. He got a 13-something total, 13 and a half total.
Mm-hmm.
Timmy Bain picked up all the next best waves. There was a lot of good waves in that heat, and Timmy Bain went crackers for a pair of mid-range sixes, so he got into the 13-point range as well. Teddy had three good waves. He had a 5 and a 5.6 and then a 6.17 right at the end. Would have got through any other heat today, I'm tipping, but he was in the wrong heat.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's how it is in the surfing for us. So going to go straight into this Heat 10 of the round of 128. I am excited to see Michael Markison in this one. I was having a quick chat with him yesterday, and he's spent, I think, around like 2 months in Indo at this point, or at least a month. He gave me a bit of a rundown of all the places he's been. He told me he was at Telos for a bit, spent some time in Bali. He's been here in Krui a lot.
I saw him at Lakey. He was rocking around with a bunch of his gangsters. Here he is right on cue. Take us through this, G.
So this is the man we were just speaking about, Micah Markison. Nice, big first opening turn. Goes upside down. Manages to stick through with that one. That was really well done from Micah. Good start. You know, wants to put his feet on the wax. Wants to get those nerves off. This is the first time he'll be surfing this event. This is only day 3. We had the juniors day 1 and day 2 halfway through the day, and then had a couple heats of the QS round 1. We're going to be finishing this round as well and going straight into round of 92. We're going to be surfing until heat 8 if all goes to plan.
It's going to be a long day. 22 heat day on the format. Let's check out what Blue's got here. Zeb Stokes. So these medium-sized waves for me, these are the sort of waves, the size waves that Harry DeRoth caught in his last heat. They didn't have that white fluffy stuff on them. That's a little bit hard to surf, but Zeb is cutting through it pretty well. He's still managing to tag the top a few times. Aesthetically, it doesn't look awesome having all that white stuff there, but he's still kind of doing the moves the judges want to see. And we've also got David Perry on a bit of a ripper out the back.
Yeah, so and we have Mohammed Sabari on the third one of the set. So a bit of back-to-back action right now here in Krui. That's what we love about this setup. Everyone gets to get some incredible waves. There is so much action going on right now. We're just going to stick with Mohammed Sabari catching the third wave of the set. Unfortunately, gets caught by the lip on that one, isn't able to finish it off. So the judges have some work to do right now. All 4 surfers have caught waves.
Great start. So can't wait to see some of these replays again, because it's hard to watch 3 surfers at once. I don't know how the judges do it, but there's a lot of them up there, and they're fully versed at what it takes to actually make sense of a 3-wave exchange like that. So I'm certain the numbers will be accurate, and they might take a while to get to us. They'll be watching some replays. Something cool we just found out about Harry de Roth in that last heat, though. He's a dad. He lives in Phillip Island, 27 years of age. So I imagine his wife and his boy, his little youngster, might be watching in back there and just tuning into dad's morning at work and going, "On your dad, killing it."
Yep, it's great that these events, it's not just for the athletes, but it's everyone that supports them and watches them as well. It kind of brings the surfing community together. I mean, you're against other 3 surfers in the water, and you just see everyone kind of going to the competitors area and cheering each other on. You see the caddies as well helping each other out, so it's great.
We're watching David Perry help himself to some big hits as well on this wave. So this was the wave behind Zeb Stokes. It was the middle wave out of those. So a little bit of sitting down on the job. Somehow gets back onto his feet. So I had a little bit of a lazy moment where he just decided to take a break and sit down. Kind of cool, but a nice recovery. A 3.73 locking in for Muhammad. This is the first wave for Micah, who a lot of you will probably remember that surname. Yes, he is the son of Brendan Margison. Margot. He looks kind of similar as well, and he's a big, powerful lad. So, boom. This is Stokes' last wave, his first ride as well. So he got off to a good start. Perry got off to a good start, and so did Micah. Kind of got a 2-hitter. I'd say that between Stokes and Perry will sit on top once all these numbers drop. Stokes was only a 4.33, so I think David Perry, look at him out the back on this, a bigger wave. It's Bowley. I think he's going to go to first.
Yeah, I think Perry got the best of that exchange. I mean, he really went to town. Could affect his scoreline a little bit, the sitting on the job, but
it was, the wave was done, and he just had a
Yeah.
little slip and sat down, but he flicked off on his feet. So while we're waiting for those numbers, let's have a chat with Harry de Roth and Di Wacko. So over to you guys.
Well, Harry, to me, I think you had the best heat so far because the wave selection, everything you did on the wave, everything was perfect. But how was it out there?
Oh, thank you very much. It's very kind. It was really fun. It was so nice to be out there with just a couple of people rather than the few hundred in the morning. So it was really nice just to get one actually at the top of the point. That was my first one, so it was fun.
Is it like you did as you planned out there?
I mean, I did as I hoped. I don't know if I had fully planned it, but yeah, that was the ideal situation, to get a half decent one and then get back out there and then get another one and then see how much time was left. And yeah, there wasn't much by then.
You've been surfing here pretty much every day, I reckon, but with other 100 guys out there. But now you surf against 3 other guys. How is it feeling? Just surfing against 3 other guys, surfing here with the 3 other guys.
Oh, it's heaps more fun. I mean, the wave's epic, but it was my first chance to actually catch some. So it's hard. Everyone's ripping in the morning, so I've been kind of just bobbing around, sitting at the end, just trying to catch some with the grommets, and that was much more enjoyable then.
You did a great job. But is there anything you like to say to your family, friends back in home?
Oh, I definitely a shout out to my wife and my boy and my mum. They're in Bali. I'm sure they're tuning in. So thanks for watching, and I love you, and I'll see you soon.
All right, good luck in the next round, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
And nice work there, Di Wacko. And I noticed the spray job on the bottom of his board. I reckon his son got hold of the texters and had a little draw on Dad's board. It was pretty cool. Here goes Micah.
Yep, so this is Micah Markson cashing in his priority on his backhand. Unfortunately, goes over the handlebars there. Rare, I've been seeing Micah drop some clips, and it usually looks like he's got those turns like that. He can do them in his sleep. So looking like he's been fumbling on the last 2 waves, but I'm sure he's going to find his rhythm again and get back into this heat.
Well, he's fumbled his way into the lead at this stage. If that's the case, a 5.33 is still a pretty good number. Greeny's winding up Mohammed, so a nice big float right there for Mohammed, but the wave leaves him behind. Got to pick those slower paced waves. You've got to do manoeuvres, but if it's going to cost you running on down the white line, you've got to kind of make that decision pretty early. So he did get a good projection out of the float. The number is already in. It's only a 2.17, so it's not a real dynamic manoeuvre according to the judges. Just going to have to pick a better wave.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important part today is wave selection, because you can really get those ones that just run away from you. And on your screen right now, Micah Margison, good first opening turn there, sets it up and gets a little bit stuck on the whitewash there.
Tough wave to ride. Those clean green waves like Harry found and Tim found in the last heat, they're really, the waves that people want to catch and capitalize on. Given the time restraint and 3 other dudes in the water, sometimes you've got to catch one with the white fluffy stuff all over it. And if you really hit the turbulence like we just saw Micah, you can go down pretty easy.
Yeah, so Micah in the lead, the highest score for now, 5.33. And with that, we're going to go on a quick bonsai break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, aircorn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
Well, thanks to Bonsai being part of the WSL over the whole year. And here we go. Let's have a look at Mohammed.
Yep. Also on his backhand, looking to open up this wave. Good first turn, almost a little bit on the way down, but nice second and third one here. Smooth style. He's not rushing, and he finishes that one off. That was a really nice wave from Mohammed.
Oh, hang on. David Perry's done one of the turns of the morning for me. He's backed it up nicely. He's still got a bowl to deal with. Jams on the back foot again. That was such a sick wave. You could see him look at the judges, and I agree. Meanwhile,
Seb Stokes on the back on a good-looking set. Beautiful open face carve there. Sets it up, goes upside down on that one, and wastes no time to try and finish that one off, but unfortunately goes over the handlebars and isn't able to ride out of that one. But we have a few scores coming through.
and Micah again. So non-stop action. I reckon what's taking effect out there right now, G, is we're getting close to mid-tide and we're getting a lot more A-grade waves rolling through. Everyone's starting to find them now. They're all starting to connect. This heat is really turning into a super close matchup. David Perry's wave for me. I can't wait to see the replay of Reds. It was big. It was bowly. He did this incredible turn out the back while you were still watching Mohammed's wave, and it was so sick. It was such a good turn.
Yeah, there's so many waves to come through. All four surfers got a piece of that set. And I totally agree with you. As the tide starts to go down, we kind of seeing this wave slow down a little bit. It's not just rushing down past the reef so quickly. With that lower tide, it's giving the surfers more time to just find the rhythm and get into like 2 or 3 turns into every wave. So it's going to get really good really soon.
Have a look at that thing on screen. Thanks to the drone footage. Look at that wave. If you had been sitting up there, you could have caught. You watch this turn here. Hang on, watch this. Brr.
Oh.
One of the best moves this morning, that with an airdrop to boot, throws it straight up again, and still had this to finish off. So he's got that little back foot jam going on that he's absolutely dialed that turn in. It's a really eye-catching maneuver. It ticks a lot of parts of the criteria. The wave was steep. It had size. For me, David Perry goes straight to first.
Oh, 100%. That's definitely going to be one of the highest scores we're going to see today. That turn was so tight. There we go. This is the replay of Mohamed Sobari's last one. So nothing too crazy, safe surfing, but really, really nice to look at. This is definitely going to be getting rid of that 217.
Look at Reds again in the background. Oh, dope. Anyway, it will be one of the biggest numbers this morning because he just got a screamer, the big goofy footer out of Australia. jammed hard on his first opportunity, almost got tubed off the takeoff. That wave was so good. So for sure that's got to be, right in that 7-8 range, I reckon. The judges are, they wait for manoeuvres like that before they start throwing big numbers. And then he not just one of them, he got 3 good hits. I think it could be either the second best wave of the morning. I didn't see the 833 of Coders.
It was really, really good wave.
Yeah. And I remember you guys talking up his final move was pretty sick. That was a whole different wave that David got, though. That hugged the reef and it bowled the whole way.
Yeah.
That was a ripper.
Yeah, Coda's 833 was kind of like a textbook contest surfing.
So here it is again. Thanks to the broadcast team for putting up the replay again, guys. Loving it.
This is his first wave. This
All right.
is the 577.
All right. Okay. So maybe we can see his last wave again. The judges are still thinking about it. Good scores starting to light up. There it is, a mid to high 7. Here it is again. So this is the wave, right? Wave number 2. Look at this first turn. Rah.
Oh, that was huge.
He certainly stomped on it, and then he had another big bowly section. That wave just gave him so much love. Jams it again. All right, well, that's one of the bigger numbers. So sick.
There we have it, a 767. Crazy. Crazy stuff. That was a really, really well-served wave by David Perry.
Whoa. Well, imagine how he's feeling now. He's only ridden 2. He's got himself a 13.44 total. He's just coming off the back. Oh, Mike is just doing shades of dad stuff. When he swings at the blade and goes up and got that connection, he looks a lot like his old boy, I reckon.
This is Zeb Stokes now looking for a 5.43 to get back into this heat. 2 good turns. Will he finish it off? Unfortunately, doesn't. He just airdrops and goes over the rail, but that was looking like it was going to be a pretty decent score as well for Zeb Stokes.
The waves have improved out of sight in the last hour.
Yeah, 100%.
It's really starting to hit its straps now. There's so many more good waves on offer. There's it's become a lot fairer because there seems to be more of them to go around. So everybody's starting to loosen up. We've only got a flashback to Teddy Billy's last wave, last act where he got a 3rd with an 11.62 wave total. We're watching replays again, so let's watch Stokesy here. He's got a good wave. He's tagging it nicely. Really running down the reef at a good pace, this one. He needed to finish off there to really throw a big number. Perry's picked up another wave as well. Not sure what went on there. But for the crew online, it is 10:48 here at Krui time. It's an hour behind Bali time. And we are rapidly approaching mid-tide, so we got a few hours of this wave just improving.
Yeah, I think this wave is definitely at its best moment when it's at that mid-tide. Sometimes when it's that dead low, you have a little bit of backwash just hitting off the reef, and in that early afternoon stages, sometimes you get a bit of that onshore wind. But this, you're totally right. I think we're going to get some really, really good heats coming up. The waves are incredible, as they are every year that we come here. It's always a given.
And we've noticed every day we've been here as well, late in the afternoon, right around sunset time, the biggest waves of the day always come through.
It's a 6 o'clock set.
The 6 o'clock set, the 5:30 to 6 o'clock pickup. Let's have a look at Perry now. This guy is on fire. Look at him winding up. He's picked some pretty good waves. This is probably, if you could believe it, the mushiest of his waves, and it still looks pretty decent.
Yep. So David Perry just keeping busy, wanting to get some waves out there while he gets a chance. You know, there's only 3 other guys out there with him. So he's going to take advantage of this moment. He looks like he's just having fun.
Well, when you've already done the work on your first 2 waves, you know that the nerves are gone. There's no stress. The shackles are released. So Perry just starting to look like you said, he's just really enjoying his time in the lineup with the red rashy on. Outstanding performance. He's got a huge lead over the other 3. The other 3 are all having a major duke out here for second, though. There's just over 1.5 points, just under 1.5 points separating second to third. So here's Stokesy. I reckon he really needed to make this end move to really stake a claim for a confident second position. Boom, right there.
I mean, they gave him a 5.57 just for 2 turns. If he finished that one, he was definitely going into the 6s, maybe
Oh, yeah,
7s.
maybe close to a
range.
7. It was a pretty strong hit.
Oh, I think we have someone.
There's our work site, folks. The Enjoy Krui banner is the athlete area. A few gangsters in there getting around watching the live action. That's where we do our post-heat interviews from. Just to the right of that, we're just passing the judging tower. I've got quite a few of the flags of the countries, the nations involved. We're doing our broadcast from one of those green rooms at the back in the AC. And there's a lot of dignitaries down here today. I noticed a lot of policies stomping around in their light blue shirts out there. They're having a bit of a ceremony. And we've got a lost board, I think.
Yep, we looks
Green.
like Mohammed Sabari lost his board. He's gonna be wanting to head over to the caddy section to get a chance to get back into this heat. Doesn't need a huge score. He needs a 4.98 with just 4.5 remaining. It's gonna
I wonder
look
if he's
pretty
got a
tight.
caddy out there. It looked like he was swimming to the beach.
Yeah.
Mohammed, not sure which part of Indonesia he's from. But does he have a mate in the lineup? Does he own a second board? All these questions, to be asked. As I haven't really seen Mohammed surf before, I don't know a lot about his act. He might be a local fella that got perhaps seeded or wild-carded into this position. But either way, he probably could do with a leg rope sponsor, and a good leg rope sponsor at that. That's the second leggy we've seen break this morning.
Yeah, and Alex yesterday borrowed my leggy, and that one went gone too. It snapped as
Here's
well.
Micah. So he's finding himself in third spot. Needs just a mid-4. So this was his first wave. All right, so that's my 5.33. That's the best work he's done in this heat. He's really hasn't found the same waves that Perry's found or Stokes, but he's well within striking distance. He's got third priority. That's a bit of an issue with only 3.5 to go.
So there we see him rushing to get out. Did he see something come out the back that Zeb Stokes hasn't? But Zeb Stokes does have priority over Micah, so he's just going to be staying close to him. He doesn't want Micah with the opportunity to get the score that he's looking for. Micah will be trying to get as far away from Zeb as possible at this point.
And Mohammed's got suspended priority at this moment. He's in there swimming around looking for his board. So this is wave number 1 of David Perry.
This is the 5.77.
Yep.
Beautiful surfing.
So this is our heat leader who really burst out of the gates. His first 2 rides were epic. There was his little lazy moment where he decided to sit down and just show us his full bag of tricks. It was his next wave that was the killer. So Micah's surfing is so close to getting him into second spot. Between him and Stokesy, what is their 0.14? That's not even a maneuver. That's just the judges liking someone's style a little bit better. That's about all that is. It's not even a bottom turn. So this is wave number 2. Look at this thing. He just about got barreled. That, for me, I just love that turn. Geez, he picked a good wave, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a really good wave. Just 3 turns. He didn't take it all the way down to the beach, and it just shows the quality over quantity. And that first turn is actually super, super difficult to maneuver. Like the way he was able to airdrop out of it and just ride straight into that second turn was really well done from David Perry.
Just looking at the waves that have come through in this heat, it's only a matter of time before somebody gets just a banging tube out here. That wave of Perry's was kind of tubing, top to bottom for quite a while. If he had to take it off just a smidge deeper, he probably could have just locked straight in. We might not have seen that first maneuver, though, if that had been the case, but tubes never go out of style. Let's see what Micah can produce here.
All right, so under priority, Zeb Stokes let this one go. Micah's looking for 4.58, and it's looking like he's well on the way to it. 3 really nice turns. Will he be able to finish this one off and get himself back into second position? Well, maybe not the strong finishing he was looking for. Pretty safe surfing, but really nicely done.
His first couple of moves looked really good. I think his stance got, he just got a little bit off kilter leading into that final good section that he had to go around to get to the end move. Could be costly. it's kind of going to be in the neighbourhood.
This is Zeb Stokes, current number 2, wanting to get rid of a 4-3-3.
Yep.
Beautiful backhand turns here.
Yep.
And this is looking like a good
Well done.
wave. He was liking that one.
I reckon he would have pushed that requirement up a fair bit there for Micah.
Yep. So last 20 seconds, this is going to be pretty critical.
Yeah, so Micah got a pretty good wave. May have got the number, but the number is not the 458 anymore. Stokesy did some really good work on his last wave. There's 10 seconds remaining. We're owed 2 numbers, so we're probably going to hang in there and just wait for these scores to drop.
All right.
Pretty exciting heat either way.
Wow, this is going to be an exciting finish now. We're going to see what Micah and Zeb do. All eyes on them right now as we wait for the scores to come through. So what are your thoughts?
Oh, look, I think Micah may or may not have got his number, but I think for sure Zeb improves his total. So I reckon Zeb finishes second. Micah will have to cop a third. We're just going to wait for these scores to come. So you can see around about after this movie, he kind of just lost a little bit of his momentum and missed that section. If he had to hit that, for sure he gets the score. He may still get it, but it's Zeb Stokes, I reckon. Micah got the number he needed. Micah got a 5.7. He needed a 5.3 or something like that. I think it was a high 4. So he definitely got the number, but I think Stokesy needing a 5.47. We can see Micah right there. At this stage, he hears he's in second. He knows there's another number coming. And Stokesy gets a 7.27. That was so sick. What a heat. Congratulations to David Perry and Zeb Stokes. We're going to bow out of here with a quick ad and back shortly with Heat 11. I still haven't thrown till nag. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000. This is day 3 right now in the water. We have Heat 11. I'm Jada Legati, and I'm going to welcome back into the booth True Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, it looks really fun out there. I mean, Heat 11, we are really powering through the heats this morning, and Sane Fujimoto, wow, he's on a beautiful looking wave. Oh my goodness, it looks so fun out there right now. Huge turn there. I loved that connection as he gets out. So a good way to start off his heat.
Yep, and it's looking like Cash Brown, already a 4.67 to his name. This is now Liu Mingjiang. Kind of a takeoff from the whitewash. Nice opening first turn. This wave looking a little bit fuller from the takeoff, but it's gonna stand up for him. Nice second turn there for our man in white. Wraps it around, tries to get back down to the face of the wave. So already action here in Heat 11. With the lower tide true, we've had a bit of the wave change. I'd say the lower tide kind of slowed it down. It's not so fast, so the surfers don't have to rush to get to the next section or the next turn. They can kind of just go at a slower pace, slow everything down a little bit, get really vertical and into the pocket. We've had as well like an influx of waves, like it's been a little bit nonstop. That last heat 10, we've had back-to-back waves come in, so it's going to be an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's exciting to see the conditions change throughout the day, but I just feel like the surfing keeps getting better as well. And yeah, that last heat sounded like there was lots going on towards the end of it, but right now Taj Simon, he is a quick in and out of that one. Taj surfed a little bit earlier on in the draw and he was looking really solid as well, so excited to see what he can do in this heat. And first wave for Sein Fujimoto was a 3.33. And first of Lu Mingjiang, he was actually in the Pro Juniors as well at 2.93 for his first wave. And he made a couple of heats, I believe, getting to the semi-finals, which was exciting to see from him.
Oh, that's a really great result. Especially the level in the Pro Juniors is so high. And, I'm sure he did really great. This is Cash Brown right now. His first wave, a 4.67, 2 nice opening turns. You can just see him set up and get ready for this third one. I don't think that was maybe as critical of a section as he was hoping for, but this is a pretty solid wave.
Wow, yeah, huge surfing from Cash Brownie. Unfortunately, doesn't get the finish on that one, but that was a really well-surfed wave for Cash. He's one of those competitors who drops heaps of clips, but someone who did really well in that last heat was Dave Perry. He's over there with Mark.
Okay, we are on down here in the athlete zone with the winner of the last heat, David Perry. Firstly, I'm going to shake your hand if you don't mind. David, sick heat. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm David Perry. I'm from the far south coast of New South Wales, little town called Malure Bay, if anyone knows it. It's pretty underground down there.
Well, you may or may not be an underground surfer yourself, but that was such a sick heat. Let's talk about wave number 2. You got a 7.83. Did you have flashes of maybe getting barreled off the takeoff of that thing?
Yeah, kind of dropping into it. I thought it was going to keg, but I don't know. I've been getting barreled all week, and I haven't really been doing turns, and I don't know. Just if anything, I probably wussed out on the tube and just come around it, and thought I'd better give it some.
Well, look, you didn't get barreled, but if you had got barreled, we wouldn't have seen that turn. That was so sick. So you've been here before. What do you like best about being in Krui?
That's a great question. I don't know. Like all of it, the food, the people, the left points that go for 300 meters definitely don't hurt the place. But I don't know. Everyone here's just happy, and for a place that doesn't have a whole lot around it, there's definitely plenty going on.
So good surfing in Bordy, so it's steaming hot out there, yeah?
Yeah, a little too warm. I'd definitely way warmer than we get back home, that's for sure. I think we're down to like 14 degrees at the moment, so threw away the wetties. I'm over here for a few months and hopefully make a few more heats.
Yeah, well, it's close to 30-degree water out there, and I'm sure you've got some friends at home watching your performance. Would you like to look down the lens and say hi to your team at home?
Yeah. Hey, everyone home, the Board Riders Club, Malure and Ulladulla. It's a shame you guys aren't here. Like, it's so gnarly. Like, our Asian region is so hard, but I can barely make a board riders heat at home. So I'm very happy to make that one.
One of the best efforts today, David Perry. Well done. Good on you, and all the best for the rest of it. Thanks, team.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Mark. Yeah, Dave is one of the nicest guys. Every time I see him, he's always smiling, always happy. So it's cool to see him get that heat win and say hello to his board riders club back at home. If he's not making a heat, it must be a pretty stacked board riders club because I tell you what, he was ripping in that one.
Yeah, he killed it. He caught that second wave he caught was incredible. I think that first turn he did was the one that stood out the most to me. So now it is all surfers in the water have already caught their first wave. It is Cash Brown with the 4.67, Sein Fujimoto a 3.33, and Liu Mingjiang 2.93. Taj Simon a 0.27. That's nothing too significant, but plenty of time to catch up. So this is the replay right now of Sein Fujimoto. The 3.33 got around that first section straight up into that one. Unfortunately, this wave wasn't giving him too much more to work with. This is Cash Brown right now. Taking a look, this is live action from the drone.
Yeah, this is a second wave of Cash Brown. A little bit of a fumble to start this one off, but this is where he really loads up, gets a nice connection in there, throwing heaps of spray, but unfortunately catches a little bit of rail as he kicks out of that one. Bit of an exit. And Cash, 17 years old. He is an incredible surfer to watch. He's dropped some pretty epic clips. I'm pretty sure he had a movie premiere not too long ago. From memory, it was called Younger, and it looked like a really sick movie. Cash is an incredible surfer to watch. He just attacks waves differently to most people. It's definitely he's definitely one to keep an eye out for. That's for sure.
That is super exciting. Yeah, so this for me is a heat with all new names. I haven't seen many around the Krui and Nias area or contest the past couple of years. So that's part of the new excitement for me this year, is that there are so many new names and faces that I haven't seen yet, and new surfing that I'll get to witness.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The next level. I think we keep talking about it. That next level of surfers, the next generation, just coming through. They're just taking over. Really, they're like, yeah, we're here. We're ready to go. There's lots of new faces, I'm sure, that you'll see in the women's draw, especially. This is that second wave of Cash Brown. It was just a 237. Not really much. That was a really nice connection still, but yeah, looks like he was just a little bit out of timing on that last wave for Sein Fujimoto. He lives in Chiba now, but he actually used to go to PBC on the Gold Coast. He was in the Surfing Excellence program there and just graduated university, and now he's just fully committing to competing and committing to wanting to do the QS and qualify for the Challenger Series. But while we have a quick break in the action, we're going to go to a quick bonsai brew bake. We'll be right back.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, and straight back to it. This is Taj Simon now on a good-looking bomb. So just wraps it around, stays close to the whitewash on that first one. Good open face carve on his backhand, tries to go vertical, fumbles a little bit on his bottom turn there, but it's looking like he recovered nicely and almost gets that board in his face. So it just shows that that offshore wind is blowing pretty hard. And this is Sein Fujimoto, good upside down opening turn. And that's going to be it for now for Sein, but a couple scores to come through. Wow. I like this wave count.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit more consistent, and as you mentioned before, with that tide going a little bit lower, it's there's a better pace to the wave, and it's exciting to see the surfers getting a little bit more vertical, dropping some more critical surfing. This is that replay of that last wave of Taj Simon. It's a good looking wall, but it kind of. Yeah, it was a shame on this last section. It looked like it could have been a good one. And Taj Simon, he had a great heat yesterday, taking it out. He's got his family watching over there in Bali. I'm sure they felt the emotions on this one because that was a pretty dramatic exit to that wave.
Yep, so his last one comes in at 4.07, goes straight into a second. Sitting on that 4, he only wants to get rid of that 0.27 at this point and create a little bit of distance from the other two competitors. We had a quick replay of Sein Fujimoto. So while we wait for the scores to come through and some waves to come, it seems like a pretty common thing. A lot of the Japanese surfers going to Gold Coast, going to the PBC, joining that program, and I know the HPC is pretty close as well around the Gold Coast area. So I've heard that quite a few times.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's definitely a good opportunity there to grow your surfing, but this is Cash Brown right now, the Cronulla local. He's found a smaller inside one. It's a little bit fat to start off with. This is where he's going to wind up. Nice tag in the lip there. Love that turn from Cash Brown. Brings it around for another one. Quick float to almost a finish. Wow, that could have been a pretty good wave there for Cash Brown. I mean, even without that completion, it looks like it could be a decent score. That previous to last was just a 2.37. So we'll see where that one locks in. But yeah, I love this wave, Giada.
Yeah, this was a really good wave from Cash. You kind of just see him weaving through this fatter section and waiting for this wave to stand up. And this is a money turn for sure. Big fan of spray out the back. Sets it up straight for this second one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to shut it down, but it's going to be a pretty good score nonetheless.
Yeah, that was good surfing from Cash Brown just now. That last wave of Taj Simon did lock in at a 4.07, even with that fall. So the judge is still rewarding that surfing. I feel like this last one of Cash Brown is going to look pretty nice. It locks in at a 4.27. So he is moved into the lead with a 4.67 and that 4.27 on that last wave. Giada, you've spent a lot of time, obviously, in Indo growing up here as well. You've been coming to lots of these events. And when the conditions change like this, particularly with the low tide, do you kind of adjust your board selection at all, or do you just run with the same equipment?
I think personally I tend to just run with the same equipment since even though it was slower this morning and some sections were fast, like it's still really bowly. And I think that's what's happening now. As the tide gets lower, this wave is just gonna get bowlier and bowlier. So yeah, I tend to keep the same equipment and ride my everyday board. But with that, we're gonna go on a quick ad break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, we are back to live action. That was our quick ad break. Thank you to everyone that has made this event possible. I want to give thanks to our sponsors. Thank you so much to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Big thank you to WSL and PSOE. And as well, the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, the ASC. Without any of them, we wouldn't be able to be here right now.
You're right. And it's amazing to be back for another year of the Krui Pro. There's been so many good years that we've had, Giada. You've surfed many heats here. And you actually have a heat coming up, hopefully in the next couple of days. How are you feeling for it?
I'm super excited. I can't wait to just get a couple waves out there without having the entire QS hassling me. So yeah, it's excitement. I'm excited. This is one of my favorite waves in the world. It's so fun and it's just so long. You can really get your turns in and put all your weight into every turn you do because this wave just has that power to like push you back out. So yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, it's pretty, that's a really good point that you raised. This wave has the power, and if you can match it, it just complements your surfing really nicely. This is that last wave of Cash Brown, the 4.27. Really strong surfing. You can see I love this turn, just jams it there, and Cash is looking really solid on his feet. He's looking confident out there. Loads up once again. I mean, I actually think that was a 4.67, so that might have been his first wave. And with under 7 minutes to go, it's Cash Brown in the lead and Sein Fujimoto in second. He has that 4.43 and a 3.33. He needs a 4.52 to take the lead off Cash, but Taj Simon right now, he's against the ropes. He needs a 3.7. And Lu Mingjiang, he's been a little bit quiet in this heat. We saw him surf into a bit of momentum in the Pro Junior yesterday and the day before. He needs a 4.83. And it looks like Sein is going to have a look at this one. He is up on his backhand, gets that nice first connection, air drops down, surfing with a lot of speed here, but unfortunately can't quite make it around that section. And that's the tricky part about surfing this wave, Giada, is continuing that speed down the line.
Yep, 100%. You can definitely get some of those runners, and they just are so fast. This is now Taj Simon, unfortunately, just going over the handlebars on that one. But as the tide goes down, we're definitely going to start seeing a lot of those bigger scores come from those medium-sized waves that just hug this reef a little more, and they just have this bullier section and give a lot more opportunity to just really jam it in the pocket and go vertical and upside down, especially for the surfers on their backhand. Surfers on their front hand are going to be able to give a little bit more variety as well, so it's going to be a great afternoon of surfing.
Yeah, we saw some huge scores from many goofy footers and natural footers out here. One that comes to mind is Kota Killorn getting that 8.33 a few heats ago. Dave Perry getting a really nice heat in that last one. He's a natural footer. So it's nice to see that contrast in between how people approach the wave and attack each section. And as you said, that different variety as well.
I feel like maybe Nias is a wave where if it's really barreling and heavy, I think the regular footers have a bit more of an advantage, whereas Krui is a lot mellow and accepting. So I think even if you're goofy or regular, it's a bit more of an equal playing field.
Yeah, for sure. And especially, I think we were talking about this yesterday. Every year that you come here, especially surfing out on this wave here, it's the same. You come here every year and you know how to surf that wave. And I think it's cool to see how people just bring their own personality and flair to how they surf it. And it's especially highlighted in these heats as well. So in the next 4 minutes, let's see how Taj and Lu can approach their next opportunity. I mean, Taj, his last few, he's kind of had a few awkward moments. He was looking really in form in his previous heat. So hoping he can get another opportunity and just rein it back in just a little bit. But this is live action. Lu is looking really solid. We're going to stick with him. Loads up for that first turn. Gets a nice carve. Tagging this second section, he just adds a little bit of extra punch to it and goes up and over. But unfortunately, just a little bit too much on that last turn. So, I mean, it was a really nice wave, but I feel like that was a 5 turned into maybe a 3 there, Giada.
Yeah, 100%. Great wave selection from Lu Mingjiang. That was a beautiful wave. I'm sure if he was able to ride out of that last one, he definitely would have got a much higher score. Here's the replay. So a bit of a check turn just to get position himself better for these next 2 turns. Unfortunate there for our man in white. He was looking like he was going to get update his scoreline because he only was sitting on 1 wave.
Yeah, only sitting on 1 wave, and that's a lot of time to wait. And this is currently the second place holder. He's looking to better a 3.33, taking this one all the way through the lineup. It's a little bit fatter at the moment on this wave, but he's hoping to get that inside connection. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure by the end of this one, he loads up to get a finish and hopefully a completion there as well for the Japanese surfer. Needs only to better a 3.33. So hopefully you got a bit of work done out the back as well. with 2 minutes to go, I feel like there's a lot of surfing going on right now, and the waves look like they're starting to pulse through as well.
100%, and I'm sure that was the last chance for Saint Fujimoto to update and get rid of that 3.33. Now it's all eyes on Taj Simon and Cash Brown. He's a pretty, I wouldn't say comfortable in the lead. You know, he hasn't been able to go past that 4 range, but this is now Taj Simon looking for a 3.70 before we get the last of Saint. A bit of whitewash on this wave, so not easy, but he's managing nicely. Let's see if he manages to ride out of this one. Unfortunately, just goes over the nose. Wow, interesting finish.
Yeah, wow, that really could have... I feel like that would have been Taj's best wave. If he had made that last turn, that was a really dynamic backside snap. I mean, it was a tricky section. It was pretty critical, so that was super unfortunate for Taj. And with just over 1 minute to go, it is time that is the enemy right now for Heat 11 of the men's round of 126. Let's take a look at this replay of the last wave of Saint.
Yep, so we kind of missed this first part, so it's nice to be able to get these replays and see what he did. That was a much better turn, a bit more of a critical section, but this wave just kind of fattens out for him. So nothing too crazy, but trying to get rid of that 3.33 to create a little bit of distance from himself. And Taj Simon, the last of Liu Mingjiang, came in at a 2.10, so it doesn't improve his scoreline. We're just going to start counting this one down. Last 25 seconds.
Wow, Taj also gets another opportunity. Bit of a whitewashy wave. Patience here. As he eyes this section, you can see he's looking for it and just goes behind that pole, I think, or whatever is going on there. So, wow, wondering to see what happened on that last wave of Taj, because that was a pretty important situation for him. I mean, we do have quite a few scores to lock in. The heat is over, but situations are not. Cash Brown also up and on one as well. That was a flurry of waves towards the end of that heat.
Yep, and we've seen that in the past few heats. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens now. Did Taj Simon get what he was looking for to go into second place, or did Saint improve his scoreline? So the last of Saint came in at a 4.03. He does increase his lead a little bit more. Now it's all eyes on Taj Simon, looking for a 4.40. What do you think, True?
I find it kind of hard to make a judgment because we missed, I guess, that last wave. He does have another score to lock in. It doesn't look like it's going to be it. So it locks in at a 2.5. So it's going to be Cash Brown and Saint Fujimoto moving on through to the next round.
Yep. All right. We are going to go on a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Welcome back to Krui Pro QS 6000. This is day number 3. We are into round of 128 men's heat number 12. We have Shotaro Wake, Sami Low, Kenshi Matsunaga, Haruta Maruyama. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True. How are you this afternoon?
I
mean, yeah, it's already afternoon.
I think so. Soon. I'm losing track of time
Right.
because there is so much good surfing going on. Almost afternoon. It is 11:26 a.m. here. And that was a really interesting last heat. I mean, it was a pretty close one. No one really got into that good range. No one broke the fives. But a pretty dramatic finish. Taj needing a score, just doesn't quite get it. But this heat is super exciting. I am excited to I'm just looking forward to it. And here we go.
Right.
Sammy Lowe, under 18 Australian junior champion, up and riding, lays into his rail. But wow, just going down with the lip on that one.
But that was a well served from Sammy. I mean, that second turn lays into the layback and full commitment. It was just unfortunate it comes unstuck, but definitely we'll see another great surfing from, Sammy. He is from Australia, but where about in Australia he's from?
Yeah, so he is from the south coast of Sydney area, so Wollongong. He's 18 years old, and he is actually the 2024 Australian Junior Champion for the under 18 boys. It was that was a very special day. I was very lucky enough to be there on that day and to watch that win. It was a pretty emotional one.
ワケ選手1本目のライディング、少しタイミングが遅くなってしまいましたが、うまくコントロールして1発、2発を決めていきました。まずの出だし、ワケ翔太郎選手、そしてこちらのヒート、松永健信選手、丸山春太選手、3名の日本人選手がクレジットされています。Wow. Junior champion. It's a big result for him. And now he's into the serious QS tour, QS 6000.
Yeah, I think this might be his first proper year on the QS. He actually had his first ever QS heat win not too long ago at the Phillip Island QS 3000.
Right.
And he went on and got an equal 17th there, which was super cool. For Sammy, his first score locks in at a 4. He charges. He is a very powerful, goofy-footed surfer. So I feel like this wave is going to suit his surfing pretty well. But Kenshin Matsunaga got an equal 3rd in the Pro Juniors, which is super exciting to watch. I mean, he was looking in form and definitely, close to taking out that Pro Junior as well. That was an exciting one to watch.
Right. Kenshin is still in a Pro Junior division, but he is a very, strong, physically strong person. He charges a lot, charges big chopper, pipeline. He's once surfed in backdoor shootout, and he got a lot of clipped from Hawaii, charging a big backdoor, and he's just a charger.
Wow, that is so insane. I love hearing that. I mean, surfing the backdoor shootout, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah,
to
must
do
be.
that. With his brother, you were saying before?
I'm not too sure that they both in the same event, but I'm definitely sure that they both once surfed in the backdoor shootout.
Wow, that is crazy. This is that first wave of Sammy Lowe. Gets that nice first turn in, lays into it there, but doesn't get the completion. And Shotaro, a little bit late to that first turn, but recovers well here. Gets that second connection in. It was just a 3, so maybe his timing was a little bit off, feeling a little bit nervous maybe for that first wave of the heat.
Right. But Shotaro Wake is from Chiba, been competing quite a long time, very smart competitor as well, being on this QS tour since it's been probably 2 years, 3 years now. He's been competing in juniors as well as QS tour. And Haruta Maruyama is from Japan, from Hokkaido. It's a very nice part of Japan where everyone goes for snowboarding, and he snowboards as well, and he's really good at it. He always surfs with wetsuits and as well as snowboarding in winter in Hokkaido. But now he lives in Australia on Gold Coast.
Wow.
I believe he just graduated from PBC, Palm Beach Grameen State High School. And he did a South Sports Excellence program as well. So there's a few Japanese people going to PBC.
Yeah, there's
tour.
quite a few on the QS leg that have made their way over there, but all Kenshin up and riding.
松永選手1本目のライディング、ここはしっかりとハイラインを取ってセクション抜けてきます。ここで縦へのアクション、さあ大きなスプレーを上げてきますが、ここでキックアウト。彼は昨日行われたプロジュニアファイナルで3番という成績を残しています。
Wow, that was a nice wave from Kenshin. He's just flowing with it after that Pro Junior final appearance. Sammy Lowe right now, this is live action. Lots of speed into that first turn. Buries the rail once again. Sammy looking for a more critical section. He gets it there. Nice connection. Driving through another one. He's looking fired up in this heat and ready to potentially get another QS heat win. And that was a really good, a really well-surfed wave, I should say.
Definitely well surfed from Sammy Lowe. It wasn't the biggest size wave, but still had a really clean face and cool, great shape in it. And he did everything on point.
Yeah, he did. He surfed that really well, had great aggression and speed. And someone who did that in that last heat as well was Cash Brown. He is over in the athlete area with Giada Legati.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. It did not look easy out there. Tell us a little bit about the conditions.
Well, it looked super fun. I had a free surf this morning. Got one fun wave amongst the crowd, but it felt like it was really fun. And then I went out there and I caught like no waves that I've been catching in all my free surfs. So like big and like lumpy, like pretty hard end sections, and then all the huge sets that came through. We had to duck dive, but I'm just glad I got through and get to surf again.
All right, so in Australia, it's a lot cooler, the water and the temperature than here. How are you trying to, hide from the sun and take care of yourself?
I'm just staying in the aircon room pretty much all day, watching movies and just cruising, playing a bit of pool with the boys, and then just surfing and then getting straight out of the sun. But it's pretty nice, the warm water. Sometimes it gets a bit too hot, but it's good.
Tell us a little bit about your crew and who you're down here with.
I'm down here with Arch and Coda. Coda was out there with my board. Arch is just about to surf, but Coda had a sick heat out there. Got a few really good scores, and yeah, we've just been having a bunch of fun.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family at home?
Hey mum, hey dad watching, and my girlfriend. Hey guys, I love you guys.
Amazing. Congratulations, and see you in the next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Giada and Cash, excited to see Cash over here and Krui giving it a nudge in this QS 6000. Last score of Sammy Lowe just locked in at a 4.67. We also have a wave of Kenshin Matsunaga to lock in. His first score was a 2.9. Just locks in at a 3.37 die.
Yeah, he had up two waves, but similar kind of combination. Just one big turn, and that got him 3.37 2.90, which is not a good, which isn't a big score for Kenshin because he scored a couple of excellent or a good range score yesterday. So cannot wait to see him surf again.
Yes, that's a really open up. I think his first wave in the Pro Junior final was a 7.33.
Right.
It was so good to watch. Yeah, I'm excited to see Kenshin really find a way that he can just flow, find that flow on and find that power as well. I was really impressed with his surfing in the Pro Junior.
Definitely. He got really powerful surfing in him. I can't believe he's still in the junior division. He's tall. He trained. I'm pretty sure he's trained a lot. He's got speed, flow, and power in his surfing. So, yeah, this is a replay of the last blue 4.67. So, just taking a high line, come around the section. Wow, that was a great big carve, and put another one in. And after this, really like this section here. Go vertical, and then the full stand lays into it. I really like the layback right there, and kicks out. Well surfed from Sammy.
Yeah, well surfed wave. Maybe just a little bit of a smaller size wave, which is why the score was capped at a 4.67. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the surfing, just the wave size. we've seen all morning that the judges are liking those medium to bigger size waves with those steeper sections. They're rewarding that for sure. And this is Haruta was having a look at that wave there. Coach Dai Wacko for Haruta next to me in the booth. Dai, how are you feeling for him right now? Coached him a few times. Do you get nervous?
Nah, I don't get nervous, but I'm just hoping for him to get good, two waves and show his surfing, because this is pretty much his first year full commitment on the QS tour. So I hope just he get used to this condition and used to this surfing against 3 other guys. So I don't get really nervous.
That's good. Yeah, me either.
I
get
just
so
hoping,
nervous. Yeah, it's an interesting one, graduating from the Pro Juniors to the QS, and doing that full year. It's a completely different playing field.
Definitely.
There's the level of surfing is better, which means you have to lift your surfing. So hopefully Haruta gets the opportunity to find a good one in the next 12 minutes. Well, 2 good ones, really.
You don't really want to make errors in the QS division, right? So, but here is Haruta having a look at this one. 丸山選手、1本目のライディングになります。大きなターンをしてきますが、クリティカルでしたが、こけてしまいました。Wow, that was really unfortunate for Haruta. That first section looked really sharp and critical.
Yeah, and I love that commitment from Haruta. I mean, straight up into that section. He wasn't leaving anything in the tank, but unfortunately coming unstuck, and it looked like Sammy was maybe asking about what's going on with the priority situation there, but he's got first priority. But yeah, for Haruta, first indications, even though he fell off, first indications of that wave looking really good is just tidying up those completions.
Yeah, you're right. The wave looks like, would give him a lot of opportunities to put turns in. So that was really unfortunate for him. Comes unstuck. There's still 11 minutes remaining in this heat, so plenty of times. Go out there, just stay calm and get another one.
Yeah, there's enough time in this heat, especially with just under 11 minutes to go. I mean, hopefully he can find 2 good ones. It's just the paddle out that is the issue right now. The paddle out does take a while. So hopefully Haruta can find a nice inside one that kind of goes unridden underneath first and second priority holders, which is Sammy Lowe and Shotaro Wake right now. But Kenshin, that 3.37 and a 2.9, not the surfing that we're used to seeing from him. Haruta having a look.
丸山選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここはしっかりと一発目決めていきたいところ、しっかりとクリティカルな場所にヒットをしてメイクしてきました。カービングターンからこのセクション抜けられるか、ここは少し引っかかってしまったようです。
Wow, and how are these sets rolling through the lineup right now?
I don't think there's gonna be takers on this set. One of those ones coming in a while. Bigger sets.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's a little bit caught out of position for these sets rolling through the lineup, but they're definitely still out there.
Right.
For sure. There is still some swell, and it's nice to see it hanging around. I believe today is the biggest day of the waiting period, and then it drops off a little bit throughout the rest of the time. But it is very nice to wake up in the mornings and see some really amazing waves. And right now, this last one of Haruta actually just looked in a 3.4. So goes to third. He needs a 2.87 to go to second place, and Shotaro Wake chasing a 3.28.
So not major scores coming in this heat so far. Just with Sami's 4.67 is the highest, but this is the last of Green Haruta. The nice first down, nice wrapping cutback, but unfortunately he caught behind. He could have gone, racing down the line and comes around the section and put a couple turns in. But still, he got a 3.40, now needing 2.87 to go into second.
Yeah, not a big score, but with 8 and a little bit minutes to go, this is once again been a bit of a low scoring heat. The surfing's been good, but more just the wave. I don't want to say wave quality because the waves that have been coming through look super fun.
Yes.
But compared to the other heats that we've seen this morning, the quality of waves have probably been a little bit lower. And we are heading towards a lower tide, which means it's starting to slow up just a little bit. We saw that happen over the last 2 days when we were running the Pro Junior. We are still hoping to finish this round of the men's round of 128. There's 16 heats and then go into the first 8 heats of the men's round of 96. But this next heat number 13, I feel like this is going to be a pretty exciting heat to watch. Harley Walters takes on Ty Coulis, Riley Munro, and Nikita Avdiv. I feel like this is going to be a heat full of fireworks. While we have a bit of a break in the action, we are going to go to a bonsai brew break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more surfing.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
And we're back straight into surfing. Kenshin.
松永選手、さあここで 5.30 をマークすると1位のポジションになりますが、2発入れてきました。最後のフィニッシングターンはかなり大きなターンに見えましたが、さあこの波、どの点数になってくるでしょうか。2.90 を超えてくると、その差を広げていきます。残り時間6分30秒。本日はラウンドオブ128メンズディビジョンを終えた後、次のメンズのラウンドに進めていきます。
Well, 6 minutes to go. Sammy Lowe holding that first priority. Kenshin has a score to lock in.
Wow, looks like healthy numbers coming in. 5.83 for Kenshin's last wave.
Yeah, really nice score for Kenshin. That's the surfing that we're used to seeing from him.
Right.
He goes up into first place. Sammy down in second, needs a 4.54. This is that first wave of Sammy Lowe, 4.67. And second wave of Blue as well. This is a 4. Love to see that last wave of Kenshin Matsunaga as well. But Sammy just getting a couple of really solid turns. Laying into the rail. What do you like about this one, Dai?
You know, he's connecting all the turns smoothly, transitioning all the turns so smoothly, and he gets a couple turns in. So I really like how he connects every single turns.
Yeah, I agree. Had that nice flow, that style there, but Kenshin getting the better of that exchange. I mean, he locks in the best wave of the heat of 5.83. Sammy, this is live action, needs a 4.54, floats it, but doesn't get the finish, unfortunately. That wave was so clean and so blue, but unfortunately, Sammy unable to capitalize on that finish. He needs a 4.54 to go to first.
Wow. Would have been a 4.54 if he made that last finishing turn, but really liked how he doing the lays into the big curves and straight into the final section. But just unfortunate comes unstuck.
Yeah, wow, that was really, really unlucky for Sammy. Hopefully he got a little bit of work done out the back as well. We'll see. Used his priority on that one, so scores to lock in. Shotaro Wake chasing a 5.67. These last scores of Sammy Lowe, 3.4. Doesn't go into the top 2.
Really love that turn, throwing a lot of sprays. And this turn, could be a requirement if he made that last section.
Yeah, I agree, Di. I think it could have been the score he was looking for to regain the lead. So I don't want to say it's a mistake, but I feel like he might have left the door open a little bit for Haruta and Shotaro right now. They only need mid-5s to get to second.
Mid-5 isn't a big score, but still you need to work. You know, put a couple turns in the critical section of the wave. So you don't want to waste your priority on the smaller ones, but Shotaro holding on to the first priority, just look for the right ones. 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7 needs to find that mid-sized wave, I think, Di, with a couple of critical turns. We've seen the judges really loving that full commitment. 3 minutes to go. I feel like an opportunity will probably come through by the end of this heat. And Shotaro just needs to remain composed and really go to town on the next wave that he gets, because it's going to be his last opportunity.
Right. And this is Kenshin's last wave, 583. So this is pretty much the money turn over here. But it looks like Shotaro is up and riding. わけ選手、この波で 5.67 が必要。さ厳しいところにヒットしてきましたが、ここでバランスを崩す。
Oh.
Well, that was really unfortunate for Shotaro. Looks like he had opportunities, but now Kenshin is up and riding. 松永選手 3.37 以上でその差を広げていきます。さあ、ここから険しいところを当てていきます。大きなターンになりました。ここもしっかりと決めてくる。Wow, that was well served from Kenshin Matsunaga. That's exactly what we wanted to see from Kenshin Matsunaga. 2 big hits. Definitely it's going to be his best score.
Yeah, I think so as well. That definitely gets rid of the 3.37. Kenshin he's looking really switched on in this heat. I'm loving the attitude that he's bringing right now, and definitely picking up where he left off after that Pro Junior final finish, getting a third, and it is Shotaro on another wave.
小池選手 5.67 必要ですが、これはポテンシャルがなかったか。
Sammy Lowe had the priority. Nice opening roundhouse. You can see he just loads up for this section. Wow. Huge turn there for Sammy Lowe. That's more like it. Can he get the completion? He does. That was big surfing, Di. I really loved that 2-turn combination then.
And it has a variety. Layback to the finishing turn. I really love the combination from Sammy as well. So 2 big score will be coming in shortly for white and blue. So now Haruta and Shotaro is in big trouble.
Wow, yeah, they really are. They're needing some big numbers. Haruta having a look.
丸山選手、現在 5.27 が必要ですが、これはもう少し大きくなってくるはずですが、ここでバランスを崩してしまう。さあ、松永選手もこの波に乗ってきます。まだ最後のスコア出ていませんが、ここはしっかりと大きなターン決めていきたかった。Well, last 20 seconds remaining this heat. I don't think there's gonna be enough time for Shotaro for getting one more wave in.
Yeah, sadly, I don't think so either. It looks like he's just feeling the nerves a little bit right now, unfortunately, for Shotaro. But 2 big scores to lock in for Kenshin Matsunaga and Sammy Lowe as well. I feel like Kenshin might get the better of it in the sense that he might take the win because he does have that better backup. But that was huge surfing from Sammy Lowe as well on that last left. Really impressed by both Kenshin and Sammy. Unfortunately, Shotaro and Haruta unable to just open up on a good one, it felt like.
They had a chance, but probably made a couple of mistakes on the wave. So really unfortunate for both red and green, but well done to the white and blue. But we're still waiting for the last of white and blue.
Yeah. Scores for first and second right now. Kenshin's starting to lock in pretty healthy numbers for Kenshin Matsunaga, as well as Sammy Lowe. They're looking pretty even, it seems like. And a couple more to lock in. I mean, it's been an exciting heat, and the back end of that one was, full of fireworks. Very evenly matched scores on these last 2 for Sammy Lowe and Kenshin Matsunaga. Sammy's locks in at a 6.5. Actually takes him to first momentarily, but it's at 6.67. This wave here of Kenshin Matsunaga that takes him back into first place. Wow, that was a huge turn. That's the surfing that we saw from 2 days straight from that man right there, Kenshin Matsunaga, and this is a 6'5" Daiwako of Sammy Low.
Really love the different combination compared to the Kenshin's. I really like this layback hack with a lot of sprays, and he gets a finish right here, finishing strong. That was a great surfing from Sammy as well.
Yeah, exciting finish for Kenshin and Sammy. And this looks like Harley Walters. He's going to kick off his campaign in heat number 13 of the Krui Pro. He kicks out of that one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for heat number 13. It's going to be a big one. Don't go anywhere. There's going to be a quick break and we'll have more surfing for you.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Here at the Krui Pro. We've had some huge surfing throughout the day already, and we have even more action to come. It's been an exciting one. Out there is heat number 13, Nikita Avdiv. Out there in the green, Harley Walters wearing the red rashi, Ty Coolis in the blue, and Riley Munro in the white. This is an exciting heat 13. And to call me through a little bit of the action is Mark Clift. Mark, I don't know if you've seen the last couple of heats, but it's been an exciting one to watch.
You know what? It's just started pumping out there about an hour and a half ago. It really started hit its straps on the mid-tide. So we're watching red Harley Walters' replay right there. That's wave number 2 of this heat. We are watching heat 13. A quick shout out to a really good mate of mine, if you don't mind, Wayne Murphy up there in Ireland. He's watching. He's given us some feedback. He's a cool dude. We love you, Murph. Thanks for tuning in. Johnny Tucker, birthday, used to be on the webcast here with me, and he was part of the reason we do the bang bangs in the ass. Johnny Tucker started that. It is his birthday. I'm giving you a double thumbs up, JT. He's probably sitting down there at Kanoa on the big screen watching all the live action. If you are, Johnny, we love you too. Cheers, boys. I appreciate all the hits from the crew around the world that are watching. No doubt you've got some friends that have been tuning in. Got any little shout-outs you want to blast away?
I don't actually know. I feel like a lot of my friends are here. Otherwise, a fan back at home. But yeah, a lot of my friends are actually in the event surfing. So it's more just excited to watch them competing for sure.
And I even bumped into... I went up to Damai Bungalows because Murph suggested I've got to go and have a chat with the surf guide there. Bumped into
Daddy,
Micah. Yeah, Daddy. I bumped into Micah. He just lost his heat. He wasn't overly bummed. He said he was stoked. His mate gave him, Stokesy gave him that wave to get the number that would have got him into second. Stokesy then got a 7.27 and beat him. But he wasn't that bummed. He was kind of pretty mellow about it all. He still surfed a pretty good heat. But he also suggested that the surf just started firing kind of just before the start of his heat. And judging by what's happened in the last couple of rounds, last couple of heats, it's looking like, it just looks a whole lot different to this morning, right?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's getting better for sure, and there's it's exciting because the last few heats, especially in the last pretty much minute of that last heat, Kenshin and Sammy got some really good waves. They had a great back-to-back experience. So great to see Sammy go to town on it, and then Kenshin also. And Kenshin actually getting the better of it. He got a 6.67 and takes a lead. But right now with 20 minutes to go, Harley Walters opens up with a 2.5. Nikita Avdiv just had a couple of throwaways, a 0.43 and a 0.3 with 20 minutes to go. Ty Coolis and Riley Munro yet to open up their accounts in this heat. But I'm actually excited to watch this one. I feel like all of these surfers are such incredible surfers within their own right. They all attack the wave a little bit differently. I feel like if we can get a flurry of action, a flurry of waves, we'll see some really good surfing.
All right, so we'll see what we know about these crew, if you don't mind helping me out here. Nikita Avdiv, Russian surfer, been sort of touring around Indonesia the last couple of years. He's out there in the green. I think we'll get back to that conversation in a minute. We are going to throw down with Dai Wacko and Kenshin Matsunaga, winner of the last heat. Take it away, Dai.
それでは、次のラウンドに見事進出を果たしました松永健信選手にお越しいただいています。昨日までジュニアディビジョンでこうサーフィンしてたと思うんですけど、やはりその影響があってか、こうやりやすかったですか？
ちょっと若干波も分かってきてやりやすかったんですけど、最初のジュニアの前とか練習の時は全然どの波がいいのか全然分かんない状態で、まだ分かんないですね。
Even though he was surfing in his junior division, he's still not too sure what kind of wave he should get, but looks like he got the right ones. それでも後半しっかりと波に乗って、いいスコアをメイクしていきましたが、そのあたりはこう作戦通りだったんですか？
まあでもいい波乗って楽しめばいいかなと思ってて、で最初の方にいいの乗りたかったんですけど、なんかすごいセットが来ちゃって乗れなかったですね。作戦通りじゃなかったです。
It didn't went as he planned, but he's just trying to have fun. Probably that's what he did in the end. では、いろいろトラブルもあったようですが、最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
はい、今日から QS が始まって、昨日までジュニアあったんですけど、波も良さそうなんで楽しみます。
楽しんでください。明日も頑張ってください。Thanks, guys. See you in the booth.
Big fella, he got a third yesterday in the juniors as well. So he's one of those guys that have benefited from the juniors rolling out before the QS, and he's winning another heat. So on he goes on his merry way.
Yeah, for sure. It was actually an interesting heat because at the start he wasn't really opening up. We didn't really see the surfing we were used to seeing from him in that pro junior. He was consistently dropping 5s and 6s within the first 5 to 7 minutes of the heat. It actually took him a little while to warm up in that last one. So it was good to see him remain composed for sure towards the back end of that heat because he needed some good scores and he got it.
All right, a 12.50 two-wave total from Kenshin. We just heard from him. And we'll get Dai back in here and find out what the conversation went like. And, and then you can step on your little break and enjoy it. It's steaming hot outside. I'm glad we've got a fan in our AC room here.
Yeah, me too. It's nice to enjoy a little bit of a reprieve from the heat. But, I mean, we can't complain too much because look at these waves. It is absolutely pumping. This is Nikita Avdiv right now flying down the line, tucks in, but a bit of a close out and he goes over.
Yeah, I don't know what he saw in that wave. Maybe the height issue got him and he just went, I've got to take this. It's a set, but yeah, dead set close out. So we've got Ty Coolis, who is in the lead with the 3.5, Harley Walters. Yeah, so just low numbers. Let's leave it at that. It's not of joy to talk about just yet in this heat, but I'm sure these swell lines are going to connect with the reef shortly, right on our mid-tide. Dai Wacko's joined me again with 16 minutes to go in heat 13. Dai, what was that conversation about?
He was kind of lost in the water, even though he was surfing in junior division and he had a great surf, but he still doesn't really know what kind of wave he should get. And actually, he didn't mention it, but he got snapped his board in the last heat.
So he's riding his backup. Is that right? One of his backup boards?
On his last wave.
On his last wave. Okay. Okay.
Wow.
Blue, tidy bit of work here by Ty Coolis. Needs to get around. I think it's a one-turn wave. I didn't really see the start of that. I can see Raju Sena, the Prince of Padma, getting ready to take on the next heat. That's him in the green, everybody. I'm sure the Padma boys, they love supporting their surfers. They'll know that Raju's coming up. I'm sure they're all down there at Winnie's at Kanoa. Johnny Tucker, happy birthday. And the boys, yoo-hoo, cheers. Let's see if Raju can put on a hell show next. Okay, so Kenshin reckons he got lost out there.
Right. And then he's still adjusting the way to sit. So it's kind of difficult out there, I reckon.
It's just such a big area, isn't it? And, when there's free surfers everywhere, it can be quite easy to know exactly where to go and park up. When there's only 3 other dudes and sometimes only one other person sitting out the back as you paddle back, it can be a little tricky, especially if that person is sitting a bit too deep and you go and park up next to them and all of a sudden you might be out of position, because we've only seen a couple of low scores. So nobody's really yet to capitalise on these, plenty of energy heading in. It's just set after set, really.
Watching from the beach, every wave has potential, but I don't think they don't get many waves. So probably it's kind of tricky out there to pick right ones.
Sometimes you can be paddling out and pick up a good wave, right? Without even getting back to the pack. If something just swings a little wide or someone takes off and they're too deep, you can still take off on the same wave and surf it. So long as you don't infringe in any way, then it's all play on. So there are certain ways to get waves out here. I think one of the best performances I saw today was David Perry, the way he went about it in his heat, and he racked up a 13 plus 2-wave total just by moving around. And I think that's about the time the ocean started to click, when the tide got to that optimum size. You can see the darkness in the front of the picture of the reef just starting to kind of become more evident. So it's probably just the other side of the mid-tide right now. It's 12 o'clock down here at Krui Town.
Right, the tide's just dropping, so there might be some downtime in the ocean.
Generally on the dead low, it can get a little weird sometimes, and it can bottom out right on the edge of the reef. You can get a little bit of backwash off the reef, but this guy loves what he's looking at down the line. Let's see if he can get around this and make some sense of this wave. So Harley Walters has got his groove on. A second nice click. Third big slash on the face. Wow. A fourth really good hit here. So he's picked a ripper, grabs his rail, does a bit of a hedgie, and out he goes. So 5 good moves in a low-scoring heat. Bang, that's a dead-set keeper there for Harley. So well done, Harley Walters.
Wow, definitely that was a great surfing from Harry Walters. Really, racing down the line, trying to find a section to hit. This is a great carve, and straight off the bottom, get critical hit right there, and it gets another big carve. I really love this one, and after this, really stylish carve, grabbing the rail.
Yeah, just a bit of variety. He no downtime in that wave, so I reckon Harley could give himself. He'll be paddling out feeling really good. He won't even know what the number is yet, and we don't. But when you ride a wave like that, 5 moves connect like that, and you finish with that much style, grabbing your rail, doing a hedgie, a 6.5 drops in, so a pretty solid number, but in a low-scoring heat, really good work. He'll be happy with that ride.
6.5. That is a good score, especially in this slower heat. Having a 6.5 is just great to have one.
All right, 11.5 minutes to go, gang. Let's have a look. We started with heat 3 today, so effectively this is about our 10th heat of the day. We've got 3 more heats in this round, and then another 8 in the round of 96 is going to be pretty exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this afternoon brings, especially after the low tide and things start pushing back in, which is probably going to happen around about 1 or 2 o'clock.
Right. So a couple more heats and go straight into the round of 96.
And that'll be almost around the time that the tide changes, is almost around about the time that in the round of 96 hit the lineup. So I'm sure those boys are rubbing their mitts together and eagerly awaiting their opportunity to do stuff like Ty Koulis, who's got himself a real nice little runner here as well. It's one of these real mid-range sort of waves that kind of bowl out and offer plenty of scoring opportunity. A third big hit, hell of a floater. Just can't quite stick it. Did some good work before that, so I'm sure it's his best wave. Needed a 5.51. I'm not sure he gets that to go into the lead, but once again, low scoring heat. It's definitely going to help his campaign. What did you like about this wave, Di?
Well, really liked the first and second time. Went vertical, went in the critical hit section to hit, but unfortunately he went down with a big float. If he could have made that one, it could have been a big score.
For sure, for sure. Here it is again. It's good to see all these replays a couple of times because sometimes you might miss it. Some crew might walk away from their computers or their screens and then hear us rolling out a replay and they come back and catch it a second or a third time. It's pretty cool. So thanks to the production team there, boys. You're doing a good job. 10 minutes, heat 13. Unlucky for some. Looking pretty good for Harley Walters at this stage, who needs to just improve on a 2.5.
Ties. Last wave locked in 4-3-3. That's not a bad score.
Could have been a 6+. Land that last move.
Right. Still 4-3-3 is a keeper, but unfortunately for him, if he could have pulled out that last maneuver, then yeah, like you said, it could have been the 6s.
Yeah,
definitely.
No, easy. Hope you're having a good day, everybody online that's checking it out. This is an 8-day event. It's day 3. We've got big numbers. We started yesterday with around a 144. We finished our Pro Junior guys and girls. We've got the Russian surfer up now, Nikita. He looks over his shoulder to see if his wave choice is worthy. It's a smaller wave.
Right.
Not sure. Yeah, I can see why he was looking over his shoulder. The wave he paddled onto was... His last 3 efforts have been a little bit of a miscue. His wave choice hasn't been on song. He won a heat yesterday. I had an interview with him to put himself in this position. He's locked in 5 scores. None of them, 4 of them are under 1 point. And that last one's only a 183. Not having a good time out there.
Right. Pretty much his plan is to get a medium-sized waves, but probably a bit smaller.
Here he is again, wave number 6.
But this wave looks like it's set up for him a little bit more. I managed to put a couple turns in, but didn't make the last turn in.
It's still not going to bother the scorers too much. The boys are probably just about locked in already. It's just kind of below par surfing, really, due to his wave choice. If Nikita has a coach out there or some buddies that might want to get in there and go, hey, kind of what sort of ways were you looking at when you were out there? Your game plan was a little off whack. It'll probably be his best number, but geez, it's so let's just have a look at Coolest. Wave number 2 here for Harley Walters. Wave number 2.
Wow.
So this is his 6.5.
Yeah, he's got everything: flow, speed, and power into it.
Yep.
So that's how he got 6.5.
Here comes the grab rail. That grab rail just looks so cool, doesn't it?
Looks so good.
Do you do that when you're in the water, Di?
Try. I try.
You try and be Nathan Hedge?
Yeah. Yes, I am trying to be.
He was the first one. He's kind of credited for doing that in those Rip Curl Search movies in way back, when Hedgie was a young punk and had hair and was just in a prime Rip Curl Search team, along with Tom Curran and Frankie and those guys. And he was going through the Indo mental-wise, doing that grab rail right in front of the camera. Big kudos to Nathan Hedge. We're going to throw to a quick bonsai ad and we'll be right back.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, we're back on. Quick break. Thanks to Bonsai. Seem to be sponsoring the whole WSL. They've been at all the big events, every WSL event. So thanks for coming on board and your support. Speaking of that, I've got a list of people that have helped us be here. Kemenpora, that's the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. The main supporters of this event this year, the WSL, of course, PSOI, which is the brand throughout Indonesia that govern surfing in Indonesia. The province of Lampung, the region of Pesisir, Barat, which is where our Tanjung Setia area is located, and of course the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative, who help staff the event and get the logistics in all squared up.
Well, a few sets are rolling through now, but no takers on that one.
There's a few of the crew down there in the surfers area. And here we have White. Haven't seen a whole lot of Riley Munro. Second wave. He's only got a 2-1 on the scoreboard. He's got a froth monster. So he's going to have to rethink his campaign as well. Him and Nikita are kind of picking the worst waves out there and have not really clicked into gear. And sometimes that happens. Di, you compete, and sometimes you're just out of rhythm. And if you are, and you come in, you go, damn, I sort of half cooked it, but the ocean just wasn't loving me.
Yeah, it happens a lot, out of the rhythm. But when you are in the kind of like out of rhythm situation, you don't really want to hold on to the priority. You just need to get as many as you can and getting back to the rhythm, right?
Yeah, wise words right there, my man. Either way, surfing, as we've mentioned before, surfing with a rash vest on is a whole different environment. It's the exact opposite to a free surf, right? Because free surf, you surf when you want, where you want, how long you want, and with whoever you want. When you're in a heat, they go, you're on it at 11:30 and you're against that dude, and that dude for 25 minutes. Go now.
Yep.
And you got to get your head around it. So some people are really good at it. Some really, really good surfers over the years cannot surf with a rashy on and just went down the free surf program. And there's a few instances of that I can think of. And then other crew are just competitive beasts who love the challenge of pulling the rashy on and soaking up every moment of being in a contest. So wave number 2 now of Ty Koulis. This is his 4.33.
Yes, and this is where he missed the sixes, this section.
And wave number 2 again of Harley Walters. Loving these replays, boys. You're killing it. Thanks so much. So this was a 5-turner, I'm pretty sure. I think this... let's have a look. Yeah,
this is 6.5.
This is his 5-turner. 6.50.
Bang, and that signature maneuver, holding the whale.
What a finish.
Wow.
All right, so there's still plenty of room in the scale for numbers to go above that effort by Harley. Either way, he's having a pretty good outing. Here he is again. He just needs to burn off a 2.5. Doesn't like what he sees down the line with only 3 minutes to go. I guess he's got priority and the lead. So unless a real banger comes through, he's probably thinking, I don't really need a wave. Might as well just hold on and do a bit of fending.
His backup score is only 2.5.
Yeah, he'll want to ride another wave for sure.
Definitely he wants to improve that one. But he has a fast priority and there's still just over 2 minutes and a half. And looks like he's going for this one. Another looking good wave. Going to the signature carve, really love that one. And going to vertical with a ton of sprays. And another one. Wow, looks like this wave just stands up for him. And going vertical 1 and 2. And finishing up with a dropping cutback and a little bit of 360 right there.
He's feeling it. He's in the groove. He knows that was another decent wave, and he will have the 2 highest scores once that number drops. So it'll be a comfortable win for Harley. I mean, with only 2 minutes to go, we're kind of speculating on that, but I reckon for sure it's another decent number in the 5-6 range somewhere, because he's just pleasant to watch. He doesn't sort of rush stuff too much. He just connects and makes it look no fuss.
Yeah, right. He's very, very composed and just waiting for the section to stand up for him. No panic, no rush. Everything is on point, smooth transition, and a little bit of 360.
Could be up there with his better number. Either way, I'm tipping he's got the 2 best scores. 90 seconds. Here comes the number now starting to filter through. It's a 5-6. So Harley Walters, 12.10, 2-wave total. Job done. Could just about, he's probably paddling in from where he is already. Ty Koulis with Prioritas. Priority needs a kind of a high 7. You can all see that on your screen. It's all about Green, who's had a bit of a shocker wave choice-wise. But him and White both need mid-range 5s in a hurry. So down to a minute. Bad news for them, though, is Koulis in the blue in second. Does have priority. Can't even see the Russian in green on picture. So not sure where he is. Riley Munro hasn't ridden enough waves either. His best score is only a 2-1. So stuff kind of went pear-shaped for 2 surfers in this heat.
Kind of like they're having a shocker in this heat, Green and White. It's not going as they planned.
Not at all. This could be a good little sign-off for Koulis. This is him in the blue. He's probably going to think about taking this wave and just get rid of White. So the goofy-footed Koulis now winds up. Got a good first section. Really lays into it. Plenty of rail. Strong manoeuvre. Tidy connection with his second hit as well. Grinding down the line. looking fairly relaxed. He'll know he's nailed second spot regardless of what happens in these next 10 seconds. Over the handlebars as I give him a rap on the back. White's too deep. That heat is done and dusted, so it's going to be Coulis and Walters all the way. You go and have a chat with Harley Walters. I'll hold it down for the moment, and we'll be back with Heat 14 in just a moment. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. All right, team, welcome back. For those people that are playing on at home or on their lappies or their phones, wherever you are, we're watching Heat 14 now, round of 128, the Krui Pro. This is our lineup. It's Yuri Ogasara in red. It's Ryuichi Inoi in blue, both Japanese surfers. The Australian Sol Grunderling in white, and Raju Senna, the Prince of Padma, there in green. So how many Padma boys you reckon are watching this right now?
Oh, I'm sure they're all down there right now, all around the beach, having their beers and checking out now Raju Senna. I'm super excited. This is the first time I'm seeing Raju compete in years.
Yeah, well, he had a little hiatus. He went and lived in Melbourne for a while, and he's back. He got a late call in. Someone pulled out late yesterday, and he got a start, and I moved through into this round. And kind of backdoored the whole pack, ambushed everybody by not even being in the draw, and got through a heat yesterday. He's in this thing now, so beware. The Prince of Padma is prowling. He's got you guys in his sights.
Yeah, so me and Raju grew up competing together in all the Magic Wave contests throughout in his hometown in Legian and Padma as well, and Halfway Kuda. So we've known each other for a really long time. His dad as well, I'm sure, is watching right now. A huge shout out. I haven't seen him in so long as well. So beautiful family, and I'm sure all the Padma boys are watching. I'm excited to see this heat and see Raju back in action.
I'm sure his old man's down there tuning in as well at the Kanoa venue.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you, team. If you are, Salamat Siang. Let's see how Raju can put it together this time. Sol Grunderling is an up-and-coming Aussie, goofy footer, really strong surfer. I've seen him a couple of times in the Tar Small Prize. I know he's a big deal there in New South Wales, and he's got a lot of. He's highly credentialed, so let's see what he can put together. I'm not sure, don't know a whole lot. I've seen Ryuichi Inoi throughout the Asian region events a couple of years running now. Has generally featured pretty well without sort of really making a semi or perhaps a quarterfinal, but generally slides through a few heats. And Yuri in the red, a fellow Japanese campaigner. Team Japan, they're everywhere. There's a reason we have Dai Wako on as one of our announcers with his Japanese Bahasa kind of interpreting and making life a bit easier for all the crew in Japan that are watching, because their numbers are rather large at these events, and they make up a huge part of the audience.
100%, and most of them always make it to finals day, so it's a huge, huge part of this event. And Dai is a vital part of our team. Without him, we wouldn't be able to get more insight and details from most of our Japanese surfers, and it's only fair to also have it in their language if we can.
Yeah. And as we've suggested, it won't be long before the door gets blown open by Team Japan. You've talked about the Brazilian storm in the past. Well, trust me, there is a typhoon brewing off Japan, and they're coming hard. There's a lot of them. We saw it yesterday. The top 3 spots in the men's Pro Junior, top 3 spots in the women's final were all featured heavily by the Japanese crew. So, having said that, we are going to go down and listen to Dai Wacko, have a chat with Harley Walters. Go, boys.
Well, I think to me you had the best heat so far. I mean, every wave you catch just has stand up for you all the way to the inside. But how was it out there?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I got a couple little ones. It's like just trying to duck in between the big ones that break wide and close out kind of. But it was a bit of fun. So stoked to get a couple that stood up and a couple carves and snaps. So yeah.
I really like the first good wave on your last turn. You did a grabbing rail, big carve, but is that your signature move?
Nah, not really. I don't know. I just kind of pushed, and then I was like, oh, I could push even harder. So I just kind of grabbed and pushed, and I don't know. Probably could have done a snap and would have scored better, but felt pretty cool.
You get the score though for that one. But how did you feel after that?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I got a 6.5, and I was like, hopefully just back it up. But then there was they said 5 minutes to go, and I was kind of wigging out, but. Yeah, got a 5 at the end, and yeah, stoked to make it.
All right. Is there anything you like to say to your family or friends back in home?
Yeah, just hello to mum and dad and my sister watching at home probably, and Codes is over in America watching. So, yeah, thanks for supporting me.
All right, good job, and good luck in the next round. Shoot.
Interview. Thank you so much, Dai. We're gonna go back to live action. We can see all 4 surfers kind of paddling on the inside. The Prince of Padma, the lead of the pack right now. It might seem like there could be some waves coming through, and still no waves ridden in this heat. So they're taking their time.
I think they might have all got caught in a little bit of a hassling duel. They all paddled up, paddling back down. Maybe they overfrothed and got a little bit excited and no one wanted to give up the inside. I'm not sure what happened there. 6 minutes off the clock for a 0-0 draw. Not ideal. 25 minutes seems to go quick enough, let alone letting 6 or 7 minutes wipe off the clock with 0 numbers. That's rare.
But at least it's everyone on the same field. Everyone's on 0.
Everyone surfed a lot of 20-minute heats in their time, and basically that's what it is.
So
all right, movement. Surely someone scoops this thing up. Blue's looking pretty invested. Ryuichi throws himself over the edge. All right, so we've got a heat. First section looked pretty good. Just looking to get back on the clean green face. A second section presents itself. Not quite vertical, but a nice projection out into that third section. Fourth hit there, kind of getting better as he goes. And finally gets up there and stabs it, but draws the error. In the scheme of things, still a pretty good wave.
Yeah, pretty good wave. First one, the only one ridden. So that's definitely going to put him straight into the lead. A bit of a strange heat. We've had nonstop action throughout the past 4 or 5 heats. So it's strange to see it go a little quiet. It must mean that we're about to or close to reaching the dead low tide.
Good point.
We could be seeing a couple more heats now with that lull, but as soon as there's that switch in tide, I'm sure it's going to start bombing again.
And the boys were probably thinking, damn you, Ryuichi, we were 3 minutes off a restart, and now we're not. So this is the replay again, and he kind of played it a little safe. I guess the pressure thing kind of mounted a little bit, and he just went, I just want to finish this. And he went up there and finally tagged the lip and went over the hangers on turn number 4 or 5. Score ended at 4.17. Fair enough. Wasn't blockbuster. It was a little safe-ish, but I'm sure that feels good when no one else has a wave under the belt.
Yeah. You know, I haven't seen him compete in years, but strange from Raju Senna that hasn't already taken off for this heat. He, I think, used to be one of the first ones to kind of start off quick and then kind of be picky throughout the heat. But to be fair, when we were younger, we were competing in a lot of beach breaks, so it's a whole different heat strategy.
First time I really saw Raju do well at an event was, I think it was the Grom Search International Final at Lakey Peak. He was representing Indonesia. This is going back maybe 8 or 10 years. Jacob Wilcox was in it and Pat Curran won it. But I remember the Prince of Padma here got about a quarter-final, 5th placing or something, and I really saw him take off on some beast that day and went, okay, this Raju is pretty good out of Bali, and he grabbed my attention, and I've remembered his name ever since. So He, like most pad bar boys, they generally on a wave a minute, and Raju's got to be feeling a little nervous as Ryuichi joins the pack with a 417. Red and white are in a hell of a paddling duel. They're just going punch for punch out the back here. But
So,
Yuri,
yeah, it is Yuri who got the better of it, slightly more inside and out the back. So, nice first turn straight up into the second one. He wants this wave to stand up a little more for him. Almost goes over the handlebar, but manages to ride out of it nicely. So, there we have our second wave, 15 minutes left.
Grundling's starting to make position. We've seen Raju's on his feet, so that's the third wave of the heat. Big upside down spank, gets a little tangled up with the lip and gets blown off his board for his effort. Grundling looked like he was pretty interested in this wave, so I'm not sure where he is either way. Blue scoops up wave number 2. Ryuichi, kind of a lot of waves in this set. Some of them didn't really hit the A-grade part of the reef. Leaves Grundling waveless, who will be spewing. Red took that wave off him. Actually, here he is. He's not a goofy footer at all. Sorry. So Sol Grundling.
Oh.
What are you liking here, G?
I really like that second turn. It was super, super tight and in a critical section. Lots of water thrown out the back. I am calling that one probably going to be the best score of the heat for now.
Yeah, all right. So everybody got some runs on the board. I don't think anybody capitalised too hugely. Sol at least went top to bottom a number of times on a sort of a bigger set wave. All right, so I think you might be on the money here, G. And my apologies for calling Sol a goofy footer. There's so many good little groms coming out of Australia. I remembered his name and I remember he was really good, but I kind of cooked it with that call, sorry. Raju's just throwing down only a low number.
So while we wait for some scores to come through, and I'm already down my memory lane with watching Raju and thinking of the Grom contest that we used to do, you brought up Taj's small fries earlier, and I feel like that's such an important stepping stone for most of the Groms and up-and-coming kids that want to make it into the big surfing scene. They most of the names that have won that contest are really big competitors nowadays.
Well, look, that's the first time I saw someone like a Caleb Tancred, and we've been on about his act over the years. He's back in this event. Ryan Callanan, first time I ever saw him. We had other guys like Sean Manners and Creed McTaggart, who were West Aussies that featured really, really well. Solly Bailey, Jack Freestone. A lot of these sort of people went to that event. There was a lot of Billabong team riders that used to go there and go really crazy and really stamp themselves as you could see why they were on the Billabong team. There's a bunch of others as well, super high profile. They'll come to me as we go through it. But it's an event that Taj loves. It's been going for just over 20 years now, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yep. And in the early days, as we watch these numbers come through, but in the early days, Team Billabong used to roll up in a big bus. That was the Billabong bus, right? They rolled around like absolute rock stars. And it was so funny. It was so cool. It was such a good initiative to do it. And Taj, I'm like, okay, small fries. Funky name. Cool. How did that come about? He's gone, well, it's kind of what they are, aren't they? And I said it one day and I went, that'll do. Let's just call it that.
Yeah, some of the names that I'm kind of thinking of are names like Kian Martin.
Yep.
When he was a Grom, he went, I know his sister Hyana went there a few times. Some of the girls like Taina Izquierdo and Kailani Johnson. It was a huge event growing up. And we'll get right back to that. This is a replay of Sol's last wave. Came in at 6.33. So that's definitely
Your call was spot on.
the best wave of the heat. Yeah.
4.9 for Yuri, a 4.17, a pair of them for Ryuichi. Jack Robinson, of course, was another little Grom that won that small fries. There was a whole bunch
Rio
of
Waida.
Rio, there was so many crew that, as you suggested, a real sort of stepping stone for the Gromiston. And since then, since that time, Parko jumped on board with his signature event. Oki got on board. And now there's kind of a real part of the pro junior culture throughout Australia is squarely in those events. The Skull
100%.
Candy jumped on board.
Leo Fioravanti as well won one of those events. I'm not sure if it was the Taj Small Fries or Parko or Aki's one. Probably Aki.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Leonardo at the Small Fries, but I'm sure he participated in other events.
Some of the new ones that just recently won those events are Rocco from Bali, our little Italian surfer, as well as
That's right.
Ale.
He was 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
not this year,
Rocco won it 2 years ago, and I think Ale won it last year, if I'm not wrong.
Ali was about 9 or something when he won. He's such a small pup.
Yep. Rocco won both the Small Fries, I think, as well as the Aki and the Gold Coast. So he's been on a run, and definitely a name to keep in your scene. And this is now Yuri Ogasawa replay. This is his 4.9.
Yep, nice recovery. Almost buried the nose and almost lost it. We can see white waving to the beach announcers. Sol Grundling, no fuss, brother. You're the only one with a real keeper. A 6.33 is looking pretty good. We're down to 10 minutes. These 4s are going to be critical as well for Ryuichi and Yuri, because they probably don't have time to really change their score lines too much, given the consistency of the ocean. So Raju, the Prince of Padma, we've been on about him and how much surfing these guys do and how many waves the Padma boys generally get, but stuff's not working for Raju.
I mean, competition surfing in a point break is a whole different story to a beach break. You cannot approach it the same way. You know, on a beach break, you can kind of find your own wave and your own position out there, and anything can really happen. Priority can be effective, but not so much like out here. Here, it's like you're all together. You're on that one wave. The takeoff spot is pretty tight. It has a couple meters, but at the end of the day, they're all really there. So priority is a huge, huge factor here in Krui. So it's two completely types of competition, surfing.
Yeah, and the very last heat, we saw 2 surfers absolutely have shockers as well and not score kind of above 2 points between them and could not buy a good wave. And in stark contrast, Harley and Ty Coolers found really good waves and made it look really good, and the others struggled. So Raju's just found himself on the wrong end of the rhythm of the ocean. His one low score is an absolute throwaway. He can still do it at this stage with a 4.51, so he can't be too brutal. Unfortunately, he does have 3rd priority at the moment, and he's the most inside, so the boys will take anything off him should they like the look of it.
So a couple waves coming through right now. No takers on this one. Looks like it could be now our man in red takes off on the way down the line. Nice opening first turn, stays close to the whitewash and tries to go vertical on this one. Unfortunately, the wave kind of just flattening out for him. He wants to back up the 490. So this is a pretty smart move from Yuri. Under priority, backs up the 4.9, goes to 2nd, and now he can wait for a set.
And Ryuichi with a pair of 4.17s, he won't like that scoreline one bit. He's got a real froth monster and super late to the party on that last hit. But you can see time pressures are starting to mount given these boys' wave choices. That wave of Ryuichi's just did not look good. Had all the froth on it out of Yuri's ride. Even Yuri's wave, he kind of hit a couple of bumps off bottom turns and misfired a couple of times on that wave. The judges take note of that. And it was kind of a bit faddish at the end of the day. But, hey, when you've only got one number, you're kind of just rolling the dice going, anything is better than nothing.
100%. And like I said, I think he just really wanted to back it up quickly. And there is still time for him to go back out and wait for a set to just make sure he really gets a chance to showcase some surfing. So this is the 2nd wave of Yuri Ogasawa, the backup for 4.9. Still waiting for the scores to come through. You can see he kind of fumbled a little bit on the bottom turn there, but it wasn't too much of an issue as the wave didn't really provide what he was looking for.
He might still go to the lead. He does. He's just got a mid-3, and that was enough in a low-scoring matchup to overtake his teammate with some numbers coming. So this is Sol's only number, but it's the best score of the heat. He desperately wants to back this up. He could easily go to first place. Needs himself a 2.01. Stop it. And the Japanese in 1 and 2 positions. on the strength of low numbers. Look at that, 4s and 3s. So the 6.33 for Sol, he'll still feel fully confident. Got 6 minutes. A 2 is a no-brainer. For Raju, a 6.51, the requirement. He needs a good wave in a hurry as well to give himself maybe time to do something about getting 2 good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, we know he can do it. He's a super talented surfer. This could be maybe, the timeout from surfing heats. He's had that. You just get those nerves. Even though you pass the first few rounds, once you start seeing, bigger names in your heat, you kind of let those nerves in. You're like, oh, I got to really perform. I got to really pick them. I got to pick them right. So I think he's just got to start surfing, really. He only has a 183.
I know. He's better than what the scoreline shows. We all know that. I'm sure his mates that are watching will realise that Raju is just, maybe he wasn't really meant to be in the event. He was not even a contender at the start, and he got in due to someone's withdrawal. So this is kind of a bit of a free hit for Raju anyway. He's not actually chasing points or, that sort of thing. He had a bit of downtime living in Melbourne. He's back in Indo. He's loving it.
You can kind of see Sol just starting to get a little antsy now. He's sitting on a 6.33. He needs only a 2 to go into second, but if the wave doesn't come, he won't be able to get it. So you can kind of see him looking around and trying to paddle more down the line.
And he's got priority, so you'll probably think he won't be too fussy with that priority, because he'll be going, God, if I lose with the highest wave of a heat, you would kick yourself into next week.
Yeah, I think maybe with only 4 minutes left, I would start heading a little bit more on the inside and just
this guy,
something.
Someone positioning themselves in the next heat in white. It's Jay Brown by the look of it, right up the point. There seems to be some things reeling. We've only got 4 minutes to go. So this heat is kind of gnarly.
You can see the Sol sitting down, paddling, sitting back up, sitting back down.
He's nervous.
Looking around.
I reckon the next wave that is catchable, he's on it. All right, he's got
100%.
priority, but you can just see by his body language and his movement up around, he's pacing around. Red's asking for time. He's in the lead. Everybody's got to be nervous in this one. And Raju's just going, just give me one more. I want to blow up. I want to show you what I can do.
All right.
It's an opportunity, I reckon. Raju could be in the box seat here. No one wants it.
Oh,
right.
I'll take it.
The thing kind of burgered out anyway. It was a non-event. Wow, we are sub 3 minutes. Grundling's got to be sweating on his brow about now. This wave is still not going to do anything for anyone. Oh, my goodness.
All right. At this point, if I was Sol, I'd paddle on the inside and do anything. At least 2 cutbacks. It's a 2.
Bottom turn and 1 hit would probably get it.
100%.
He just needs a swell line. Oh, my God.
And it's not looking so good out there.
Look how low these totals are. We've got a couple of 8-point totals that are leading in first and second. Grundling's got 1 number, and he's not far off advancing, but he's desperate for a 2-0-1. Look at the crew in the area down there, the athlete zone. There's got to be some nervous Aussies in Sol's corner. There's Philip Duke trying to throw some advice around. A little lightweight, but he's such a cool dude. Did he get through his heat?
Yeah, he did. He got a 6.
I heard you guys talking up one of his rides, and he is so out of his weight division in a QS 6000, and he's making heats.
Yeah.
Go, Philip.
Oh, my God. I'm feeling really nervous for Sol. I mean, paddle in. Do something, please.
Oh, my God. The ocean's
Give yourself
really
a chance.
flat out the back too. He's looking really interested.
All right. 90 seconds left. This is your moment, Sol.
Raju's got it, but White's going to have to take it off him. Does Raju remember the rules? White doesn't get it anyway.
I think he was too far out.
Oh, my God. This could be an upset of the day. Probably been the skunkiest heat all day. Look at White now. He's just searching for something. This is gnarly. This is really heavy.
Yeah, this is crazy, actually. Okay, so there's a line coming out the back. I don't want to speak too soon. There's 55 seconds on the clock right now. Raju, a nice floater, but unfortunately, that's not going to be the 651 he's looking for. Okay, so it's looking there's a small wave.
This has to be a wave for Grundling, surely. Oh, it's not. Look at those things up there. Should he have paddled that way and just stood up on something?
I would be standing on the reef if it means catching a wave.
30 seconds. Grundling's eyes
All
have
right.
just lit up.
This is it. This is his moment.
Oh my God, folks. 20 seconds.
Will this wave? Oh, my goodness.
Look, keep your eye on the timer, everybody.
Oh,
Grundling
my
is
goodness.
right on death row here. It's just so close.
Please, Soul, please. I beg you. Yes.
6 seconds to go. He stood up.
All
Boom.
right.
There's his 2.
There's his 2.
There's his 3. There's his 4 and a bit. 5-point ride.
Oh, there we go.
Buy yourself a lottery ticket, young man. He just used his get out of jail free.
That was, my heart is racing so much right now. That was pretty crazy.
He'll probably go to first with this wave. I think he will. For sure he will. He goes to first. So from a dead and buried to a first placing, I think it's a no-brainer that he goes there. I think we might be staying with him and just check his bit of emotion when he gets a number. He'll know he's home and hosed. It's going to be bad luck to Ryuchi. He's the unfortunate recipient. Look at him. He's just laughing. He's gone, thank you, God.
Oh, I feel bad for his parents right now, giving him a heart attack.
All right, so Grundling there does go to the lead. He just about matches his first score. So with the 2 best numbers, Grundling first. And, well, we're going to throw it on ad. We'll get back with that official result in a moment. See you in a tick, gang. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is day 3. Already with live action, we're seeing the last bit of Arch Whiteman's wave. I want to welcome back into the booth, True Starling.
Thank you, Gianna. It feels like there's a bit of a high from that last heat, and you could see the emotion still in the water. I think maybe the caddy for Arch Whiteman just firing up after that first wave of Arch, so scores to lock in. Wow, Soul getting a buzzer beater then.
That was a pretty crazy heat. I mean, it was one of the slowest heats we've ever had today in this event, and he had a 6.33, no backup for 25 minutes, and in the last 6 seconds he manages to get a wave, do 3 turns, finish it, and then goes straight to first.
Wow.
In the last 6 seconds of the event. I mean, imagine sitting on a 6.33. It's the highest wave of the whole heat. So yeah.
Wow. 6 seconds. That is so scary. Jay Brown up and riding. This is live action for Heat 15. Jay from Cronulla, really nice opening carve, floats it over that section there, and I know that Jay's travel buddy Ty Cooler surfed in one of the earlier heats. Pretty sure he made that one as well. So I'm sure Jay's wanting to keep the momentum going between the two of them. They'll be taking on Cameron McDougall and also Jesse Ferguson as well. So scores to come through for first of Jay Brown. First wave of Arch Whiteman, a 4.67. This is that replay. Oh, huge opening carve for Arch. Gets his second one in. And this is where it gets a little bit foamier, and he just has a bit of a stumble there, but still puts together a really nice first wave. Good to kick off his heat in this round, Giada.
Yep, so this heat already a complete opposite scene from the first one. We've already had 2 waves ridden. This is the first of Jay Brown. Came in at a 3:17. Unfortunately, here got a little bit stuck on the top, but he would have had to been super quick to shut that one down. So we have Cameron McDougall and Jesse Ferguson, 2 names that I've seen in the past here in the Krui Pro. You know a little bit about Jesse you were mentioning yesterday?
Yeah, Jesse. He's such an awesome kid. He's 16 years old. He's doing a lot of training with Adam Duffner at the moment. There's a big group of them here under the Duffy squad. Also training with Jared Detiri as well over at JDT. He's got his own HQ, does like PT and strength training, especially surf specific stuff. So Jesse's really putting in the hours and the preparation leading into these events. And now he just needs to trust the process and perform at his best where he can.
Yeah, 100%. So it's most of the times the ones that put in the hard work and the time tend to get results. So I'm excited to see what happens with Jesse Ferguson in this heat. So you were just outside. What's the vibe like? What's happening? What's going on?
Yeah, it is pretty warm out there. I'm not going to lie to you. It's quite warm, but there is some really good waves coming through. Everyone was super excited. There was lots going on, lots of energy out there. People getting ready for their heats coming up soon. We are going to run into the first 8 heats of the men's round of 96 after the completion of this round. So I think a lot of the competitors are getting excited to get back out there, I think, or be out there for the first time for the Krui Pro. So yeah, it's cool to see everyone starting to come to the event site to check the waves out a little bit, hang out in the athlete area. There's lots of excitement out there. Honestly, I think the waves are pumping, and if everyone had the opportunity to have a heat today, I think we'd have some very happy people.
100%. And I definitely think I'm going to go for a surf this afternoon. It's been firing all day. We've been watching these waves and these incredible surfers just go back to back. This is now Arch Whiteman, current heat leader. Beautiful, super fast first opening turn. Unfortunately, goes over the handlebars on that one. But that first turn was so beautiful.
Wow, yeah, that could have been a really good moment. And this, huge gouge. Wow, that was so solid from Arch. But I feel like that happens a little bit to Arch. He does one huge first turn and kind of overcooks the second turn just a little bit. I feel like, that section was always going to be a little bit fatter on that second moment. So maybe the wrong turn choice. I'm not out there and I'm not going to judge or anything. I loved that first turn. It would have been amazing to see him back it up with a solid second turn because it would have been a good score.
100%. I agree. That first turn was all the money. There we have it. A 3-1-3 just from one turn. Imagine if he backed that up. I'm sure he would have gotten 1 or 2, and that was definitely in the 5s, maybe 6s, depending on how the wave was gonna pan out. But it is looking now like Cameron McDougall on a good looking bomb. We are super excited to see him start his QS campaign. Nice first turn straight up into this second one, just setting up for this section of the wave. Goes vertical off the lips, all 3 fins out onto the other side. He's gonna have to weave through this section a little bit. It kind of flattens out, but really nicely done from Cameron.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. He's still going on this one as well. Just coming unstuck though.
So it looks like you've seen Arch Whiteman surf quite a bit. Tell us a little bit about him. Where's he from? What's he up to?
Yeah, well, Arch is from the northern beaches of Sydney, from North Avalon, around there. He's such a big legend. This guy right here on screen, though, that's Jay Brown. He is from Cronulla, and Jay is over here enjoying his time in Indo. Kicks out of that one. I think he's he loves coming here to Krui. He came here last year. He got a 49th. came here last year, but I think he maybe made 1 or 2 heats from memory. But yeah, he loves coming here every year. I saw him the other night. He goes, I just love this place. There's so many waves. The surf is so good, and I know that he'd be absolutely frothing to be out there for a heat.
So this is that first 313 he got. Fortunately, fell off on that second turn, but that was like some exciting stuff. This is Cameron McDougall's first wave. We're still waiting for the score to come in. So really nice wave. It did stand up for him here a little bit. He managed to stick this one. Got a couple nice cutbacks here, but unfortunately kind of fell on that last turn.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Cameron. He looked like he was on his way to a good score. You can see it just re-walls here for him, but just hits it a little bit too late. So unfortunately, just coming down with the lip. So Cameron, he will lock in a score, which is awesome, with 16 minutes to go and not many waves coming through. We're going to head over to Mark with the winner of the last heat, Sol. And yeah, that seemed like a pretty exciting finish.
A very lucky winner, shall I say, a well-measured winner, Sol Grundling. Was that the most nervous, stressful heat you've ever surfed?
Definitely. I don't think I've ever left a heat like so close to the end. But yeah, I'm frothing. I'm so frothing. I got the chance to have a crack at the score, and yeah.
Did you realise there was like 6 seconds to go, right? You rode the last bit of motion in the ocean of that heat.
Yeah, I paddled back out and I looked at my watch. I was like, oh, I've got 10 minutes. I'm cruising, and then next second, I let a few waves go, and I look at my watch. I'm like, oh, 1 minute, and the waves just stopped. And I was like, up or down, and everyone was whistling down, and got so lucky to get that last wave, and I just went all out. I didn't even think about it.
No, you did indeed get lucky. You dodged a major bullet, buddy. I could suggest that you go and buy a lottery ticket because it could be your lucky day.
Definitely going to get a Bacardi sweat and a bang bang after this.
You deserve it. You probably just stressed your folks out who are probably watching. You probably stressed them out big time. Would you like to apologise to them for that?
Yeah, sorry, Mum and Dad and Duke and all the boys that are helping me out. Yeah, thanks heaps for watching and supporting me. And yeah, on to the next one.
I'm going to shake your hand. That was a job well done. Phew. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Sol. I know that Sol would be pretty happy with that one. Arch Whiteman would be happy with this. A couple of really nice combinations. Looking to finish it off strong. He gets up there and rides out, and that was a really, really solid wave for Arch Whiteman. I love that surfing. I think Jay Brown also got a good one there. I saw a pretty staunch kind of no-claim stand-up claim in a way. And yeah, I think 2 good scores potentially to lock in.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like the ocean's waking up a little bit again. I told Mark that with this dead low tide approaching, we're going to have a lot of lulls and a lot of heats like the last one with the last second heat change and scores. But as soon as this tide switches and it starts coming back in, that tide starts coming back in, we're going to see a big change in condition again, and we're going to have non-stop action out here. It's going to be such a fun afternoon. I'm super excited, not only to watch the heats, but to get a couple waves ourselves as well.
Yeah, it should be a fun afternoon. This is that replay of that last wave of Jay Brown. Locks in at a 517. What do you like about this one, Giada?
All right, so this is one of those waves that kind of hugs the reef a little bit more. You can see here that there's a little bit more texture on the face of it, so he did really well to weave through that, but that last turn was the money shot of that wave. He is gonna go for a pretty good score there. I love that he just followed the lip all the way through and just airdropped finished. Stood up, looked up, he was like, yeah, I got this.
Yeah, it was full commitment from Arch Whiteman. First indications of the scores comes in a 6.33 for Arch, so well rewarded for some really solid surfing. I love to just see him get those good connections and also get that finish. We saw that one really nice carve, and then he goes into the second one and kind of overcooked it. So it was good to see him get a couple of nice combos.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm sure each of these surfers has their own way to kind of calm yourself down, because it's inevitable. You're going to make mistakes in a heat. Like it happens to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's how you recover from it. It's kind of like, okay, I did that. now I gotta just get my next wave and sort my stuff out and improve from it. So he did a really good job in doing that.
What are some things that you kind of go back to in heats to reground yourself, I guess, if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed?
I think some of the strategies I used to use the most was probably like finding a sentence that I would just repeat to myself over and over again. I think mine was like, I can do this, or you got this, or my turns are something like that. Something positive, obviously, like a positive reinforcement. And it just keeps saying that to yourself, deep breathing and trying to keep calm. I remember a few times, like, it's easy to get frustrated from those mistakes you make. But like I said, it's the bounce back that matters.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure a lot of these surfers have the tools in place to help them get back into the groove of things. This is Jesse Ferguson. He's looking for a 6.27. That's a better connection there from Jesse. That board looking really strong underfoot. I know he's riding some DHDs, and Jesse tags it once again to get the completion. Is he going to try for one more turn, or is he going to kick out? Looks like he's going to try and get the bonus section, and it was well worth it because he gets the ride out.
That was a really nice wave from Jesse Ferguson. I really enjoyed that. He went to town with that. I was really shocked as well for that last turn. But those first few turns, the wave was super bowly. He wasn't afraid to hit it. So here, kind of a setup turn for this section here. Beautiful first turn. Gets around this one, and this wave just giving him so much to work with. One more, boom, and manages to get around this section and shut this one down. So this is going to be a pretty good score for Jesse.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. He seemed super composed, surfed well beyond his years. I know that, yeah, he's been putting in the hard yards, as we mentioned earlier, so it's good to see him convert on a good wave for Jesse. So scores to lock in. He's still 16 years old. He's doing homeschooling. I'm sure he's probably got a few school assignments to submit while he's over here in Krui and Nias. It's amazing to have the opportunity to travel the world while also still maintaining a good education. And I know that Jesse's super excited to be here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? The waves are firing. All his friends are probably down here. And it's just a really great energy to this place. And I'm actually want to go back to what you asked me about. How do you keep calm in your heats?
Well, it's been a while since I've had to do that.
Let's go down this trip of memory lane.
Yeah, memory lane. I think it wasn't so much as saying things to myself. It was just like probably keep calm and like trust yourself, trust the process. But a lot of the time it was splashing water in my face or reconnecting with the ocean. It really just depended on how far gone I was. Like if I was like super in my head, then it would kind of just depend on what I needed to do. But huge first turn from Cameron McDougall, using his priority on a really good looking wave, tags it once again, floats it, and wow, he does well to hold on to that end turn, because that was a pretty big free fall drop, and Arch Whiteman looking to defend his position in the lead. Gets a nice first carve to open up this wave, and he's looking really solid. Can he get a critical connection? He does. Comes around with another hard carve. Arch is reading this wave so well. I was super impressed with his surfing last year, and he kicks out of another really good wave.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely either be improving his scoreline or close to that 4.67. That was some beautiful surfing from Arch Whiteman, but Cameron McDougall went to town with that. 3 massive blasts, managed to stick it. He just fixed his watch as a little claim and then went under. He was like, that will do.
Yeah. He's like, I really want to claim this, but I'm just going to keep it low-key.
So a couple scores to come through for Arch Whiteman and Cameron McDougall. I'm sure we're going to see some changes in the leaderboard.
Yeah, you see that last score of Jesse locks in at a 6.23. Pretty good score for Jesse Ferguson. He only needs a 2.21 now to jump up into second place. Cameron needs a 4.18. I feel like Jay Brown is Yeah, he really needs to get rid of that 327 and hopefully get another 5 or a 6. Looks like he's up and riding right on cue. Tags that first section. Looking for this second one, goes up and over it. He gets another steep section here, really laying into his rail. I love that turn. Jay Brown goes up and at it again. What a heat we have. The heat number 15 in the round of 128. These are some great waves coming through. Jay just lays into another turn there to finish that one off. He needs a 5.21. I mean, this is such a seesaw battle right now.
100%. So that was a really well surfed wave by Jay Brown. He read that incredibly well, like doing those more like carvy turns in the part of the waves that was flatter, and then every time he would pick up, he was upside down and vertical on his front hand. So that was some beautiful stuff from Jay Brown.
Yeah, that was a really great answer back. That last wave of Cameron McDougall is 6.1. So he goes up into second, also has that 4.27. Let's take a look at this 6.1 from Cameron Giada.
Huge first turn, just slides those fins out straight up into the second one. I think this third one back to back just floats it and airdrops it down. That must hurt his knees really bad. And right behind him, Arch Whiteman. We're still waiting for this score to come in, but a really good wave selection here. You know, it wasn't giving him so much at first, but this wave kind of just grew as it went along the reef. He surfed this nicely, giving the judges a variety. Really smooth surfing from Arch Whiteman. He doesn't waste a lot of time in between his turns, and behind Jay Brown. What'd you like about this one?
Yeah, I just thought Jay was up and into the lip every time. He didn't try and oversurf it. You can see he's patient off the bottom and just really rips into it off the top. I love that turn. That was such a huge carve. A little bit of extra oomph to it as well. So he needs a 5.21. We'll see where it goes. I love that last turn too. Heaps of variety. 5.33 for that last wave of Arch. Let's see where this one of Jay goes.
Yeah, okay, so we're waiting for the last of Jay. I think he probably got it with that last one or either close to it. And there we have it. It's looking like a big number for Jay Brown, and he goes straight to the lead with that one, a 7.67. That is a pretty big number. This heat is on a roll right now. Each surfer has nothing lower than a 6.
Wow, this is a very exciting heat. This is that replay of that last one of Arch Whiteman. He got a wave after that 5.53. So he has another score to lock in. It's Jay Brown right now with the lead of 7.67 on that last wave. That was really smooth surfing. This has been a really exciting heat, as you mentioned. Everyone in the 6 and the 7 range. A 5.77. Cameron needs to get to second. Jesse chasing a 5.64. Sorry. I feel like, yeah, wow, with 3.5 minutes to go, there's definitely going to be another opportunity.
100%. This is a heat that keeps on giving. Very, very action-packed compared to the last one. So I'm super excited to see how this one ends. You're right, Jay Brown, a 7.67. That's one of the highest scores we've seen in a long time. So it's going to be interesting how Jesse Ferguson fights back. He has a 2.17 as a backup. He knows he needs a wave right now.
Yeah, that was Arch. He had a little look under priority. I don't mind that tactic to see if he can better that 5.53. He's in 4th priority. No harm, no foul. With 3 minutes to go, this is an important time in this heat. Let's take a look at this replay of the 7.67 again. This was such a huge wave. Giada, really strong surfing.
Yeah, it was a big wave. He gave the judges variety. He gave them speed and flow. So he's just ticking boxes all along this wave. He doesn't spend a lot of time just waiting for the sections to come. When the section goes flat, he does those turns, and when it picks up, he goes into the pocket. So it was really read well from Jay Brown.
Yeah, beautiful timing, good power. You can see him taking a minute there. He's probably feeling it right now. He needed a score. He was on the ropes, and he capitalized on the opportunity that he had with 2 minutes to go. It is Jesse Ferguson in fourth. He has first priority, needs a 5.64, and Cameron McDougall holds second priority. He needs a 5.77. Arch Whiteman would be feeling the nerves a little bit right now because they're not big requirements for third and fourth place.
Yeah, so the scoreline is pretty tight. It's gonna be a pretty intense finish with a couple lines coming through. 1:40 on the clock. I think we're gonna have a blockbuster finish here in heat 15 of the round of 128. We're gonna go straight to the last heat of this round and then into the round of 96.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a couple more seeded surfers hit the lineup out there. There's some really fun waves today. I feel like we could just keep running, but this is Jesse Ferguson using his priority, chasing a 5.64 to progress through to the next round. Bit of a carve to start this one off. He's looking to really open up on the inside. Gets a steeper section. That's a better looking turn from Jesse. Another flatter turn. He really needs to find a critical section here, which he does there, and lays into another turn, gets a ride out, and you can see the passion coming through. He needs a 5.64. What do you think, Giada? It's going to be close.
It's close. I'm not sure. I can't really tell you, especially since it was a drone angle. Maybe we'll get a replay and see, but it's definitely close. The only thing kind of holding me back is there was a lot of downtime on that wave. It never had a moment where I was like, whoa, So he's looking for almost a 6 at this point.
Yeah, he needs that score. It's a really hard one. Wow, Cameron McDougall with 10 seconds to go. He is up and riding. Needs a 5.77. Gets around that section. Nice open carve. Gets a second turn and the finish for Cameron McDougall. Wow, so scores to lock in for Cameron and Jesse. They were both sitting in third and fourth. This is going to be a really close finish.
Ooh, so this is a replay of Jesse Ferguson, his last wave. He needs a 5.64 here. This wave really nicely surfed throughout the whole time, but yeah, as I said, a lot of more flat sections, a lot of more safe surfing. So I'm not too sure if it's going to be the score he needs. It's going to be close though. Beautiful finishing. He was feeling it. This is Cameron McDougall out the back. 5.77 is his requirement. Gets around the section and mostly just what we saw, this turn and finisher. Ooh, what are your thoughts?
Wow, it's going to be really, really close. Wow. Last of blue for Cameron McDougall, a 4.6. Doesn't get the score, unfortunately, for Cameron. He got a 49th here last year. You can see a little bit of frustration there. It's never nice to hear that, you've given it your all, and unfortunately it's just come up a little bit short. It's this last score of Jesse Ferguson that is a number that could really change the situation. He needs a 5.64. He got a couple of good backside snaps in. Nothing huge like we saw on that 6.23 of his, but he had some really good connections, had some good moments. The judges are really thinking about it. It's going to be close, Giada. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, so I think they're probably going to be looking at Arch Whiteman's 5.53 and kind of comparing Jesse Ferguson's wave to that.
Mm-hmm.
This is the replay. He's looking for a 5.64. Beautifully surfed, and he had this good composure to him. He wasn't rushing. So that's a really good sign of maturity and competition. But I'm on the fence. I'm not going to lie. I'm not fully convinced.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to say yes, but it's also, he's done a lot of turns. The wave was really good, but we're still waiting on that score for Jesse to lock in. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the surfing. They just kind of lacked that real power moment that we saw in that 6.23. Although, he was still surfing really well. He got a lot of work done Wow, this is going to be really, really close. That next heat is going to be Maddie Job, Tom Whitpain, Joel Kerr, and Toi Tanaka there. They need to wait because this is an important score for Jessie Ferguson. It's starting to lock in. And last of green, Jessie Ferguson, a 5.07. It is not enough. So it's Jay Brown and Arch Whiteman moving on through to the round of 96. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the last heat of the men's round of 128 right after this.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Pro, it's day 3 here, and we have the last heat of the men's round of 128 out there. Heat 16, Maddie Job in the red, Tom Whitpain in the blue, Joel Kerr wearing the white. I don't know where I got yellow from. In the white, and Toi Tanaka in the green. Dai Wacko, maybe it's because you're wearing a yellow shirt.
Right.
Styling in here right now. Dai, it's been a great day of surfing so far, and we've got some huge heats coming up this afternoon as well.
Right, the condition still, remains the same. Just slightly onshore wind, but not much texture on the faces. Looking good still. And we have a pretty good heat this heat. We have Maddie Job. Wow, he's a very, smart competitor from Burley. Yeah. That's what I knew.
Yeah, he's also actually pretty smart on land too. He's actually just graduated university as well. I think he was doing accounting from memory.
Accounting, wow.
Yeah, so
very smart.
Now he's committing to the QS as well. He's done many, many heats. He's surfed in many a QS. He also has a fellow Burley board rider member out there in Tom Whitpain, but this is Toi Tanaka right now.
Right. 田中選手、1本目のライディングさ、一発目は大きなターンをしてきます。一発2発と、これは素晴らしい身になってきました。そして3発目もこれはいいライディングになりました。Well served from Toi Tanaka. That was just 3 big turns, no rush, just one big connecting. There's a big flow, speed. That's great surfing from Toi Tanaka.
Yeah, super exciting to watch. And starting off this heat with a bang. Toi surfed in the men's round of 144 yesterday, from memory?
Yes.
Yes, he did. And I know that this was a heat that you were excited to watch as well.
Because I know Toi, he lives in Shonang, but he's from Shonang area. That's where I live. And also, he used to be going to PBC.
Really?
Now he lives in Australia as working holiday visa.
Yep.
And yeah, actually I'm from PBC as well, so I...
Really?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that, guy.
That's why I knew a lot of people from PBC, and a lot of Japanese juniors go to school there nowadays.
Learn something new every day.
Wow, 767.
Wow.
For the Toi Tanaka's first wave. That is a massive start.
Yeah, let's take a look at the replay. Oh, huge first turn for Toi Tanaka. Backs it up once again. Wow, that was solid surfing, and he is just stamping his authority in this one.
Right.
That was insane.
Actually, he had one more in, I think, in the beginning.
Really?
Yeah, 3
Wow.
big turns. But this is Joe car in white. It's a smaller size waves, but still it has kind of good wall to working on. Hopefully it's gonna stand up, but I don't think so. He kicks out quickly.
You can see a little bit of frustration there, maybe questioning that wave choice. This is Maddie Job up and riding. Maddie opens up with a carve. He's patient through this one. Doesn't like the look of that end section, so he gets out. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking, Di, when you hear a 767 from a competitor out in your heat.
I will be like, well, when?
Yeah.
You know, it's such a big field out there, so you just don't know what, opponents doing. So
Yeah. Well, while we have a little bit of a break in the action, doesn't look like there's any sets rolling through. Someone who had a really good heat in that last one was Jay Brown. He's going to have a chat with Giada.
All right, guys, I'm here with the winner of the last heat. Congratulations. It's not looking easy out there. Tell us a little bit about the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a few little double ups on the inside with the low tide, but with the lower tide, I think those wide ones are just pushing a little too wide. But yeah, there's like a little rib as well running through the wave, which is a little bit difficult, but no, it's definitely pretty fun.
All right, so your board is looking incredible under your feet. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, I opted for a little bit bigger for this event and in a round tail, and yeah, I'm finding it a lot flowier, a lot faster than just my normal squash. So I think that helps for sure.
All right, is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family watching at home?
Just thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm sure my family and friends are watching, and yeah.
All right, thank you and congratulations. See you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jay. Congratulations on that heat win. And Tom Whitpain, wow. He's just heard that 767 and gone, hang on a second. That's not happening. It's my turn.
Hands on. But yeah, that was a great surfing from Tom Whitpain. Probably Mighty Job saw that wave coming, and they're in the Burley Boot Riders. Yeah?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Do you think they, well, let's have a look at this one. Really love the first big calf under the lip and just checking time there. And then this one, even bigger calves with a lot of strays. And it gets a finish right after this here. That's well served from Surfer Blue Tom. It's going to be a healthy score, like ES 517.
Yeah, good looking score for Tom Whitpain. And it's Toy Tanaka. That 767 was huge stuff.
Right.
Yeah. It's exciting to see Toy just really starting off with the bang. 17 minutes to go. And yeah, he's slowly running away with it, but he needs to get a pretty decent backup to solidify that heat win.
Toy Tanaka is one of my favorite surfers in Japan. He has a good style, really laid down, like almost like in between, mixing Ethan Ewing and Paco style.
Oh, yeah.
Very relaxing,
Mm-hmm.
but as well as he has got the really great power, flow, speed.
Bit of aggression in there.
Yes.
Style. He's super stylish.
Smooth surfer.
Yeah, it's exciting to watch. Yeah, went to PBC. That's super cool. So now he's in Oz, working over there, but it's exciting to see him here.
Right.
In Krui competing. Is he committing to the full season? Do you know?
I think he's committing to a full season this year, trying to do all of the QS, Asia QS tour.
Yeah.
So he's going to NIAS as well as Korea. We're gonna have in July.
Yep.
Next month.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
exciting.
Another exciting event again.
I know. There's so much going on.
Right.
I mean, 2 Indo events back to back. Home for a quick reset. Head over to Korea for 3.5 days.
Yes.
And then you're back home. But yeah, I'm
And I'm excited to, like, potentially we're gonna have like 6,000 in Japan as well. There's a new schedule updated 2 nights ago.
Really?
So you-
Co-sanctioned?
Hope so. Yeah, you might want to check it out, but yeah, hopefully,
Hopefully.
it's gonna be on in Japan and might see you in Japan.
That would be cool.
That'd be cool.
Wow. Fun waves all around the world. Like, this a pretty amazing opportunity to go and compete and just do what you love.
Right.
Which for us is surfing. It's obviously it can be a little bit of a tricky one as well, because when you lose heats, it can get quite hard
Right.
to navigate those emotions. But winning heats is next to nothing pretty much. It's so awesome to come in from a heat win knowing that you put together a really good heat and that you felt good with your surfing. It's
Right.
exciting. Little bit of a break in this heat. There's not too many sets right now. That 767 of Toi Tanaka was a really good one to watch. A 517 for Tom Whitpain for his first wave. Matty Job, just a 1.7. He didn't like the look of his one. He needs a 3.48 to go up into second. And Joel Kerr chasing a 3.68 with 14 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's quite it's been a really quiet in the middle of the stage. Only Toys 767 is on point, but there's still plenty of times. Yeah, this is the first. No, that was the second turn actually, and then he got the finish. But I'm pretty sure he had a first section as well as the 2 turns. So that's what it looks like. 767.
Wow.
Looks like.
That was really, really committed surfing. It was good to see him get super vert. I mean, it was probably one of the most critical waves I've seen in a while, just off 2 turns.
Right.
As well. It was so good to watch. But while we have a bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to a Bonsai brew break. We'll be right back.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
And we're back, and it is heat 16. Wow, Matty Job. Really good looking wave ahead of him, goes up and over that section. Whoa, huge backside gouge in that section once again. Matty just up and into it, top to bottom surfing, goes for a finish, and he gets a completion. That was a really well surfed wave die. I think you liked that one.
Really liked that one too. He went vert and straight to the bottom and verts again. So he put 4 or 5 turns in. Let's have a look at this one, and it's a bigger size waves, nice floats, come around the section, and he goes to the vertical and throwing a lot of sprays. Even this one, it was a great turn again, and here is another strong finish from Matty Job. That can be a great score for Matty.
Yeah, wow, that was an exciting wave to watch. I mean, there was so much power and grunt behind each turn. You could really see that, what his goal was, and that was just to belt it. And it's exactly what he did. That's a 3.48 and then some. I feel like Matty's going to get a pretty decent score with 11 minutes to go. Not many waves. There's only been 4 waves ridden in this heat, but indications of that last wave of Matty looking like it's going to be a healthy number. Maybe not the best wave of the heat, but definitely the second. A few more scores to lock in here. And it comes in at a 7. So Matty goes straight up into first place, and a 7 is a pretty healthy score to have in your back pocket.
Definitely. Now he's going to have time to think about what to pick next, because he's got a 7.00 And there's still plenty of times to get a backup score. But now a little bit of pressure on Toi Tanaka as well. He's already got 767, but you need a decent backup now.
Yeah, there's been so many heats that I've seen in the past where people get that good score. They get into that excellent range, or they get into that good to excellent range, and then they can't get a backup and they get knocked out.
Right, that's true.
And it's pretty crazy to see that sometimes that does happen. You can have your best surfing on one good wave, but if two counts. Joel Kerr, the Victorian, trying to get around this section, not a whole lot going on, and he just knows that that's not going to be what he's after.
Yeah, like a couple heats ago, there's a heat where the one surfer got a 6.5 something and just waiting for the backup for like 24 minutes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. And then he just got 5 in the last 5 seconds. So that could happen.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't really want to be waiting for so long.
No, that just brings up a lot of nerves and anxiety. I'm sure that the family watching back at home would have been freaking out.
Right.
So with 9 minutes, I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen in this heat. Tom Whitpayne needs a 2.51 to go to second. Joel Kerr, his last wave was a 1.5. He needs a 6.18. It's Toi Tanaka with the best wave of the heat being that 7.67. Dai, when it's like this and it's a little bit slow, how do you kind of approach that? Is for Toi especially, he's got the best wave of the heat.
Right.
Do you think he's looking at just getting another 7, or do you feel like he's hoping to get to the 5 range to just get back that lead?
If I were him, probably I would go for mid-4 or like mid-5 first. If he can get a wave in like a couple of minutes, so that you can actually have another crack at it in like the last 5 minutes. So I would say I would go for the mid-5s.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard. You maybe need to just change your mindset a little bit. 12 points plus is probably what is going to get you through these heats. We saw a couple of 14-point combos. Kota Killorn springs to mind with that 8.33 earlier on in heat number 7.
Wow.
Here we go. Matty Job. He's already got a 7, looking to get rid of that 1.7. We'll see what he can do on this one. Just staying close to the whitewash there, which is where the power of the wave is, but that one just fades out.
田中選手2本目のライディング、ここはしっかりとスコアしていきたいところ。さあ一発目スプレーを上げていきます。この波がインサイドでつながってきて切り立っていくとその点数を広げていくことができます。どうでしょう。さあ立ってきました。ここもいいリッピングを入れて、そしてここも縦へのアプローチ。さあここはメイクしていきたかったところですが、That was really unfortunate for Toi Tanaka. It looked really great through to the inside and gets the finish. Unfortunately, he went down, but he had a couple of good moments though.
Yeah, he did. He still had a couple of really, really strong moments. So I feel like he'll go to the lead with that one. Maddie's last wave was a 2.6. Toi, that would have been a really good wave if he hadn't have fallen on that last one. It could have been that 5 that we were just talking about potentially.
Definitely, if he made that one, then all the nerves go away now. But well, the 4.0, that's not a bad backup actually.
Yeah.
Because he's already got 7.67. Now he's in the lead.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was what he was expecting. So.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to get another good one. This is that replay of the 2.6 of Matty Job. Bit of a fatter wave here, Dai.
Just one big turn. Probably he just, get rid of the 1.01. But this is Toi's last wave. It looked like similar to, what Matty's got. But after this section, it kind of stands up for him and gets the vertical section. And right here, looked good. Went vertical. In the critical section, but unfortunately it comes unstuck.
Looks like his board just got stuck.
Yeah.
A bump in the wave or something. Something's happened there.
Right.
Which was very unlucky for Toi Tanaka, but a 4 for his backup. Not a bad way to regain the lead. Maddie needs a 4.68, so it is Tom Whitpain now holding first priority, needing a 4.44 to go up into second. And Joel Kerr, he hasn't really converted on any of the waves he's had right now. He needs an 8.1. Wow. That's a big score. Do you think with 5 minutes to go, there's enough time to break it up into 2, or is it the focus on one wave?
I reckon there's still time, because if you put 2 big turns in, and probably you can get 6s, so there's still time for White. But for Tom, he only needs 4.44, but you don't really want to go for the 4.44, right? Because Maddie already got 7.
Yeah.
And he won't be needing big score to go back to the second, so probably Tom needing to get mid-5 or mid-6.
Yeah, I agree. I think 6+ would probably be the go for Tom, but he just needs to really pick the eyes out of it right now and just go to town on whatever next wave he gets. He was looking really strong already on that first wave. He's a very solid, goofy footer. He's powerful. So let's see. Tom Whitpain up and riding on this one. Nice opening down carve. Little bit of a fumble there. 4.44 is his requirement. Gets back to the power source. Tags it there once again. He's still throwing lots of spray. Hits it to get a finish.
Well, it was well served from Tom. This is Joe Carr. Needing 8.10. Needs a big hit. And he gets a finish. But I'm not too sure if it's going to be 8.10. But Tom's last wave, it's going to be close to the requirement. He did what he can do on that wave. But this is Mari up and riding. This is a huge wall towards to him, but unfortunately, kind of shut down on him. Wow, just over 3 minutes remaining, and I think Tom's got a requirement.
Yeah, I think he does too. Toi Tanaka, nice first turn die.
さあ、田中選手、この 4.0 は超えていきたいところですが、ここでキックアウト。
Wow, so this is really coming down to the wire. Last 3 minutes in this heat. Up next, we're going to have the first heat of the men's round of 196. Eden Hassan is going to take on Sentaro Sakai, Caleb Tancred, and Kaiki Yamanaka. Wow, that's a big heat.
Big match already. And it's not even top round.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, wow. Not even the top seeded round. I did forget about that. That is, holy moly. We still have so many incredible surfers to welcome into the draw. 2.5 minutes to go. Waiting on scores for Toi Tanaka. Last of Joel Kerr, 4.13. This is that last wave of Tom Whitpain. He needs a 4.44. What do you like about it, Di?
There's a little bit of downtime here, but he managed really, really well to connect to the inside section, and here is steeper section, and he gets the finish. So probably he got the 4.44, that what he needed. But this is a Joe's last waves, comes in 4.13. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Now he needs 5.48. But Tom's last wave is going to be really, really close to the requirement.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. And another thing to throw into the storyline of this heat is Maddie Job has just got back out the back with 90 seconds to go, has first priority. So if Tom gets a score, Maddie has an opportunity to answer back. Wow, this is going to be really close. Last of Tom Whitpain still hasn't locked in.
Probably even, Tom got a requirement. Maddie needs small scores to go back into the second. So yeah. But definitely, Maddie want to get one more wave in.
Yeah, wow. There's not much time left. 1 minute to go. Last of Tom Whitpain is still locking in. No indication of scores just yet. The judges are having a really good think about it. It's an important score.
There is a few lines coming to the lineup now. Just over 30 seconds remaining. Well, Maddie has to go for the one of one of the wave.
Yeah, surely he has to go with 25 seconds to go. The number is slowly starting to filter in for Tom Whitpain. Wow, with 20 seconds to go. This is really nervous times for Maddie and Tom right now. The Burleigh Board Riders members. Wow, with 5 seconds to go, is Maddie going to get up on a wave and potentially defend? I don't think he gets up in time. Even then, it's not going to be the score if he was requiring one. Wow.
It's all about Tom's last wave. Just one score locked in. We need a few more scores to locked in for the last of blue. This is the last of red.
Wow, we have, this is crazy stuff. Tom Whitpain needs a score. I think maybe even Joel Kerr may have got a wave at some point. Well, he only needed a 5.48. So wondering what happened there. Oh, wow. It is going to be
close.
So close for Tom Whitpain. This last of Joel Kerr isn't going to factor in. It's a 4.57 for Tom Whitpain. He goes to second place. So it's Toi Tanaka and Tom Whitpain moving on through to the men's round of 96. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Maddie Job and Joel Kerr for this event. Don't go anywhere. We are rolling into the men's round of 96, Heat 1. It's going to be an exciting heat. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro QS 6000. We are now into men's QS round of 96. Heat number 1. We have Aiden Hassan, Sentaro Sakai, Caleb Tancred, Kaiki Yamanaka. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Mr. Mark.
Hey, Dai. That last heat sounded really exciting. Tell me.
Right.
What happened?
Well, Toi Tanaka was on fire. He got a 7 and 4. And Maddie Job got a 7, but he got 3rd place. In the last minute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Tom got a last wave and he got a requirement. He needed 4.4 and he got a 4.53.
Wow. So close.
That was a great matchup.
All right. Anyway, the big news is we're boosted into a new round, everybody. This is the second last seeded round as far as our top seeds go. So we're looking at Eden Hassan, the number 1 seed out of Australia, in the red. Santaro Sakai, Japanese surfer, in blue. Caleb Tancred is in white, and in the green we see him on screen, Kaiki Yamanaka, Team Japan.
山中選手の1本目のライディングになります。ここはセットアップターンをして、深いボトムターンをしていきます。さあ、ここでカービングターンを入れてくる。そして肩が張ってきたところでもう一度大きなターンを入れてきます。スプレーを飛ばしながら前に出てくるが、ここで演技が終わります。
Eden Hassan now, his first opportunity, second opportunity to impress. He's got a 3. This is it. A 3-3, the replay, unwinding. A good wave, though, for Kaiki, just unfolded. So there'll be a reasonable number for the surfer in green. All right, so big matchups going on. We've got another 7 of these heats to roll out to finish off a pretty successful long campaign on day 3. It'll be 22 heats in the bank. And there's been a lot of highlights. None better, I guess, than Coda Killorn's 833 is the biggest number today. Is that still stacking up? Yep. All right, we have our official draw of the whole next round. So some of the names we're going to be seeing surfing in the very next heat is Kyan Falvey. Had a great campaign here last year. We interviewed him a lot of times because he won a lot of heats. I remember that name. Xavier Bryce is the number 1 seed in Heat 3. We've also got Ty Richo in that one. Made Mahendra, the Grom, is also in that heat. Soma Hirahara and Willis Druma are both featuring in Heat 4. Yuma, the sniper,
Right.
as through the juniors yesterday and the day before, and Ricky Sato. Big heats all over the place. I can see Weston Hurst's name right there in Heat 5, in Heat 6. A bunch of Japanese surfers there in Heat 7, led out by Ippo Suzuki. And in Heat 8, I can see Jack Thomas. The West Aussie, is going to feature in the Red Rashi in the final heat of the day. So for everybody on board, I would suggest you stick around and just pay some homage to the round of 96. The waves are on tap. The tide will be pushing back in by then. We're probably not far off that moment. Big old Sep just mows down Eden out the back. So I think we've got a pretty exciting afternoon coming up.
Definitely. We're gonna be seeing a lot of great actions.
There's a couple of gangsters right there. A couple of the girls, Imari and Suri. I think that's Jack Thomas lurking in the background. And Xavier Huxtable, 20-point Huxtable. Remember from last year up there at Nias. So a 4 for the surfer in green, a 3-3-3 for red. A couple of numbers yet to drop, yet to go into the bank with 20 minutes to go for Caleb and Centauro. What can you tell me about Centauro?
Well, one thing is that he's got a great style.
All right.
Very, very relaxing style, but really chill, but still he's got a good speed, flow, and power into it.
All right. And Kaiki, we've seen him have a crack at his first wave. While there are no waves rolling, what we're going to do is quickly go down and have a chat with winner of the last heat with True Starling. Go for it, please, True. Maybe we'll hang in here and watch red.
Right.
Eden, a big froth burger. Look at the size of this thing at the end. Stop it. He got clobbered for his effort. Now let's throw down to True Starling.
Thank you guys so much. Toy, what an incredible heat. He started off so strong with that 767.
Yeah, I was gonna surf a bit this way, but the set came and I went a bit too deep and I got that wave. So happy.
It was amazing to watch. I mean, it was probably one of the best waves I've seen in a couple of heats. It was just top to bottom surfing. You had a heat yesterday. Are you just rolling with the momentum?
I came Krui like 2 weeks ago and I surfed here before everyone comes, so I think I start getting used to this wave.
Used to surfing it out here. I mean, we're rolling into the men's round of 96 today. I don't think you'll surf, but you'll probably be on tomorrow. Are you excited to surf another heat?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Would you like to say hi to anyone watching back home or anywhere across the world?
Japanese? 次のヒートもちょっと自分のサーフィンできるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thanks, Toy. Back to you guys.
Toy, tell us a little bit about that man.
Toy Tanaka lives in Australia right now.
And right. He sounded like he had a touch of the Aussie Bahasa about him, right?
He used to go to the PVC on Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Another one? Yep. So he knows how to surf the great point break.
All right, cool. And he came here early, he said 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Put in the time.
Probably doing some filming as well with his brother.
All right, well, we've only had a couple of low scores, 3 of them. We've got a pair of 3s in the red column for the lead. Kaiki's got a 4 as the best number of the heat. That is Caleb Tancred in the white, furthest up the point. And Centauro, the man possessing an awesome style, says Daiwako. He's there in the blue, but waveless. So maybe some nerves creeping under the skin of both white and blue.
You know, Caleb has been surfing really, really great since the first round.
Yep.
I've seen a lot of great surfing from him.
He was in the very first round of the men's when we got to the QS yesterday, lunchtime-ish. As a junior, I definitely remember seeing him the first time at the small fries. He was a Team Bullabong dude. He was a cheeky little grom. And he just possessed such weapons and such skill. You could see why Billabong sponsored him back then. He's had a little hiatus off the contest Rashi for a little while. I think he went to university and did a architecture course. All right.
Wow.
And he's back with a vengeance. He's got that under the belt now, and he's back with the Rashi, which is where I reckon he belongs, because he was an awesome competitor as a junior. He's now this little man, He's quite buff, and he's quite a dude now, flexing around the athlete area. He looked like a bit of an alpha male stand down there.
Right.
He's kind of a full-grown man now.
But those two, Sentaro and Caleb, just being weighted.
Waves like that one that just kind of wobble out a bit and broke too fast. But the one in front, it stopped even before it got to the competitors. So it's a bit of a weird mishmatch of what's going on with the swell lines at the moment.
Pretty much there's another section up the top. So you don't really want to, competitors don't really want to go up there because, like you said, it just dies out.
Man, this morning's free surfing, seriously, I saw a goofy footer take off up there. Went as fast as you could go on a surfboard, got well barreled for about probably 5 seconds, I reckon.
That's a long
came out,
trip, right?
Yeah, came out, did a couple of turns. It was 2 sections, right?
Right.
Came out, did a couple of turns, and then got barreled again about where these fellas are and made it. We just saw Blue just get swatted for his effort. So it leaves Caleb, the only surfer. I don't think Blues will even lock in as a number, actually. But let's watch Caleb Tancred here, ladies and gentlemen. The guy we've just been talking about, he's just biding his time. He's looking for some clean green face and a steep pocket. Does a really polished turn just to kick things off. Now gets stuck into it a little bit more, goes upside down. And again, a third maneuver, keeping the rails engaged. Plenty of power under the bonnet. He's just making sure he completes this ride, I reckon, because it's his first and we've had more than 10 minutes off the clock. He's definitely, second maneuver was really, really strong. Some good moves there for Caleb.
Right.
It's a number that will be the highest score of the heat, without a doubt. So he's well positioned, and that releases a little bit of pressure there for Caleb, who waited a long time for that wave.
Definitely, it's gonna be a best score in this heat so far. Really love the first big opening curve. Really love that turn.
Yeah, put him in a good position for that real strong belt as his second move, which I think was potentially the highlight of that ride. So maybe in a moment we'll see it all again while there's a little bit of downtime.
Here is Central having a look at this one, but decided to not to go on this one.
All right, we'll get another rerun of Caleb's wave shortly, no doubt. The numbers have got to drop first before we can roll out a replay. Let's watch this wave of reds. No, he doesn't want it. Eden Hassan, that was. Surely Green's having a bit of a squeeze, but your man in blue picks it up.
酒井選手、2本目のライディングになります。これはサイズのある波。さあ、縦アプローチして、これはメイクできずこけてしまいました。少しホワイトウォーターが残っている、そんな難しい波でした。そして後ろから。
Here goes Eden Hassan. Screaming down the line. This thing's surely just going to take him out, and it does. And that's just what this wave can do, you know. Sometimes if you don't get the early projection and you don't match the pace of the wave and you think, oh, just give it a couple of pumps and get around this foam, rarely do people get back around. And that was quite a little common factor that just went down there for Eden.
But fast wave from Caleb comes in, 767.
Yep, perfect. Nice work.
Was waiting for.
There's still plenty of room to go higher, right? His second turn was really strong. And there was lots of just really connecting the dots and finishing and banking and just playing the game really well, Caleb. We know he's had a bit of a career as a junior with the Rashi on, and he's back.
Well, looks like he's really back in the jersey.
Adi, can we see that wave of Caleb's again? There's the boys just looking cool and collected down there. How's Jack Thomas at Xavier? So this is the judge's view of Caleb. So he kind of bided his time.
This turn is just setting up for the second turn right here. Throwing a lot of praise and straight into the next section. Another beautiful curve right there from Surfer White. But here, I think I really like how he just didn't rush for the section and gets 2 good turns in.
You know, the way he surfed that wave, to me, it looked like he put zero risk into it. Still got a 767 because he just paced himself perfectly, didn't oversurf it at all, and comes away with a 767 without really trying too hard. He just got a really good wave, right?
He just matched the pace of the wave, and he just tugs it right in the time. But if he pushes more, then he'll get probably excited.
He was the one that got through the other day on a nail-biting last wave where I think he got a 798 or something like that with just moments to go in a heat and went from third to first. So he's good at clutch surfing. He waited 10 minutes for that wave. It was well worth waiting for, so he didn't bother even scrapping around or looking at a B-grade wave. He went, you know what, you need 2. There's one of them.
Right. And it looks like he's having a look at this inside ones.
Didn't pay off for him that time. The quick backup number, which was probably what he was thinking. So I guess he's in 4th priority. He's now scouring around a little bit, and he'll be pretty keen to just get some sort of mid-range number together to fend off these 3 here.
酒井選手、こちら少し引っかかるような感じでしたが、しっかりと前に出てきました。ここから波が切り立ってくるでしょう。後ろからは山中選手がライディングをしてきています。さあ、ここで切り立ってきたところにブルーしっかりと一発入れて、この波をフィニッシュしていきました。これは彼のベストスコアになってくるでしょう。残り時間9分40秒を切ったところ。
Yeah, Kaiki got a wave. I was watching out the back as well. Not a real lot happened, but he flicked off. So I didn't focus too much on Santaro's. Did you like it?
He did a strong finish. He got a strong finish, and he had a few great moments, but nothing critical hit. So I don't think it's going to be a good score, but definitely it's going to be his best score. But
right. So meanwhile, Caleb gets into the priority rotation now with a wave approaching. He's looking at it, having a bit of a sniff. So we'll get back to that live wave in a moment. So this is what Centauro did. A little bit of a mistimed foam climb to kick things off. Starting to wind up a little bit here. We're watching the replay of that opening ride while the 3rd wave of Santaro, the scores are starting to filter in. Big final move was the highlight. Yep. Okay, so scores won't be large, but they're coming through. We've got a couple of surfers up and down now. Eden Hassan.
Wow, this is a good looking wave. Nice off the top with this big spray and deep off the bottom. Nice cap off the top. And wrapping cap back to go back to the power zone and put another one in, just waiting for the section to stand up for him. Another check-in time right here, just waiting for the section to stand up. Here is stand up for him. Can he get the final section? A couple of checking turns, but nothing major. But he did really great job in the beginning, though.
I can also remember his name from last year, Eden. All right, he's a small dude. He almost looks like he's still a junior. When I watched him get ready and head out for his heat, he put in such a strong bottom turn on that second move. I can't wait to see the replays of these rides again, particularly Eden's. You called it. You said, "Oh, jigs in deep on the bottom turn." Oh, did he ever? That was pretty sick. So he's already in second, but he's in a dodgy second when you've only got a pair of 3s in the scoreline. Not ideal. He's got a couple of high-quality Japanese surfers breathing down his neck, and they're both in the 4 range already. So Eden will be most thankful that he strung that thing together and didn't mess it up.
Right. Yeah, there's no 0 errors, so it's going to be a great score.
Eden. There it is, a 493. So still a room to move. The judges wanted to see perhaps a little bit more power-based out of that act. There was a lot of surfing without really hitting the highlight reel too heavily. And look, he'll be happy with a 493 because it is a low-scoring heat apart from Caleb's ride. And Caleb's been most patient now out the back with priority. He's got himself well positioned. Haven't seen too many scores in recent heats go into the 7+ range.
Right.
So Caleb Tancred, he'll know the deal here. He won't be fussed. You only need 2 waves and he's still got plenty of time to lock in his next one.
山中選手、 これは3本目のライディングになります。2発目、いいところに一発当ててきました。ここからセクションが切り立ってくる。さあ、最後のセクションもしっかり決めて前に出てきています。So that last of the, green comes in 5-0.
All right, enough for the lead. All right, so I guess apart from Caleb, there's some numbers there everyone would be a little nervous with. Watching now, this is Eden's wave. So on reflection, let's have a look at this. It's a 4.93. So he did a lot of surfing. He blasted that section. That was the bottom turn I liked, all right? So, geez, it's a hard-earned 4.93.
But he did nothing wrong. You know, the wave just didn't have the steeper section to it, so...
I'm glad we got to see that bottom turn again, though. I reckon that was probably the highlight move of his ride, but
definitely
he did still connect with the lip well a couple of times. Right. I probably could have seen a little bit extra out of that, but anyway, if it turns into a super close heat, you could probably question that, but either way, you've just got to roll with it. So it's starting to take shape now. We've still got 5 and a bit minutes. This is Caleb Tancred, who desperately needs a wave. He's got a huge number. He misses that thing. There's no one next to him, so I don't think he will lose priority.
Right.
Because there's no one immediately next to him with second priority, right? So that means nothing that you paddle and a miss.
But just remarked the 5 minutes.
So I reckon maybe about now Caleb might be getting a little bit of sweat on the brow.
You don't really want to, you don't really want to be waiting for the...
You don't want to do a Sol Grundle and wait for 6 seconds remaining. So here he goes. Let's have a look at the big fella. Caleb Tancred is up. It's a large wave. There's a lot of white stuff to get around, and he does. Now starting to get some runs on the board with just a bit of a mid-face trim. Another trim. He hasn't got his teeth stuck into anything he probably likes just yet. Again, just not much of a manoeuvre there. So yet to really bother the scorers. A big end section. He tags it. He's got a ride out. So he hangs in there and just plays the game. Right. It took him a long time to get to that section and finally got some points. So it won't be a big number, but geez, he only needed half a point to go into seconds. Probably going to go all the way to, definitely go to first, because he only needed a 2 and a bit to get there. So the replay might have been some nervous moments here for Caleb.
Definitely, especially when the, really foamy wave. It's just hard to surf on it, but he managed really, really well to surf on this wave.
About there, I reckon he got a bit nervous.
Right, and he tried to connect to the inside. Here it is. The wave just stood up for him, and he gets the finish. That's a nervous moment right there, but he gets the finish.
Even that was like you could see his body is like I got to make moment. Right. You know what I mean? You could sort of sense it. I just got to put it up there and hit it. He kind of did a little bit and just made sure he landed it. So, so once again, there it is. Not a big number of 4.6. The judges saw right through that ride and went, no, nothing super impressive, but enough for the lead. And it leaves Surfer in green now chasing a low 7. Eden's in trouble. He needs a 4.08. And Centauro needs a mid 4.
So it's a battling between the green, red, and blue for the second place right now.
Yep, there's only 3/4 of a point separating second and third, and not too much of an ask for Centauro.
Yeah, 4.61 isn't a big score, but still you kind of have to put a couple good turns in to get 4.6. It's pretty much like you need a 5.
Kind of, yeah. The way the judges are scoring today, they're not going to hand out a 4.61 unless you impress maybe twice or one really massive, crazy something.
2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The time is ticking.
Yeah, so Kaiki will keep a good eye on Centauro here. It's part of the game, right? You can't give them too much breathing space. They would do it to you. So if you need to take a wave off someone.
But Centauro is creating a space in between, Kaiki and aiming for this wave.
Kaiki's letting him have a good look at it. And for a reason, it flattens out and becomes absolutely nothing. But Kaiki, he's still on the outside of Centauro, so you've got to position yourself there to just to keep Centauro honest. And if he goes, you've got to go.
Right.
If the wave doesn't look any good, you can always maybe afford to let it go. But a 4.61, Centauro, as we just predicted, a couple of decent things have to happen to get that score. First of all, he's got to get a wave.
1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Kaiki is now on Centauro. is having a look at this one.
All right, so now Kaiki has to go, right?
酒井選手、4.61 が必要ですが、ここで山中選手はしっかりとプライオリティを使って乗ってきました。さあ、大きな一発目のターン、そしてセカンドターンもスプレーを大きく飛ばしていきます。これはいい波になってきました。サードターン、そしてここからフィニッシュ決まるか。しっかりここも決めて前に出てきました。
Well done.
That was well played from Kaiki Yamanaka and well served.
And there'll be two scores coming out of that wave, right? Because Santaro still did two strong blasts, so he'll get a score to drop, or maybe they've already dropped it at a what is it, a 2-1? It's a bit harsh, but did a couple of good moves. But either way, Kaiki kind of stepped up when he needed to, and he played the game really well and tagged it all the way to the end. He was happy with his work. He gave himself a little bit of a rev up. Okay, so Santaro's wave is not in. Okay, so for sure, he did two good turns, and there was room to fit it in.
Right.
So he did that without infringing on Kaiki. So out of one wave, two scores are coming, both for Team Japan. But for sure, Kaiki's going to hold on to second here.
Definitely, it's going to be his best score, so he will be better than 5.00.
Needed a 7.28 to bother Tancred out of the lead. It's not going to go that high. All right, and Santaro went close to what his requirement was. Remember, it was a 4.61. Yes. So let's just see this number and see if he would have got it anyway. He would have got it. Wow. He got a 4.63, right? So he would have gone to second. Well, he is temporarily, but this number of 5.9 reverses that. Kaiki back in the second. The Australian in white wins. Kaiki Yamanaka finishes in second. Nice try by Santaro, but that is the end of that heat. Here's the replays of that last exchange. This is what Kaiki's last ride looks like, but we are going to throw to a break and come right back with Heat 2.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in here.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. We're back with Heat 2, the round of 96, and it's a stacked lineup. I'm going to welcome Giada back really quickly. But, we've got Ash Jenner.
Yep, straight off the bat. Nice first float over that foam and gets around to that open face. Upside down on this second one. Manages to stick with it. So that's a pretty good start for Ash Jenner.
Yeah, frothy wave, tough to surf, but got some early runs on the board. Kyan Falvey in red had a great outing here last year. I remember we interviewed him a lot of times. I think by memory, he won 4 or 5 rounds and got a whole bunch of post-heat interviews. Here's Mav Wilson out of West Oz. Everything goes a bit weird on that wave for Mav. And we've got Ben Zanata, who you were drawing my attention to yesterday. No, was True. True was fully in Ben's corner. But Ben blew up yesterday. He really surfed sharp and showed a lot of good things. So a couple of fumbles early to kick off Heat 2. But you can see who's in this one. A little bit of a weird moment for Mad Dog Wilson.
Yeah, so Maverick, I think, was definitely one of my highlights from yesterday. I was really impressed by his surfing. It was super mature for how young he is. And then we saw them at Lani's for dinner. And you told me, oh, that's Maverick and his mom. They're the West Aussies. And I saw your West Aussie pride come out there.
I had to go and have a chat. But we had a little moment of a chat with Mav. And he said he just felt so nervous. He ended up with a 7.5 that got him into second, right? But he said he just was super nervous and what's going on. And I said, dude, you deserve to be here. Just,
Mhm.
you know, and you're super nervous. Your first 6,000, he's a young dude and he gets a 7.5. I said, see, so you know you can do it. Just don't be that nervous, inexperienced guy at this level. Just step up. I said, you
Yeah.
deserve to be here. So
He has nothing to lose as well.
Kyan Felvey.
This is Cayenne. Bit of an awkward first turn. I feel like
Some gymnastics flicking off the wave.
yeah, so it's looking like the tide is about to reach its dead low point, and we're gonna see a lot of those sections just close out on some of these guys. It tends to just either kind of fatten out or be super fast. There's no either or.
Well, although there's been quite a few takeoffs in this heat, there's been a lot of lowlights and not too many highlights. I'm not sure what went on between red and white just there.
Might have a bit of an interference call there.
Tita Tau. Let's just see how that one plays out. But there's been a bit of fumbling around to kick off Heat 2. Everybody's been pushing pretty hard and falling and doing some bizarre things. Time to reset, fellas. Now, we've got a right-hander. Speaking of bizarre things, what are you doing? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the weirdest heat all day.
Yep, there's just a lot going on right
You
now.
are watching the Krui Pro, and that was a right-hander at Ujong Bachor.
Cam Falvey trying to be a pioneer here. He's like, you know what? I'm done. Let's go right.
Does that mean he can name the right-hander out here now if you're the first one to surf it?
Falvey's right.
Here goes Made Mahendra. Dara.
Dara.
About to head out next on his army-coloured sleds. The JS's, check him out. He's got his matching blue boardies on. He's a cool dude. I love what he brings to our team, and you know, having him stay at Family Losman with us, he's just always smiles, and it seems to always be in a happy place.
Yeah, Maredera is one of those people that every time you see them, he will have the biggest smile on his face. Even out at Sandbar at our home break, he is a little bit of a crowd favorite. He is walking down the beach and everyone's high-fiving him. Everyone's saying hello to him. He's so kind and easygoing, very humble as well. An absolute shredder. And I'm excited to see him in this round. And he's been riding those JSs that look pretty good under his feet.
Yeah, he's a very respectful Grom, isn't he? He's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to be on his game. He's against Xavier Bryce next, Ty Richo and Yuya Iwasi. There's that right-hander, Felvey. What are you doing?
I mean, you might as well do something if you catch it.
Try a backflip.
You might as well go big.
Yep, unusually crazy start to Heat 2. Time for everyone to reset. You're down now to a 20-minute heat. I don't reckon anyone's really got any runs on the board. We're owed a bunch of numbers. We're going to throw shortly. In fact, I think we'll do it. There's a bit of a wave coming. Someone might actually catch this. So let's just hold with the live action. Let's just check this. It's a large lump of ocean. It might be too large. Fair bit of duck diving going on. Look like more of the same behind. So unless anybody stands up, we will throw in a moment to Tancred and Daco. All right. Yep, that looks like a bit of a beast. Pushing out wide. So let's do it. Let's throw down to Dai Wacko and Caleb Tancred now in the athlete area.
Well, you've been surfing since day one, QS 6000. This is probably your third round. Any difference today?
Yeah, it's definitely a little different. The sets seem to be swinging a lot wider and not on that kind of bit that you want those double ups to run across the reef. So that's I kind of had to trust my instincts at the start not to go any of those wide burgery ones. And yeah, I'm glad I waited and got a nice clean one to tee off on.
You really did great job of wave selection wise. But yeah, tell us through about your first wave. That was a great looking wave, and you just hit everything on point. It didn't rush, panic. That was a great wave.
Yeah, I think the wave did most of the work, to be honest. It was just a beautiful, clean, nice slopey one with a good pace to it, and just put it in its places. And yeah, I didn't have to do too much as there wasn't too many big scores being dropped. I just had to ride it, and that's what I did.
So Mark was telling me that you were doing uni work, a lot of work, and now you're back in Jersey. How is that feeling?
Yeah, it feels awesome. I've worked so hard the last 6 months to get back to to where I want to be physically and mentally, and I feel like I'm in a great position now heading into the season. All my uni and studies are behind me now, and I'm just all focused on surfing.
Oh, great job. That was a great heat. But is there anything you want to say to your family, maybe sponsors or like friends back in home?
I'm just grateful for everyone that's given me an opportunity to be over here and given the sport another crack. And yeah, don't have a job yet. Yeah, thanks everyone at home that's tuned in. I know the Oakley Road boys are tuned in, and the Mitchellboro Plumbing crew are tuned in as well. And Mum and Micro, thanks everyone for watching.
All right. Thank you so much, and good luck in the next heat.
And that was Caleb Tankred just telling us how he's feeling, and he's happy to be back in a Rashi. I did see Kian Falvey during that interview, Red catch a wave. He did a number of good turns with a pretty strong finish. And then I think I saw him lay down and catch the wash, maybe in or over to the caddies. Could have an issue with his board.
Could be. I guess we're about to have a bit of an update now. We'll see what happens. But yeah, a couple scores to come through still. So nothing major at all just yet.
Hang on, here's Mad Dog Wilson. If you don't mind, I'll stick with this. West Sider. So Mad Dog just winding up. Maverick. A two-turn wave potentially. Turns into a one-hitter. Not ideal for Mav. It's a low-scoring matchup. I think Red's about to go to the lead with his last wave was pretty decent. Apart from that, there's been all sorts of weirdness going on in Heat 2. And you know, if Mad Dog can't find waves to do more than one turn on, it's pretty hard.
Yeah. After what I was seeing him do yesterday, it looks like he really knows how to surf these solid waves well. So we'll be hoping to see him get back out there and try again. He's sitting on a 0.9 and 0.5, so that's definitely not what he's going to be hoping for in this heat.
All right, so Ash Jenner's already in first with a 5, but we've got a pretty decent number that will drop for Falvey that I reckon will get him back to first because it's already 2 scores. But I think that wave of Reds is pretty good. And then I saw him lay down. I don't know what's happened to him. Maybe creased his board, could be out there having a quick pit stop with the caddies. But you know how earlier, obviously, let's just watch this again. Mad Dog again. He's deep. He's got a smaller wave with some white fluffy stuff on it. So he's going to have to either dig deep or flick off and go try again. It was a nice little slidey moment at the top of that wave. He hits the coping again and does kind of those little funky skateboard moves. But the whitewash just took him out. This is a weird old heat that's going on. Falvey to the lead with a 5.33.
Yeah, this is a weird heat. Like we've having some.
It's doesn't have too many highlights at this stage. Falvey was for me the best of it. His Ash Jenner's 5. So these kind of numbers are absolutely gold in this heat at the moment. 5s are looking like 8s at this stage because not much else has really gone on. There's been 2 good rides in this heat and this one here. So this is what happened during that interview.
Yep, so this is Kian Falvey's last 5.33. So good looking wave, definitely the highest of the heat for now. Bumbles a little bit here. There is a lot of whitewash on the face of that wave, so it's not easy to maneuver through it all, but it's looking like he's doing a pretty good job, and I'm pretty sure this is the turn you said. Sorry, not this one,
yeah,
the last one. Oh.
And have a look at this. Did really well to hold on there and just get down. And then laid down on his board. So, I don't know, maybe just... No, I haven't seen him. Hasn't been sighted since. So, I'm tipping something went on and he's having a little moment over there in the caddy corner. Either way, Wilson's last wave only locks in at a 2.57. I'm sure his old man at home, Matty, will be getting a bit nervous about now. He's had 4 swings at it for a couple of low scores. Not ideal for Mav. Benny Zanata has not been sighted in this heat. There he is in the white. Blue has 1 score. He can kind of be happy with at this point. But while we're at the halfway mark, Ben Zanata, I don't think he's even paddled for a wave.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And it's we're almost at the 12-minute mark, so it's not an ideal situation for him. But looking at the scoreline, there hasn't really been anything happening to say that he's in any real trouble just yet. 12 minutes is enough time to get those 2 big scores he needs to get back into first. So it's anyone's heat at this point.
Yeah, I did see him blow up yesterday big time. It was high speed manoeuvres off the top. He was jamming hard in the pocket. It happened late in the day, and he was super impressive. I'm pretty certain he won a heat and advanced straight into this round. So he's down to an 11-minute heat. Surely about now he's probably saying to himself, I've got to get away soon and I've got to make it count. Cannot make an error from here. Mad Dog Wilson needs to probably wipe the board clean and start again as well. He'll probably be going, I still need 2 waves, because for sure Falvey, whenever he decides to rejoin the pack, can do better than his 177 presently in the scoreline. And Jenna, pretty well positioned in second with only 1 wave. Zanata holding on to priority. So I reckon he's got to pull that trigger in the next couple of minutes, or there's going to be mass amounts of pressure.
So both the surfers on our screen are paddling. Looks like there could be something interesting about to come down. Nope.
Way too wide.
Yeah.
Question is, where's Falvey?
Finding Falvey.
Yeah. All right, there's Wilson right next to him. So Mav comes into the picture. All these waves must have just looked dud down the line, actually. You could see that thing closing out. So Wise moves. Nobody's showing any interest, but it's a bit of a pity because they all need waves, basically, and a whole lot of energy just rolled through for nothing connecting with the reef.
Yeah. I think it's that low tide really, really affecting this wave, especially maybe the direction is not ideal.
Different direction to yesterday. Huh?
Yeah. So it could be just everything is starting to break a little wider, but those wide sets don't have that bowly section that most of these surfers are looking for. So they have to be really picky.
Finally, White shows some interest. He's not even going to be able to catch it. So Mad Dog scrambles pretty hard, puts in a huge paddle. It's a tiny wave, so something monstrous has to happen here for Mad Dog to get any love out of the judges. He gives it about a 4-pump bottom turn, tags it one more time, again with a lot of pumping off the bottom to get to that section. Super late on the last hit, sort of styles his way through it. His better ride without getting too excited. He's kind of back in the conversation. May go to second. He only needs a 2.44. There's Falvey.
He had a third priority on that one, so I think he just wants to put some scores on the board. He wants to probably just get that bowl rolling. And honestly, in a heat, the best way to get your nerves off is just to surf.
All right. Well, I think it will get him to second. Judges having a little think about it.
It was a very small wave.
It was a hard wave to ride, man. That had bumps all over it. Falvey's finally back. So, trying to burn off a 177. This could be his backup sled. Doesn't look too bad off his first manoeuvre. So, last year he really ambushed a lot of heats. Hadn't really heard a lot about Kean Falvey, and he really strung together a lot of heat wins because I remember a lot of post-heat interviews with him. This will definitely consolidate the lead. A couple of spicy hits. Owed 2 numbers. Mavs is going to get him into second. Here it is again. So there's that 4-stage bottom turn. Boom. Just slick. Hanging in there without being able to push too hard. The wave just didn't let him push too hard, but that was kind of tough. And it locks in at a 4.50. Falvey, meanwhile, got 2 pretty good hits.
Yeah, this was a pretty nice wave for Falvey. He wants to increase his score a little bit. Has that 5.33. That 4 now is the best score of the heat. That last turn was actually beautiful from Falvey. Really, really well in control of the whole situation right now. And Maverick, a 4.5 for his last wave. So actually a pretty smart move from...
Judges like that finishing.
Yeah.
Wave. So you've got to be thinking Falvey's is probably better than that because it was a bigger wave with a couple of top to bottom hits. All right, without getting too excited either for Falvey's score. It'll be a useful number in a low-scoring matchup.
I feel like Ben's got to really start getting his ball rolling in this heat if he wants to give himself a chance.
He's sat on priority for way too long. He's really putting himself under extreme pressure. He's turning for this wave now, and he's really got to make this count. He cannot do a thing wrong. So let's see how Benny goes. All right, just a stock standard grind on a pretty clean looking wave. That's much better. He's got a third really good section. He gets up there and really gives it a bit of back foot and throws some spray and holds on. Yep, well done. He's back doing exactly what he needed to do, and he's in the hunt.
He's back.
Yep. Ben's back. This wave for Falvey, though, is still yet to be determined. It's going to be similar to his first number. This is what the judges see, all right? So this is what they're going to base their numbers on Ben. Saw some high-speed turning out of the top of the wave. It was right in the pocket a couple of times. Tough finish. Shows a lot of control just to hang in there and not even really wobble. So a well-structured wave for Ben Zanata. I think that could be the wave of the heat so far.
Ooh, yep, you're right.
Okay, it's a 5.77 for Falvey and a 6.5 for Ben. Just on the quality of sort of his second and third moves, I reckon they were just tight in the pocket and really fast out of the lip. So the judges threw a slightly better number than everyone else.
I really like how he finished it. I thought that was pretty critical.
It was. Yeah, totally.
I don't think I would ever be able to do something like that.
Yeah, it's good to watch what these high-quality surfers can bring under extreme pressure as well. We've got to remember that. So Ben needed to finish that, and he did. He's now, could you say, in a commanding position with a 6.5. He still needs a second score.
Yeah, he needs a second score, only looking for a 0.57 to go into an advancing position, but it is Maverick in second. I don't see him on screen, so he must be paddling back. It's a huge lineup, and there's so much
He's just
space.
about back. I think that's him in green. It is.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, so it's a dodgy second place. Let's look at it this way. He's got the least highest first number and a pretty low second number. So just on the strength of those two scores, the only reason Mad Dog's in second, he's got to do something. He's got to pull a rabbit out of the hat here to fend off Zanata, who is well positioned, 6.50. Jenna's got the 5. All right, so between those three, at this stage, these next numbers are going to have a super large bearing on second place. All right, this is Mav again. This is the 4.5. Such a tough wave to ride. All that wobble and bump off the bottom somehow just squeaked in and just gritted his way through that last move. But here's Zanata. So let's watch this again.
Yeah, so this is a 6.5 from Ben Zanata. Beautiful turn. I love that one. He goes upside down. So much speed throughout the turns. That one, I feel like he just twisted his body back to kind of get the bottom of the board on the lip and then straight back down again.
All right, so this will be live action now for Jenna, who was sitting in fourth with only one wave, but a couple of really high quality moves there for Jenna. Will not be sitting in fourth any longer. I didn't see the whole wave, but potentially could go to the lead. He got the first wave of the heat and he sat there for a long time before putting that last wave together. And there was a couple of really, really likeable moves on that wave by Jenna. So he would be needing about a 6 to get into first. Could probably just about do it. Can't wait to see the whole replay of Jenna's last wave, but I really like just quality that he put together was pretty sick. It's got to be somewhere near Zanata's wave, just a bit under. There's all the boys down there watching on intently. Sure, they've got some buddies in the lineup.
Yeah, so last 3 minutes of this heat, it's let's hope for some waves. I would like to see one last exchange, a bit of a chance for everyone. Ash Jenner waiting for some scores to come in, and it's looking like it's going to be a really, really good one. He's going to go straight to first position. Looking like there could be some action in the lineup now.
Falvey paddles and misses. Didn't have priority anyway. All right, so let's have a look at this wave by Jenner. About now, things start going really well for him. How's that wave just shimmering away on the replay? He picked off a great wave, let's put it that way. That was dynamic. That was so good.
That last turn was very impressive. His score comes in at a 7.5, boosts him straight into first. So really, really well done from Ash Jenner. Waited patiently for that one, and it did pay off. So it is now Maverick Wilson on this one. Will he be able to get back into this heat? Looking for a 6.60. Looking like this wave is a little flat in the beginning, so will it stand up for him? Oh, unfortunately,
Down he goes.
over.
Yeah, no, it's starting to run away a little bit from Mav here. I hate to say it, being a fellow West Aussie, but no big numbers in his scoreline. Jenna just went from first to last to first. 7.5, pretty solid. Zanata with the 6.5 has the second best score, but he's on the bottom of the heap. If he rides a wave in the next 140, he won't stay there for much longer. He could easily move up this leaderboard. A 4.6 though needed for second, and not a lot more than that. Just over 5 points for the win is what he needs. But he sat there, we've got to remember, he sat there for more than 15 minutes without a wave. And this is what judges see out of Mad Dog's last ride. Mav Wilson. Boom, he really went for it there, but just caught the nose on his way out of the second move. So he's trying a lot of things, but not much is really sticking for Mav. It's a 2.6 throwaway number in the big scheme of things. If Zanata gets a wave, which he might, Wilson could drop all the way to fourth here.
Oh, okay. So Ben Zanata has to back up the 6.5. Sorry, 4.60 is the requirement. One huge turn, rides out of it. He's feeling it. What do you think?
He's trying to sell it. He's trying to sell it to the judges. He knows it's right borderline. He knew that wave was a one-turner. We're down to 30 seconds, so he threw a lot at it. It was a real Hail Mary move on a big section that he controlled and showed no signs of wobbling or anything. So this was kind of a nothing move, right? So he basically scored not much just yet. Big hit, vertical, free fall, controls it, tries to squeeze another point off the judges with the claim.
I would give it to him. I think that was good.
It was pretty good. So we'll stay with this number. We're going to keep the camera on Ben. I think Wilson's in trouble. He's going to drop down into fourth here. Zanata could go into second. A 4.60 for those playing along at home. We saw the replays. We saw it live. It was a one-turner, 1.5 turn wave, but it was a big turn. And in clutch situations, I think the judges might show him a bit of love here as well.
Yeah, I think he'll, if it's not the exact score, it'll be just under because it was very cool. Oh, there we go.
He's got to first. Oh my God, he's done a soul grundling. It's that white Rasfest that's done it again. He's gone from fourth to first in the dying moments with a 6.9. That's the result. So it's white first, it's blue second. Over and out. I better go and have a chat with Ben, and we'll be right back with our next heat. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is round of 96, heat 3. So clutch finish for Ben Zanata on that last one. And on your screen right now is Ty Richardson. Had a great last heat as well. Big wave here. And he's going to try to get around this whitewash section right now. Let's see if he does anything impressive here on the inside. Kind of looks like he's snowboarding this one down. Oof, unfortunately it goes over the falls. I'm Giada Legati in the booth with True Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, wow. That it's changed a lot. I was actually watching it just before, and the caddies were getting pumped down the line. They were getting so many sets on the head. I was like, wow, you poor legends just getting absolutely lit up for your mates. Yeah, it was hectic. But yeah, it looks like it's picked up a little bit, or am I tripping?
Yeah, no, it definitely looks like it's picked up. But I've had this every afternoon. Once that tide switches and it starts to come in, we just start seeing those bombs come through. I feel like the past 3 days it's been the same. The first day as well, like we paddled out and suddenly there was like 6 foot whitewashes taking me out. I was like, this was not happening this morning when I was watching the waves. But every afternoon, that's part of Ujung Bocor. With the incoming tide, we do have a push in waves and wave size. So the only 2 waves ridden right now from Madedera and Ty Richardson. This is a pretty solid wave here for our man in white.
Yeah, it's a decent sized wave, but you can just see it's a little bit fat. Doesn't really offer that critical section that we've been seeing on some of those mid-sized ones. He does get up and over it, but unfortunately the board just flies away from him. So yeah, small scores for Ty and Made to start this one off. And hopefully a couple more. This is the first time we've seen Xavier Bryce in Arashi in this event so far. He did pretty well last year, so I'm excited to see what he can do in the event this year. He actually has a really great support team with him in the like of Nick James, Duke Kelleher and Kai Otten as part of the Northern Beaches team, so it's exciting that he's got such great support.
All right, and while there's a bit of a break in the action, we're going to go to a post-heat interview with Mark.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz.
Sorry, back to some live action.
Yeah, I just took off like 30 seconds ago and got it done. I was so frothy.
Let's talk about the start of the heat. What went wrong there? You sat around for being all lazy for about 18 minutes without even looking at a wave.
Yeah, well, there was these wide sets that just kept coming through and I couldn't find a clean one. My coaches kept telling me, find that good first wave. If you have to wait, you have to wait. And yeah, seemed to work out. So yeah, stoked.
All right. Well, you've only ridden 2 waves and you got the number you needed right at the end. There was a fair old claim at the end of that last ride as well, yeah?
Yeah, just filled with emotion. Super stoked.
You're only 16. What's the plan in the future? Where do you want to go with your surfing?
Yeah, hopefully qualify for the CT. That's every surfer's dream. But yeah, just step by step, heat by heat.
And it all starts right here at the Asian region, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to shake your hand and say, job well done, Ben. Cheers, brother. Thank you. Back to you guys. Cheers, eh?
Epic. That was super clutch performance from Ben. He sat with priority practically for around almost 20 minutes of that heat, and then last 5 or 6 minutes got those 2 scores that he was looking for and went straight to first. Got a 6.9 just from a 1 maneuver wave.
Wow, that is absolutely insane. Ben, I've watched him surf a lot of heats, and he always seems to be catching lots of waves. Seems to be a bit of a momentum surfer, so surprised to hear that was what was going on, but stoked that he was able to remain controlled in the last minute of that heat when he got his last one.
Yeah, practically. It was definitely in the last seconds. I mean, the emotion that must have been going through him was out of this world. I mean, he had so much control. He did that one big turn, rode out of it. He had no nerves throughout his body. I mean, in his composture. So really, really well done from Ben.
Exciting stuff. And Ty Richardson looks like he's just locked in a 5.5. We saw him surf one of the first heats this morning. From memory, yeah, he was actually in the very first heat of the morning, Ty Richo, taking that one out. Harry O'Brien coming in second, so he's had quite a while to regroup and recover before attacking this next heat, and you can see that looks like Rui Horikoshi getting ready to paddle out. He's coming up in heat number 4, and this is that replay Oh, nice first turn for Ty Richardson. And gets this second one in. Wow. Just really hammers it. It was a smaller wave, but he did well to make the most of what he had.
Yeah, you're right. And we've seen a couple really slow heats today. So it's good for him to just get that score on the board and just make sure he has something under his belt, because you don't want to be sitting out there with the last few minutes of the heat and have a couple ones or twos like we've seen quite a few times today.
Yeah, it feels like there's been way too many heats when that's happened, where people have got taken off in the last minute. I mean, it's exciting to watch, but it would be really nerve-wracking for the support team, whether they're on ground or watching online. It would be, full on of emotions, and then it's, once you do surfing, it's up to the hands of the judges, really.
100%. So this is our surfer, Xavier Bryce. We're just going to stick to him right now. Nice first opening turn upside down on the second one. Manages to hold on. That was really, really nicely done from Xavier Bryce. I haven't heard much of him. Can you give us a little insight?
Yeah, Xav is from Longreef, down on the northern beaches of Sydney. He actually got a 5th here last year, losing to Billy Salmond. He actually did very similar things in pretty much most of his heats, where he would get a buzzer beater and just he'd make it, and it was it was awesome to watch. But yeah, very nerve-wracking if you were in his corner. And then this is Yuya Iwasi. He's 20 years old, and nice first turn, just catches a lot of rail, unfortunately. But yeah, Xav, he's an awesome kid. He's grown a lot since the last time I see him. But he's a really smart competitor. He has this really cool, calm, stylish approach to life, and I feel like he tries to bring that into his heats, but he's also super competitive. You can see right now he's putting in the hard yards, trying to get back out and get that priority, and hopefully get a win.
I love that. He tries to bring it to the
yeah. He tries to be super chill, but he's super competitive, and he's like, no, it's all good. But you really wanted to win that one, right? Like, yeah, I did.
Oh yeah, look at him.
Yes.
So now it is priority out with Madedera, one of the Groms, or not so Grom anymore, from Bali. Grew up surfing together in Canggu area. He's actually originally from an area called Brawa. I'm not sure if you know that wave or that area. It's super close. A huge shout out to everyone back in Bali and in the CSC watching their boy Madedera.
Oh, nice first turn. Love how he grabs his rail. Unfortunately, that one just not offering too much more. He's got a really great style. I love that patience off the bottom. But that wave's just not really cooperating like he was hoping for, unfortunately.
Yeah, Madedera's beautiful style, and he's definitely one of those people that when he rocks up down to Canggu to come out for a surf, everyone knows him and everyone loves him. So it takes him around like 15 minutes to paddle out, because he just stops to say hello to everyone and always has a huge smile on his face. He's a great companion to travel with as well. He's been doing the beach comms here at the Krui and Nias Pro for a couple years now. So it's great to have him on board.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Oh, love that first turn. It's interesting, like working events, doing the beach commentary or webcast commentary. Giardi also double dipping, doing some competing as well. You watch a lot of heats and you kind of can pick out what the judges are scoring and what they're not scoring. And as an athlete, do you feel like it gives you a little bit of an extra edge?
I think it depends how you see it. I see it as an extra edge because you're watching heats all day. You're seeing what the judges want, what they don't want, what they're scoring, and you get to see where people are sitting and what types of waves that they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're here all day, you're gonna pick it up. But others can see it as a disadvantage because they probably think you get tired or distracted. But yeah, I think it's all about the way you look at it.
Yeah, for sure. How you can manage that and navigate it. Yeah, it's excited. I'm excited to see how Made goes in this one. He's been doing, as you mentioned, the beach commentary here and doing a really good job as well. I'm sure he's been watching a lot of surfing, getting a little bit antsy maybe even to be out there. So 12 and a half minutes. Let's see what he can do, but he needs to get a good score locked in. Ty Richardson has that 5.5. Xavier Bryce, his first wave locked in at a 4.77. No one's really run away with it just yet.
You're right. So nothing too major just yet. As we see a little one come on the inside, but sometimes these smaller ones really hug the reef nicely and have a really great shape to them. So I think Madeira taking a look at this one with fourth priority, wanting to put something decent up on the board. Good first opening turn, sets it up for this second one. So this is a smaller wave and kind of just tapers off here. Nothing too crazy, but it's good to get those first heat nerves off. Oh, he's going to take this one all the way down to the inside.
Wow. Got so many turns on that last wave. And yeah, that's definitely going to go into his top 2. Might even surpass that 3 that he's already got locked in. He'll go to second, maybe even first with that last one. Like you said, Giada, it was a smaller wave, but he got a lot of work done on it, and it was good to see him, seamless surfing in between each turn. But I'd love to see him do that on a bigger wave for sure.
Yep. So Madeira now just move on to the JS team. I think that's one of his new boards that he's riding right now.
I think it might be a golden child model. It's like camo green.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was having a little sneak peek and I was like, whoa, this is cool.
The color is beautiful, honestly. And the board is looking pretty good and solid under his feet. So as we were saying, a little bit of a small wave choice here for Madeira, but a lot of turns done. This one comes in at a 3.67. So hopefully we'll see him catch a set wave and do this and be able to translate it onto something bigger.
Yeah, definitely. Those smaller waves are capping the scores at around that 4 range, and you can see that's translating to that last one of Made. This is Xavier Bryce on a bigger looking set, needs to go up and into this section, which he does. Wow, that was a committed turn there for Xavier Bryce. Loads up once again, getting a second connection. Love the attack from Xav, and this wave starts to get a little bit slopey. He's going to stick with it, hoping that it opens up, but it doesn't. Nonetheless, 2 pretty good turns out the back.
That was really impressive from Xavier Bryce. Beautiful surfing, you're right. He does have that cool, calm, collected style. That was a solid wave too. So it's going to be a pretty good backup for our man in red. Only looking for a 1.9 to go into an advancing position. So I'm pretty sure with that last one, he could go straight to first.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he'll get a pretty good, healthy number for it. 2 committed turns and some pretty hectic sections as well. Maybe not throwing as much spray as what we've seen, but still really committed surfing. Locks in at a 4.43. So pretty quick to drop that number from the judges. Goes up into first place. Ty Richardson down in second. Needs a 3.7 to go back to first. Made looking for a 3.34, and Yuya, he's been a little bit quiet in this heat. He only has a 0.7. He needs a 6.3 to go up into second place, that's a pretty big number to get up there right now.
Yeah, we haven't seen a 6.3 just yet in this heat, so it will have to be the best wave of the heat. And I don't know, he's been really quiet. We're 8.5 left, so it's a lot of pressure on Yuya right now.
Yeah, it is a fair bit of pressure, and while there's a little bit of a break in the action, looks like we are going to go to a Bonso brew break. We'll be right back.
Cow! Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
All right, we're back, and there is no action just yet. We are same situation as we left, so we are gonna give a little bit of a thank you to all the sponsors that made sure this is possible and that we could be here competing in this QS 6000. A big thank you to Kemenpora, in the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Massive shout out to WSL and PSOE. And thank you as well to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, thank you to the ASC. Everyone put so much hard work and time and dedication to make sure that we were able to run this event. So a little bit of a replay here of Ty Richardson. I'm pretty sure this would be his 5.5. 2 big turns. And closely behind, Xavier Bryce. Solid looking wave. This was the last we saw. I love how he just released that tail and went all the way around. It's beautiful surfing from Xavier Bryce.
Yeah, it's just really smooth. This is the 4.43 from Xav, and yeah, really committing to those sections. It was unfortunate that this wave didn't really offer much more, but he goes out to that early lead. Well, it's actually not even an early lead. We've got about 6.5 minutes to go in this heat. It feels like it's flying by. And Ty Richardson, he still has the best number of the heat, being that 5.5. And Made chasing that 3.34. Seems like Yuya got another wave, just a 0.77. So once again, it just seems like he's struggling a little bit here. Needs a 6.23. So hopefully Yuya is able to find a good one so that he can open up on it. But it seems like it's slowing up a little bit due to that tide, right?
Yeah, unfortunately for Yuya, not an ideal situation to be entering the last 5-minute mark. He's gonna want to have to start getting his ball rolling in this heat pretty quickly if he wants to give himself a chance. He either needs to catch one wave, being a 6.23, or 2 high 4s, I would say, to give himself a chance. I mean, there is still no real big significant score just yet. We've seen so many 6s and 7s and even 8s been thrown out today. So this is one of the lower scoring heats I've seen. Ty Richardson in second place with a 5.5, but only backed it up with a 1.5.
Yeah, it's a really funny one. You know, even in that last heat, we saw Benny get his second wave in the last minute. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes heats just have a flurry of action. You never really know what you're going to get. So I think it's important, especially for these surfers who've been watching it all day, to be prepared for anything. Ty Richardson, wow, just scratches into that one. Gets a quick speed float down the line, but unfortunately, a little bit too deep on that one. So he has to press the eject button, and it's Xavier Bryce out behind him. He scratches onto this one, Giada.
Yeah, so a bit of a whitewash take off, and this wave is going to stand up really nicely for him. Does that first beautiful turn and sets it up for that second one. I think if he closes this one, it's going to be a really nice score, and he manages to stick on. So he will be getting rid of that 4.43 very quickly.
Yeah, he will be for sure. That was such a well-surfed wave for Xavier. Looking really solid. You can see maybe he might have got a little bit pumped by the end of that wave, but I loved this wave from Xavier Bryce. You can see just eyes that section, tags it there. He kind of has to come around a little bit here. Probably doesn't get as critical as he was hoping, but this is the money turn I loved. Wow, that attack on his backhand is looking really strong. He looks solid on his feet as well, so I think that's going to be his best number in this heat for sure.
100%. Not only his, but of the entire heat. That was that last turn was super critical. He managed to stick on as well. And this is Made Dera, the local from Canggu, the smiling assassin. Nice first turn, upside down, sets it up for the second one. I love that he held his rail on the bottom turn and wants to shut this one down. Again, falls off, and also a little bit of a smaller wave, so it's not going to be a major score. I don't think he will be improving too much on that 3. But still waiting for scores of Xavier Bryce to come in. He will be extending his lead, so he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable as we reach the last 2.5 minute mark. This is now Yuya Iwase finally getting a pretty decent wave. Needs to do something big. Goes upside down. Holds on. Would love to see if he did anything out the back. Oof.
Wow, this is crazy. The last 2 minutes. Ty Richardson also gets a wave in the battle here. Oh, wow. Almost held on for that 2-turn combination. But, yeah, wow. This is crazy. All 4 surfers have scores to lock in. I think definitely Xavier Bryce getting the better of that 4-wave exchange. But, wow, I don't even know if he's slightly better, that 1.5. Might only needs a 3.34. Yet Yuya will definitely get his best wave of the heat so far, but will he have time to get back out there and find another opportunity with pretty much 90 seconds to go? Not long.
Yeah, it's looking like there's not too many lines coming in out the back with 1:25 left, and the last of Xavier Bryce comes in at a 7-point rise, so that is the best wave of the heat. This is a replay of Made Dera now. Good first turn. Sets up for this second one. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of this one, but with a minute left, not sure. We're waiting for scores for all surfers in the colors white, blue, and green. This is the last of Yuya Iwase. Had a pretty rough heat, only a 0.7 and 2 0.7s to his name.
Yeah, that's really, it's going to be his best wave for sure for Yuya. Wow, Ty Richardson. He'll probably better the 1.5. Look at this last number for Xavier Bryce. So it's a 7.0. Huge score. It's definitely extending his lead. But it's his last scores of Ty Richardson and Made Mahendra to lock in, as well as Yuya Iwase. I'm not sure if it's going to be the 6.23 with 20 seconds to go. Will there be another opportunity here? Who knows? Wow, but that 7 from Xavier Bryce was, massive surfing.
Yep. All right. So just looking at the score, Madedera only looking for a 3.81 to go into second. So unless Ty, which he doesn't, catch a wave, it's all eyes on Made Mahendra and Yuya Iwase. But he's looking for a 6.7. I'm not sure that's going to be the score. I think the bigger chance is probably for Madedera.
Yeah, let's take another look at this 7 for Xavier Bryce. Nice connection there. This bit he kind of has to go around, but wow, this end turn, absolutely loved it. You could see the power and the aggression. It was solid surfing. It looks like that last score of Made came through at a 3.23, so it was not the score he's looking for. Another score for Yuya Iwase to lock in. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with the results from that last heat. Don't go anywhere. We'll roll straight into heat number 4 right after this.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
that is a little sneak peek into the athlete area here at the Krui Pro 2025 QS 6000 to the drone. And Bodie's looking like he just wants to get out of there. So thank you for making that a pretty funny moment there, Mikey, for this right now. That's Harry O'Brien. And Harry unfortunately coming unstuck on his first wave. Out behind him, Willis Druma, 2022 ISA World Junior Champion for the under-16s. He's up on his backhand. A little bit of a fumble there for Willis. Loads up for a better looking turn. Driving through a nice bottom turn to get a finish here to start off his campaign in this heat. 23 minutes to go. Willis Druma, Harry O'Brien will be taking on Soma Hirahara and Rui Horikoshi.
Yes, Soma Hirahara and Rui Horikoshi. So Soma is seeded surfer in this round, and Rui got through this morning's first surf in this event, and matching up with four other great surfers. Now here is Horikoshi 選手1本目のライディングになります。これはスラッシュターンを2個決めてくる。さあこの先出てこれるか。ここはすぐにプルアウト。かなり沖の奥にポジションを取っていた堀越瑠衣選手ですが、1本目から力強いサーフィンを見せてきてくれています。本日はラウンドオブ96のヒート8まで行い、スケジュールの方終了となります。So this is heat number 4.
Heat number 4.
We're going to go into the heat number 8.
4 more heats.
4 more heats. It's a big day. It looks like the surf, condition has been improved a little bit. It's not offshore, but it's kind of getting glacier.
Yeah, it seems like it is. I know a couple of the caddies have been getting pumped as well. There's been some wide sets. This is that replay of Willis's first
Right. A little bit, how to surf on it as didn't offer too much steeper section, but from this section, kind of he got the steeper section right here. This is a better looking turn. He managed to put a couple good turns in, so really great start of this heat. And also Rui's last wave was a pretty good one too. So we're still waiting for the last of blue and white.
Yeah, first of Harry O'Brien, a 3.33. The Lee Bar board rider starts off his campaign in this round of 96 heat. We got a little bit of a break in the sets, or maybe not. There might be a couple of waves coming through. We'll see. That first wave of Willis Druma locks in at a 4.1. Rui Horikoshi, his first wave, a 3.8. And that leaves Soma Hirahara out there with first priority. We saw a great heat from that last one. Xavier Bryce and Ty Richardson moving on through. And man on screen that we saw just absolutely staunching the drone. He's going to be coming up in that next heat. Mikey Clayton Brown will be taking on Yuma Nagasawa, Ricky Sato, and Diego Cordero. That's going to be an exciting heat too.
Wow, that's a great matchup. Yuma Nagasawa was surfing in junior division, so did Ricky Sato. But Yuma got second place in the junior division. So he kind of getting used to this, condition here at Krui. So cannot wait to see his surfing here. But meanwhile, surfing blue up and riding.
Yeah, Willis Druma. Oh, nice first turn. It's a smaller looking wave, but it's super bowly. Wow. Just puts a little bit of extra effort into that second one and third turn combo to finish. Thank you very much, Willis Druma. That was a really well surfed wave.
Really well surfed from Will. He got a 4.10. That's a great start. And now in the second wave, well, that was a great surf. And it's going to get really great score for that one to manage to put 3 solid turns, I think.
Yeah, 3 solid turns on that wave. And someone who was throwing down some huge surfing in that last heat was Xavier Bryce. Let's hear what he has to say. He's with Giada Legati.
All right, I'm here with Xavier Bryce, the winner of the last heat. That was looking pretty hard out there. So tell us a little bit about your emotions right now, what you're feeling.
I'm that hot. It is that hot here. Sweating. But stoked. Yeah, really happy to make it that one.
What do you do to try cool down during the day here?
Just aircon in the room. About 6 cold showers a day when I can. Keep the water levels high. Yeah, I don't know, just whatever I can.
I see you walking around with a pretty cool group. Tell us a little bit about your crew and who you're here with.
Yeah, so yeah, got a really sick gang here. Just a few of the lads from Sydney. Yeah, we've been doing the comms for, I don't know, like a year and a bit now together. We did actually our first trip to a comp together was this comp last year. So it's a bit of a bit of a special one for sure. But very stoked to be here with that.
Approaching this event, did you guys come here early or how did you prep?
Just strictly going left at home pretty much. We don't really have too many waves similar to this in Sydney, but I don't know, just sharpening the backhand as much as I could. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like when you're at a wave as good as this, it kind of doesn't take much to bring out your best surfing. So yeah, sick.
All right, that's epic. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Yeah, just obviously thanks to my parents and my friends for watching and so.
All right, congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada. And thank you so much, Xavier Bryce, as well. Xavier got a 5th here last year. Yeah, he went down to Billy Stairman, the king of the left, growing up at Raglan. So I'm sure he's going to try and get one better. We'll see how it goes. But scores have locked in. That last wave of Willis Druma, 4.93. Last of Harry O'Brien locked in at a 3.13. And Rui Horikoshi also got a 2 in his scoreline as well with 16.5 minutes to go.
So this is a Willis 4.93, I reckon. Smaller waves, but well-managed surf here. Everything was on point. No rush. Very composed surfer. And this is a 3.33 from Harry O'Brien. Bigger size wave. Bigger face to work on. It's kind of foamy, so it's difficult to surf on it, but he managed to put a couple tons in. Unfortunately, he went down on the last section. It would have been a great score if he made that one.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice wave. I mean, yeah, that was just unfortunate, but plenty of time to regroup, although I feel like these heats are going really quickly.
Right.
Especially by the last 6 minutes. It's like, whoa, how did we get here? It's just been so much great surfing today. Di, we are coming to tour kind of towards the end of the day. Have you had any highlights of the day so far?
Wow. Oh, gotta say, Toi Tanaka's heat.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah. Well, here is the first ride from Hirahara 選手、1本目のライディングになります。しっかりとスコアを重ねていきたいところですが、どうでしょう。ここ大きなクロージングアウトセクションに果敢に攻めていき、これはメイクしていきます。ワンビッグターンでしたが、これはいいスコアになってくるでしょう。Wow, He's been waiting for that wave for over 10 minutes now. But probably it wasn't the wave that he was expecting, but still he managed to put one big turn in. Little check turn here, but probably every score comes from this turn right here. Big section to hit.
Bang.
And that was a great surfing from Soma.
Yeah, that was a huge turn from Soma. I loved the commitment. I feel like we're seeing a lot of that today and a lot of that be rewarded as well. It's so great just to see the surfers identifying these sections. I mean, there's been a fair few of the competitors who've been here for a while, been here either for a couple of weeks or, have kind of just been floating in and out. So I'm excited to see where this goes for Soma. Scores are starting to filter on through with 14 minutes to go. It's a 4.67 for one turn.
Well, probably well worth waiting for that wave.
Yeah.
Only one big turn, but still managed to get 4.67, which is the best, second best heat score so far, which put him into the pretty good position, only needing 1.79 to go into the second, and there's plenty of time left.
Yes, so much time left to go. 13 and a half minutes. Soma, if he can get another 4, he's up into first place pretty much. So we'll see what happens towards the end of this heat.
Right. Little bit, slower hit in the middle of this, middle of this heat. But look like there's a few sets coming in.
Yeah, a few waves starting to roll through. See if there's any takers. Looks like it's going to be Willis Druma. He wants to get rid of that 4.1. That wave's not going to do it.
Quick in and out. Well, smart decision. If there's no steep section to hit, you need to kick out and go back out. You don't want to follow it all the way to the inside. And it's gonna take a long time to get back out. So
yeah, wow. I kind of feel like that was a good decision for Willis. Doesn't seem like there's anyone else out there just yet. So
right.
Yeah.
I wonder where they all are.
Just getting pumped by these wide sets.
Truly, Well, here he is.
Ooh, Rui had a little look there. Didn't quite scratch on. He only needs a 2.66 right now. I feel like it'd be nice for him to feel like he can get into those 4s and just make it a little bit more difficult. With 12 minutes to go, Harry O'Brien, he's already surfed 3 heats in this event. Not today. He surfed
first round.
Yeah, in the first round yesterday, he took the win against Tommy Hinwood, Eki Satyawan, and Dutta Adrian. And then we saw him first heat this morning.
Right.
He was up bright and early. He came second. Ty Richardson took that heat out. And now he is surfing towards the end of the day. It almost feels like it's a first and last heat moment.
Right. Well, he's done a lot of work. Already surfed in 3 rounds. Would you rather surfing first round or would you rather be in the seeded round?
That is such a hard question.
Right.
I feel like it goes both ways. We'll get back to that.
堀越選手、これは重要なライディングになってきそうです。2.66 で2位に進みますが、ここは大きなセクション、大きなヒットをして前に出てきます。これは彼のベストスコアにはなってくるでしょう。That was a really smart move from Rui. Actually, he knew that as soon as he took off that he only gets a couple turns in here. But he get to the last section and hit the section really hard and right out of it so clean. So it was a great move actually. I think he will get the requirement to 6.6 to go into the second.
Yeah, I think so too. And I really loved how he didn't try and do too much on the wave. Like he didn't try and fit 3 turns into a 2-turn section. I feel like we've seen that a lot and that's caught a lot of people off guard. 5.13 locks in straight away.
Great job. Well done, Rui. 5.13. That is a healthy score. It is a best score so far in this heat. Now needing 3.90 to go into the first. Not a big score. Probably another similar wave. He just had, and then he will get to the first. There's still 10 minutes remaining in the heat, and there is a Japanese crews stick together. Takumi, Nakamura, Kyoshiro, Suda, and Toei Tanaka is just watching Soma and Rui. But here is 平原選手、2本目のライディング。さあ、4.27 で逆転していきますが、素晴らしいレイバックターンを見せてきています。そしてここもしっかりとターンを入れてきますが、引っかかってしまったようです。ですが、2ターン、非常に素晴らしいライディングを見せてくれました。Well, that was really, little bit of unfortunate for Soma, but still managed to put 2 big turns. So I think that's gonna be enough for him to get a requirement.
Yeah, I think so too. A 4.27. That was, yeah, as you mentioned, really unfortunate. Coming off that third turn there, I mean, it looks like he was on his way to a pretty decent score, but I think he'll definitely challenge for that 4.27 off the back of those two turns. Just in itself, he's such a powerful surfer. It's a pleasure
Right.
to watch. I love this turn here, just really opening up. I love how he leans into his rail, and that bottom turn was smooth. That was a really good turn. This here, wow, just looks like you could kind of see that his nose just dug into the water or the face of the wave a little bit. Unfortunately, just kept getting him a little bit hung up.
But 4.33, enough to go into the second right now. So now Rui needs 3.87. Here is Harry needing 5.67 at up and riding, but quick in and out. Well, that wave didn't offer much more for Harry.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Harry. He kind of looked like he was maybe thought there was something there, but it just kind of fattened out a little bit. It's hard. It seems like it's difficult to pick the good ones out there right now. It feels like they're definitely still out there, and there's some amazing waves for sure, but it just seems like it looks a little bit tricky to find those waves that really allow that steep surfing, that top to bottom surfing. So hopefully Harry can find one in the next 7.5 minutes of this heat.
When the swell comes into the lineup, pretty much like every wave look like it's gonna be a great wave. So you kind of want to go every single wave, but actually it's not. You gotta find out which one is right to pick. So that's a hard part, especially in these great conditions. You get too excited for the condition, and sometimes it's not working out well for you.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is a replay of the second wave of Rui Horikoshi. I love this turn here. Tags it. That was huge surfing, and very, very cool style from Rui Horikoshi. A 5.13. I feel like we'll see a shake up in the leaderboard because Soma only needs a really small score to get to first, a 4.37, and Rui only needs a 3.87 to get to second with 6 minutes to go.
It's a very close heat in between first, second, and third. But even Harry needing only 5.67.
Yeah.
That's really easily to be done for him. So just under 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's time's ticking down, and I feel like out there, especially when it gets a little bit quiet, the time just goes so quick.
Right.
It's crazy. It goes so quick if you're third and fourth, and so slow if you're first and second.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, it's weird, but it just happens. You feel like just going so fast when you are losing.
Yeah.
But when you're winning, just stop now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just end this game now. But yeah, that happens.
It's part of the process. Everyone gets the same amount of time. We're coming down to 5 minutes to go, and Rui was slowly thinking about that one, but just a little bit too small. It's not going to hit the reef. And that's the beauty of this place. We know there will be another opportunity. We know that there's sets that are going to roll through. At least one more. At least one more set to come through at the end of this heat. Willis Druma has the first priority, so the pick of the lineup. Soma Hirahara hits a 4.37 to go to first. Rui Horikoshi needs a 3.87. That's a tongue twister for me. And Harry O'Brien looking for a 5.67 to take second place with 4.5 minutes to go. It's really anyone's heat right now. We've seen the last couple of heats, it's been hard to break that 5 to 6 range. We saw Xavier Bryce get a 7 in that last heat. His backup was a 4. But then Ty Richardson made it with a combined total of 7.47.
Wow, so it's kind of hard to get a good range scores at the moment.
Yeah, definitely finding it tricky to get the 5s and 6s out there. Rui having a look at this inside one. He's a little bit too deep though. And will Struma get an opportunity?
Well, there's a set. It's rolling through the lineup. Our time is ticking. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this heat. To me, it goes really fast from 6 minutes remaining in this heat. But Soma Hirahara hasn't arrived in the lineup yet. Probably he's a little bit inside area.
Yeah, you can see Rui asking for that situation. He is in third with third priority right now. Needing a 3.87 with 3 minutes to go. And yet Soma's not even out in the lineup. Hoping he's okay. I mean, it is quite a long paddle back out there. And you add the heat of the water and then, you know, the unrelenting sun outside as well. It gets pretty full on. It's pretty hot out there, especially for a heat. So we'll see. Looks like Willis Struma maybe having a look at this opportunity. Doesn't go it. Harry O'Brien picks it up off the end. Up and riding on his backhand. He's been looking good in the first two heats. Wow, huge turn there for Harry. He needs a 5.67, and we've seen scores like that be rewarded for committed surfing like we just saw from Harry.
Definitely. That was one of the biggest turns of the day, probably. It was only one big turn, but still, you know, there were the time that you can get one big turn and reward it as like mid-5 or mid-6s. So there's, I don't know, it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's going to be a close heat. Oh, wow. Maybe a mistake there from Willis Struma.
Right. That was a little mistake from Blue. Took that one, but really quick in and out. But look at this one. Just go vertical. Strong finish right out of it. So clean. And he's looking for wave 5, 6, 7.
Wow. I think it's going to be really close, Di.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, I think it's a 4.47, he doesn't get it.
Wow.
Needs a 4.54 now, and this is Rui Horikoshi. He's chasing a 3.87.
堀越選手、このライディングで 3.87 をスコアする必要があります。大きなレイバックカーブ。そこからカービングでここがつないでいきます。どうでしょう、ここから切り立ってくると点数を広げることができます。まだ待ち続けます。しっかりとタイミングを測って、スラッシュターンを入れて、ここから切り立ってきたところにしっかりと決めたかったですが、少しバランスを崩してしまったか。
Wow, that was so unlucky for Rui. This is Willis Struma out behind him, putting together a couple of nice backside turns. He loads up here. Wow. Huge connection for Willis Struma. That is more like it with 30 seconds to go.
The last time was insane. He was upside down, kind of maneuver. That was huge. Finishing down from Willis Struma. Looking for a wave to beat a 4.10. And I reckon he's done that.
Yeah. I think he has too. That was a really nice end section snap. This last one of Rui Horikoshi is a pretty important score. He's chasing a 3.87. It's not a big score, and he got a lot of work done on it.
Right. A lot of check-in turns right here, but here is the wave kind of stands up for him. He gets the section right here, but unfortunately, he comes unstuck with this one.
Wow.
It would have been the score if he had that one last section. But we are still waiting for the last of blue and white.
Wow. This is going to be really, really close.
Still no indicators for both white and blue. Probably white last wave. It's going to be very, very important. But this is a replay of the last of blue.
Wow, it just locks in for Willis at a 5.17. That last turn was insane. He's just a little patient through here. Doesn't really get much work done, and this is a bulk of the points. Wow, that was a huge turn. Love that from Willis. He's extended his lead. It's his last score of Rui Horikoshi. He needs a 3.87.
Oh, it's gonna be close. Even though he didn't make the last section, he's done a lot of work in the beginning and in the last section. I don't know.
Wow. It's going to be a really, really close number. He gets a lot of work done.
Yeah, he did.
I feel like it'll be, I don't know. Let's have another look. That
really,
was nice.
Yeah, that was really nice critical section carve. But here, this is kind of a checking turn. And I think he did another checking turn right here. The wave kind of stood up. Did a check turn again, but this is a money turn right here. Unfortunately, went down.
If he hadn't made that last turn, I'm thinking 100%.
Yes.
He's got the score.
Definitely.
No doubt about it. But, it's just that last turn. We've seen the judges really sting you for that.
Right. If the requirement is like mid-force, I wouldn't say yes. But it's a 3.8. But you pretty much need 4 to get it.
Yeah. Judges. Wow. Judges are having a really good look at it.
Wow, this is a beach angle. But this is the third wave. This is a 5.13 that he got. That's a great ride. I mean, great strong finish right there.
Yeah, wow. This is really, really crazy. We are still waiting on that score. You can see the surfers in the next heat. They're going, hey, can you guys start this heat? Because we want to start surfing. It's starting to lock in the score for Rui Horikoshi. Let's see if he gets it. A 3.87 comes in at a 3.83. Just not enough for the Japanese surfer. So it'll be Willis Druma and Soma Hirahara moving on through to the next round. We've got Heat 5 coming right up. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Back everybody, this is Krui Pro QS 6000 men's QS round of 96, heat number 5. We have Yuma Nagasawa, Mike Clayton Brown, Ricky Sato, Diego Cordeiro. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Mr. Mark.
Yo, g'day Di, and it took a little while to get things going in this heat. You could see the boys kind of stressing out a bit and waving and going, have you forgotten about us? But we didn't. And we just had to get that number in. The closest result of the day went down, and it did not go the way of Rui. So super close, 0.04, tightest number all day.
So close.
Needed to stay on his feet on that finishing move, and
that was a huge finishing move from Rui, but unfortunately he went down and he didn't get the score.
Meanwhile, someone that is scoring to their feet is Diego. So representing Italy here, a nice way to kick off things. He's got a big steep wave. It only turns into a one-turner and down he goes. So you can see in these 25-minute matchups with high-quality fields just how important it is to do the little things and finish rides, and, you know, wave choice has got to be spot on. Diego will be spewing. He didn't ride out of that last maneuver there, right there. So it's those little moments that could mean a huge thing. Who knows what would happen had he gone through to the next round and surfed his way into tomorrow's round of 64.
But we are going to look at heat number 8 to finish up for the day number 3.
Yeah,
it's the heat number 5, and we have Yuma Nagasawa.
Hang on. We've got the sniper. Hang on. Who's this in blue, though? This is Mike Clayton Brown. First time we've seen him in Arashi this event. He's been a big performer over the years. That wasn't his best work. We know that, but has been a big performer throughout the Asian region, year after year. I've seen him here probably 3 or 4 years in a row. So MCB will know that this region is super critical to get some runs on the board. It's the first 6,000 ever in Indonesia. It's the first event for the Asian region. So everybody's first chance to grab some big points and challenge for the challenger. All right, so nothing much has happened in this heat so far, so I think we'll throw down with True, with the winner of the last heat. So take it away, True, with Willis.
Thank you so much, guys. Willis Dreamer, what an amazing heat win. Looked like a pretty tough heat, that one.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. It was a lot of weird sets, like weird direction in the swells coming in. It sort of made it hard to get like a wave that you could get, 4 turns in a lip on. So I was just happy to get through. Like it was pretty close for everyone. So it was tough out there for sure.
How are you identifying those waves that really allowed that critical surfing?
Just ones that weren't too wally and weren't massive. It was just I was just trying to get like a medium-sized one that just looked sort of sensible and like just easy enough to do a couple turns on. Yeah.
And it's your first time here for a couple of years. How has this place changed since you've come back?
Very little. It's much the same, which is I think it's good. So it's just I'm glad to be back, and it's just warm weather, which I don't get much of in Vico. So just happy to be here.
Trading the steamers for board shorts. Is there anyone that you'd like to say hi to back at home?
I'd just like to say hi to everyone watching. Just cheers for tuning in.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Unreal. Thanks, True. Willis Dreamer, a big performer. I really stood up and took notice of that young man. Last year, we had a couple of QS events in October in WA. Outstanding. I'm pretty certain he got a couple of runner-up finishes in those events. But I asked him a few questions. I'm pretty certain he said he was a former World Junior champion.
Yes. Yeah.
And I went, how come I'd never heard of this guy? Because he was blowing up over there in those events.
Probably this is the first year to fully committed to the QS tour.
I'm not sure. I can't remember whether I've seen him here or not. I think last year in in Yellingup and Mandurah at our QS events was the first time I noticed him. So I'd imagine he hasn't been here before. But he's so loose, and he's just got a huge bag of different tricks. I haven't seen him in strong surf yet. Apart from this would be the better waves I've seen him in. So let's see how he goes. At least he's through to the round of 64, and we wish him all the best of luck. But here is the sniper.
長澤選手1本目のライディング、力強いカービングを見せてきます。昨日行われたプロジュニアでは見事2位入賞を果たしています。ここもしっかりと決めていきたいところですが、2ターンでこの演技を終えます。さあ、後ろからは佐藤力選手。さあ、これも縦へのアプローチ。この選手、縦のアプローチが非常に上手な選手です。少しバランスを崩しましたが、しっかりリカバリーをしてつなげていきます。さあ、インサイドのセクションもしっかりとつなげながら、ここ、ラストセクションも決めてきます。
Well, a bit of rock hopping there for Ricky Sato and a couple of nice recoveries along the way on that wave. He almost stacked it one or two times, but he disguised it quite well and just kept on tacking away down the line, and things almost went pear-shaped for Ricky Sato. But Yuma, second in the Pro Juniors yesterday. Already surfed a few heats out here, hasn't he?
Yes, and he's really frothing to surf in the QS again, and yeah, just excited to see his surfing. He's aggressive surfer, but this is Mike Clayton Brown.
Wow, it's so random that you see Mike fall, let alone 2 waves in a row. I was just giving him a big rev up how much of a high performer he's been over the last few years. So the good news for Mike, he's still got 18 minutes to turn it around. Forget about those 2 disasters at the start of a heat. Like any good athlete, you've got to be able to quickly delete those negative thoughts and move on and go, well, I've got 18 minutes. Get it together, MCB. Come on. A few of the lads down there, check them out. Having little flex outs. Looking all cool. Anyway, it's been another long day. If we get to the end of our program, heat 8, that'll be 22 heats in the bank. So no doubt tomorrow morning, without seeing any hints of a schedule, I imagine we come back and clean up this round. And then I'm not sure what will happen after that. We still would have the round of 64 of the men's. The women's round starts at a number that is, what's that?
Round of 72.
All right. So by the time we finish that next round of 8 heats of the men's, it's almost even with the numbers. Maybe the ladies get a go tomorrow.
Maybe it could be, right, but we still don't know yet. But this is the replay of Ricky Sato's first wave. I really loved the first time, went to vertical, but this is the moment that he got nearly went down, but nice recovery right there and gets great connections through to the inside and gets the finish right here. Smaller side waves, but well served from Ricky Sato.
A metre in front of him was just about dry.
Right.
If he had gone over the handlebars on any one of those turns, it was just about a face plant onto rocks. He was dicing with
the reef, coral reef.
Way.
It must have been really shallow.
That's kind of why he almost blew it twice, right? Like I said, he disguised it well. Great recoveries a couple of times. But had he fallen, the reef was right there. I think it was just survival instincts that made Ricky hold on there and avoid the reef. It's only a 3.7, but that's got to be one of the most dangerous 3.7 rides ridden here in the last couple of days. There's the team. Who's that ride on screen?
On the right side, that's a Ryuichi, where he was surfing earlier.
Go away, buddy.
He's traveling with Ricky Sato, so he's cheering up for him.
And Yuma's been impressing me daily with his antics out in front. It's day 3 that he's pulled the Rashi on, so it's probably about heat 5 or 6 for Yuma.
Definitely
in the last few days. So he should be well. Have a good read on the reef. Diego got through a heat this morning. I think this is the man in green right now, representing Italy. His opening effort was only a 2.5. It was a 1 maneuver wave. And kind of starting to look a bit like this. Well, this is a way better wave already. So he's got 2 clean hits in.
Well,
a third, bit of a dodgy 2-stager, so not much garnished out of that effort. Could be an end section coming up rapidly. This wave's given him a lot of opportunities to impress. As he strings it together, I wouldn't say it's his absolute best work, but it was not a fail.
It's not a fail. He did what he do on that wave nicely, but wave just didn't offer too much. But this is 佐藤選手2本目のライディングになります。これはサイズのある波にテイクオフしてくる。さあ、バックアップをしっかり揃えていきたいところで、縦へのアクション、さあ、前に出てこれるか。出てきました。
All right. So what did you just... Oh, let's just stay with blue. MCB. Surely he doesn't fall 3 waves in a row. He's a polished campaigner. Up he goes. This time that's 2 good turns. A third section. Helps himself to another massive move. He's starting to feel it now. What's he got it to sign off? Just realises that's enough. A completion is good news for Mike. And here comes the sniper.
長澤選手2本目のライディング。ここでしっかりとスコアをしていきたいところです。さあ、1ターン、2ターンとカービングターンを入れてきた。そして縦へのアクション、スプレーをしっかり飛ばしていきます。ここも綺麗なカービングターン。この後はセクションが出てくるとスコアを伸ばしていけそうです。どうでしょう。さあ、出てきたようです。ここでしっかりと大きなターンを入れて前に出てきました。Yep, he's feeling it.
Digging into his bag of claims. He's starting to bust out some moves. Anyway, a well-surfed wave. That's better than his first effort. There was a whole lot of surfing. Everybody's owed a score. We can see the colour that's going on out there in the lineup, and we've got this nice sort of low cloud. There's no sun at all out there at the moment, so it's kind of a pretty steamy afternoon out on the hill. But we're getting some nice funky colours going on the ocean. Let's watch Diego's wave. So a lot of surfing happened here for no real blockbuster moment, all right? That was okay. That's one of his better moves on this wave. He had a pretty good wave, but he just did a couple of those moments that took the shine off how good this wave actually was.
Right. Wave kind of flats out, gave him opportunities to hit, but not a steep section. So he did really great on the wave, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be a great score,
No.
but comes in 4.17.
The judges, they didn't buy into it either. 417, a lot of work went involved in that. And he goes MCBs, who it was a smaller wave, but I think he did better surfing and had steeper sections. I think already he's put 2 turns together that were better than Diego's wave.
And
a
that
third
one.
huge blast. All right, so for sure this is going to be a much better number than Diego. I think it's already got 2 or 3 points better written all over it. There we go. Let's see where Mike's number ends up. Ricky got another wave as well as Yuma, who kind of had a really good solid completion, and his hand drive was trying to beg an 8 or something out of the judges. I'm not sure they're going to do that, but he's trying to sell it. This heat's really going to tighten up once these next 3 numbers drop.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting exchange between all the surfers. So first, last of the white comes in 4.03.
All right.
We're still waiting for the last of red and blue.
I think Diego might even drop all the way to 4th once these numbers come in. I think he will. Momentarily, he was in first. I don't think that's going to stay that way for long. He goes white's last wave again. So this was a 403.
Yeah, pretty much all the points come from this last finishing turn.
So the judge is not rating that end move that highly. MCB, big number. There we go, 717. Yep, so exactly 3 points better than Diego's effort. And wave to come for red will drop Diego into 4th. So a huge move on the leaderboard. Diego from 1st to 4th, I'm tipping. Yuma's wave will lock him pretty good. It will put him into 2nd. I'm confident of that. It's a pretty well surfed wave. So Diego will be going, what the hell just happened? I was first, not anymore. I'm still speculating. There is a number to come with 10.5 on the clock. The priority sits somehow with MCB. He got the best number and got back out there for first priority. Can you believe all that? So after 3 fails, or a couple of fails there for Mike Clayton Brown, he's got it together in a big way. Yuma's gone to first. Diego is in fact 4th. The 6th there for Yuma is a good number.
Good number for Yuma. But this is Mike Clayton Brown up and riding again. Tries to build a backup score. Gets a nice carve. Nice off the bottom. Just a little checking time and just waiting for the wave to stand up. Another checking carve right there. But here he is. Last section upside down.
Oh, thank you very much.
That was a great
straight
section.
into the lead for sure. I mean, he only needed a 166, so 100% first spot. But by how much? I reckon a fair bit. I could see that being probably maybe the 2nd best wave of this heat.
Right. Yeah, it could be.
I think it might be because he's trying to upgrade a 6th that Yuma just got. It had a couple of big moments on it. It was a steep wave with a really strong finish. So let me just throw it out there that I think MCB will have the 2 best waves after this. So this is the 6.
That's a good snap right there. And he gets another great carb. Well, a little bit stuck on the top of the wave. But here is throwing a lot of sprays right there.
It always does. It was more just a kind of a tap swivel move, that third one. So I think Mike did more brutal surfing. This end bit here, this is where he got all excited and started thinking about what claim he's going to throw out. He threw it up there. So Mike had a better finish and a better wave, I think. So let's just wait and see what the judges see. But I think that's the sort of conversations they have up there, up against Yuma's 6. Oh, riding to drop in. Here we go. It's going to be close. It's going to be close to the 6, but just over, I think. There we go, 6.23.
2nd best wave of the heat, just like you said.
And you know, sometimes it can be easy because Yuma's wave was like the last wave ridden. And so then you see blue. So it's kind of fresh in your mind what the 6 looked like. And I go, okay, I reckon better. And the judges agreed by a smidge, but it was just a better wave by MCB with a better finish. So fair enough. The Australian in first, the Japanese surfer in 2nd. Ricky Sato needs to regroup. A 4.81 required and a little less than that needed by Diego with 8 minutes remaining. We've got a real close matchup rolling out here. Here goes Diego. Good-looking wave, Di.
This is a good-looking wave. It's a very big size wave. Nice floater section. Can he come around section? Yes, he did. and big carve off the top. And now just aiming for the last section. Is he going to get a last section? But this is really hard to surf on it. Really foamy sections. There's not much going on, but he did a lot of work in the beginning. So it was the best way for him.
That was one of the biggest waves I've seen that hasn't closed out after the first move. So he kind of identified that wave had more than one section on it. And he did it pretty well, and then he hit a whole lot of grief, and there was a whole lot of snow moguls down there at the end of that thing that denied him another opportunity. But he needed a 4.67. Geez, it might go there. He got a couple of quality turns away. It wasn't a steep wave, but it was a huge wave.
I reckon it's going to be his best score. It's going to be close to the requirement. But just wait and see. And Ricky is up.
He is
riding 佐藤選手。さあ、この波で 5.07 が必要ですが、ここはキックアウト。A smart decision from Ricky Sato.
Probably wishes he hadn't caught it, really. It's a bit of a dud. So let's have a look at this. It's looking like there was a move on the leaderboard, 4.93, a little better than what he needed. Super close now between him and Yuma for that second spot. Ricky Sato languishing in fourth, needs just over 5 points now. But Diego, he needed, a 4.7 or something. He got a 4.93. So he climbed up by 0.23 over the requirement. So good call there, Di.
Now Yuma needing 3.10. That is not a big score, small score, but still you need to put decent turn.
More importantly, no one's got priority. So no one's far enough out according to the priority judge to be awarded a spot on the priority rotation. So even White, who's sitting up, thinks he's good, but the priority judge says, no, you need to get further across or further out, probably further to the left of the screen to get more on the peak.
So in this situation, without any priority, it's going to be just four-man heat without a priority.
Old school
situation right now.
Unless someone wisens up and realises what's happening here and paddles right past White, they could scoop up first priority pretty easy if they just make that move.
True, right.
And White should sort of look around here and go, hang on, the priority judge is asking me to shuffle across just a little. Here he goes. He took a 1 metre. He took a 1 metre paddle and picked up priority.
Wow.
How cruel is the priority judge? Has gone, no, you're not on my line. You're short by half a metre. I'm not giving it to you. All right, this is Mike's wave.
So this is what 6.23 looks like, yeah?
Yep, I'm pretty sure it was. His end move here, when he gets to it, was really strong as well. So a bumpy sort of a wave, but he kind of...
Wow, that
he
last
made it
section.
all look really good. Yeah, see that
upside down.
Yep.
That's great.
Yep, that was better than Yuma's completion for the slightly better number.
Well, the time is ticking. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So it looks like Ricky is holding on to the first priority, but three other surfers probably sitting a little bit inside. Needs to go back out to regain the priority.
Yeah, I can't even see another surfer. Has not come into picture for a long time. So maybe they got cleaned up as they were paddling back out. Maybe they just rode a long way down and they're all still regrouping and trying to reposition.
It looks like Ricky is having a look at this one. He's needing 5.07. This is going to be a very important wave for him. Yes, he's up and riding. 佐藤選手 5.07 が必要です。大事な波になってきます。縦へのアクション少しスタックしたか。それでも綺麗に前に出てきます。さあ、このスティープになったセクションでフィンを抜きながら前に出てきます。綺麗なサーフィンをしてきています。そしてカービングターンでタイミングを測ります。さあ、ここは大きなスプレーを上げてきます。ここからセクションが張ってくるとより点数を上げてきますが、ここは大きなターンを入れてきました。Well served from Ricky Sato, needing point 5.07.
I reckon he moves in a second.
Well, yes, from me, yeah.
Yeah, it was a quality act, you know. It was just, again, a clutch moment that you can't make too many mistakes. You've got to finish everything. You've got to clean it up. And he did all those things on a pretty good wave, right?
Exactly like he did, yeah.
So I think the judges they're going to have a little chat about it and a little rewatch. But I reckon Ricky moves to second. His best wave easily.
Definitely, it's gonna be his best wave, and really, nailed that finishing turn.
Yeah,
that's an important section to finish.
Yeah, and it was a good finish.
Yes.
So I think that was convincing. Sato's statement going, righto, you guys, give it to me. What more could I have done on that wave? Not a lot.
So now Diego and Yuma is in trouble with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. They will probably need pretty good score to go into the second, but we're still waiting for the last of Ricky.
Yeah.
Just over 2 minutes remaining this heat.
Gee, this leaderboard has changed a lot in this heat.
Right.
Remember Mike Clayton Brown, he really messed up his first two waves. Then he got two keepers. Here's Ricky's last wave. So let's watch all this. So that wasn't super crisp, but it was still top to bottom.
Man,
that was a great connection with a little tail waft. So I reckon, he gets a bit of credit on top of the 507 needed because he's already belted it, 4 times. Another quality move. This here as well as the finish.
Wow.
So he surfed at a good pace to connect with that end maneuver and ride out for a 7-1. Thank you very much. There's
7-1-0, the best score in this, the second best score in this heat.
So by more than 2 points gets the requirement. Happy days for Ricky Sato. Did everything that wave asked, and the judges soaked it up and went, yep, righto. We agree. Let's push him through. Let's give him what he deserves. And lock in the second best number. So Ricky will be chuffed. Diego once again drops into a non-qualifying position. And the sniper is in all sorts of trouble.
Well, less than 50 seconds remain. Is there going to be another wave for green and red?
Red sort of looking interested.
He is actually. He's paddling for it.
There must be something big behind this. He's heading a little wide. He lets green go with 30 seconds to go. So Diego's in a worse spot. He needs a 6-2-1. Although he's third, his requirement is bigger than Yuma's. So the Italian gets off one pretty crisp hit. Section drops at him and it draws the error. We're down at 17 seconds. Yuma's stopped paddling. The wave's gone flattish. The ocean's gone flattish. Looks like Yuma's going to be a spectator from here on in. I'm not sure this next
6
wave.
seconds.
I'm not sure it's going to break in time.
Is there going to be enough time?
No, he's out. So Yuma is Gonski. Ricky Sato is safe. Mike Clayton Brown resurrected himself in a hurry in that heat that started off badly for him. So you can go and have a chat with MCB. Have a bit of fun with that. And thanks for your efforts, Di. We'll be back shortly with heat number 6. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Afternoon team, welcome back to the Krui Pro. Day 3, we're watching Heat 6, the round of 96. Here are our contestants. It is Rio Inaba in red out of Japan, Weston Hurst in blue from Indonesia, Rafael Castro, they've got him penciled in as an American, and Jack Bassett out of the Torquay area representing Australia, obviously. So full international heat going on in front of us, and I'm welcoming back into the booth with me Giada Lagarde. G'day, G.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm very excited to be back in the booth. This is a great heat to have rejoined. So it's going to be an interesting one. Rio Inaba, a name we've seen here quite a lot in Krui and Nias. He has passed many heats, has had some pretty high scores, followed by Westenhurst, another one of Indonesia's finest surfers. Also just came off a final in the junior.
Yep, he got the fourth there.
Yep.
But he's a quality act.
Rafa Castro, we saw him this morning. An incredible heat he had. He's another fine surfer. He is very experienced in the men's wise and very comfortable in these big Indonesian solid waves. And I don't know too much about Jack Bassett, though.
I actually had a chat with him yesterday. He won a heat to put himself in the draw this morning. Or into this round, and he tells me he's out of the Ocean Grove area, 13th Beach, which is sort of down in the Bells Beach region. And he's a cool lad. He was very shy. He didn't even want to do an interview, and I said, we'll just make it quick. He goes, quick is good. So we did it, and I got him straight out of there, and he was happy. He just basically ran out of the contest area. So he's a young Grom, and he's just here learning the ropes, and he's probably just soaking it up and going, what's this whole QS side of life all about? Jack Bassett, I'm sure he's got some friends at home. And given the fact that he's a pretty young pup, I imagine he's going to be around and doing these things for quite a while.
Yeah, especially events like Krui and Nias, we see a lot of people come back just for this event because they absolutely love it. They say it feels like a surf trip. It doesn't even feel like going to a contest. And having all your friends down here, you know, sharing moments, cheering each other on. Everyone's down at the contest site or at Leafy's or at Lonnie's, checking it out, having a good time. So these events are going to be etched in everyone's memories forever.
Oh, 100% they are. And it's the first time this year for the boys to get a crack at some real points. First time we've ever rolled out a 6,000 event on Indonesian waters. And we're doing it proudly here at Krui for the very first time. We've got a huge field of surfers. There's going to be no down days, no lay days allowed. Rio Inaba strikes first in this matchup. So pretty good looking wave here. He's just pacing himself. He's just kind of getting a good look down the line at what's ahead of him. He's hanging in there. He's starting to get a bit of back foot into it. A late hit there and goes down on his fourth manoeuvre. But I've got a little story I want to share with you guys in a moment as well. We'll get to that in a minute. Raphael now.
This is Rafa on his backside. A smaller looking wave, but it has a pretty nice shape to it. He's going to get a little bit stuck off the back on that one, but plenty of time, 20 minutes to paddle back out and get himself back on his feet.
So, yeah, a couple of years ago, we were surfing this event here, and the images going out were just insane. It's pretty sure it's the year that... having a look at our leaderboard, who won that year, I'm pretty sure it was Jesse Mendez. The waves were firing, and all the images going back to Bali and all over the world were just so sick that Gabriel Medina's in Bali. He sees the clips, he sees these waves, and he goes, I want to enter the event. So on day 3, he rolls up, he gets in, he gets a spot that one of the Indonesian wildcards had, and he rolls into round 3 purely based off the footage and the images that were coming out of days 1 and 2. So he gave the local fella a surfboard for the effort. I think he got as far as the quarterfinals or maybe even a semi, and big fella took him out. Jeez, anyway, big goofy. Colburn, Mitch Colburn beat him in a semi. So he didn't actually make the final, but he raced here to be in this event purely based off what he was seeing on the media images. That's how good it looked that year.
I mean, this wave, every year we come here, you know, it's funny, in every other contest, they have the issue that, you know, the swell forecast is too small. Here, it's the opposite. Last year, it was absolutely massive. We had to move the contest site because it was just unsurfable.
It's the only time we've ever moved, and we had to do it a couple of days, not in a row, but a couple of days through our window. And when you see, during our ad breaks, when you see the clips of last year and you see all the cheering and stuff that's going on and the cheering up the beach, there's some monster waves in between that you see and you go, oh my God, that was last year. And it got bigger than that, which is why we had to move to Krui. We had no other option. You know, competitors wouldn't have gotten out. It was just that hectic.
Yeah, the ocean was just not giving us a break last year. And this is Westenhurst surfer straight out of Lake Peak. Nice first turn straight up and over For this second one, I love that we could see all 3 fins out the back of the wave on that one. But he did get a little bit stuck on the way down, so
Cost him a little bit of momentum. Still plenty of time remaining. Rafa's on wave number 2. He's only got together a 2:17, so this thing now, he's already got more than that. He passes Western and just keeps chipping away. He's trying to add something here to convince the judges to give him a good number. That was a much better move. He hangs in there. Finishing move is pretty well timed also. So in the scheme of things, I think that could be the better wave so far of this heat.
yeah, that was really nicely surfed from Rafa. You could kind of tell that he was playing it safe. He just wanted to get those turns in, find that rhythm. Sometimes when you fall off on a wave, especially if it's the first one, it's easy to get a little rattled. So it was nice to see him just slow it down, kind of playfully do those turns, finish it off. And I'm sure we're going to see him go much bigger as this heat forward.
Yeah, well, he kind of, once he got his base moves going and wound up a bit, he unleashed a little more towards the end. So the judges are going to enjoy that. It won't be a monster number, but it's only got a better 4.33 to be the best wave of the heat. And that's where I think it goes. So while we're waiting for that number to drop, we're going to throw down to Di Wacko having a chat with Mike Clayton Brown.
Well, you got the first place in the heat, but probably in the beginning you had a couple, I would say, mistakes probably. But how did you adjust that mistakes?
Yeah, that definitely wasn't the start I wanted. Sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of just reset after those 2 waves. Like the other 2 boys got waves, so then I went into second priority and kind of just used priority to kind of get my way into a good one. And then I didn't know what I got, but after that, I just knew I needed maybe sort of a backup and just got a kind of fat one and just hit the end section and yeah, got a decent backup. So I'm stoked.
Even though you had a little bit of mistakes, I think the wave selection was on point. But how did you identify which one to pick?
Yeah, it's real tricky. The first one I took off on, I thought was really good, but it kind of went a bit fat and kind of split. So I kind of thought just to get like a little inside wedge and see if it ran. And luckily it did on the first one. I only probably surfed at like 80%, but yeah, that kind of, chose after that one, just knew what waves I kind of needed to get a decent score.
I got to ask, how's the paddle back out?
I didn't actually get back out. I was trying to get it right at the end, but yeah, those sets are pretty heavy when you're on the inside there, so very hard and very hot.
Great job, but is there anything you like to say to your family, friends back home?
Yeah, I know Dad's overseas watching. I love you, miss you. My mum, my sister, and I just want to do a shout out. It's my homeboy Joshy Stratton's birthday today. He'll be surfing tomorrow morning, so tune in.
Thank you so much. Good luck in the next heat. Cheers.
Thanks, Di, and good on you there, Mike Clayton Brown. A nice comeback victory, always feels good, and he did it really well. A couple of scores are in, things are getting tight. Raphael did get the better number, a 5.17. We saw Western a quick up and down and then got locked into a paddle battle with Bassett. Bassett eventually gave up and said, "Oh, all yours, Western. You're a strong dude. You out-paddled me."
He's a unit.
Yep, his hands up. He's waiting for that number to come. Here's some replays of what happened during. Well, this is the 5.17. So this is what the best wave of the heat looks like so far. I think Rio had a wave he messed up that he'll be ruining because it was looking like a good wave. Just be dirty on himself. He didn't capitalise right there. So strong statement by Rafa to get back, into the qualifying position with that wave. Western hasn't done his best work just yet. Bassett's only got a low throwaway 2 something. So apart from Raf, I reckon everyone else is like, come on, 13 minutes, got to get 2 scores.
Yeah, I've had a couple of these heats today already where really nothing really happens until the last really 5 or 4 minutes of the heat where everyone just suddenly starts catching a bunch of waves and then it's all like a buzzer beater finish. But you're right. Besides Rafa's 5.17, there hasn't been too much happening out there. It's slowed down a little bit. The tide has already started to come in, so we should be seeing some sets come through.
Righto, let's see if that prediction comes true. Westonhurst is sitting deepest. He's got priority. He's in third. Needs a low 3. I'm sure his old man's watching Troy. And Uni, no doubt. Jack's probably got a bunch of his Torquay buddies, Vico buddies down there tuning in this afternoon. Rio, there's Japanese all over the world watching this feed. And Rafa, a bit of a champion. He's from all over the place, but I'm sure his buddies in Bali and maybe the Mets are tuning in as well. If so, keep watching. Here's Weston.
Weston with priority somehow manages to get onto this wave. A beautiful first hack, sets it up and goes straight vertical on the second one. Kind of weaves through this fatter section. I think this wave is going to be standing up for him really nicely on the inside. And he shuts this one down. That's going to be a huge score for Westonhurst. And right behind him, Rafa.
Rafa, good looking wave, a better looking wave for me. It's bigger, it's bowly. He's helping himself to big hits off the top. Weston had a really good finish on his as well. I didn't see the whole start of Rafa's wave, so I'm not going to make any claims on what went down. But Weston for sure, easily his best wave. Always good to just mix it up at the end with something a little, showing that point of variety with spinning the wheels on that last move and adding a bit more criticalness. So I think he's in for a reasonably good number, and for sure Rafa extends the lead.
Oh, I think Weston's wave, I would love to see it from the beach angle, but I can kind of think it's going to be the best one of the heat. That last turn was pretty insane. I can't believe he rode out of that.
And while that was happening, though, I don't think we paid enough focus to Rafa's wave out the back. So let's have a look again at Weston's. It's tough with the drone footage. I agree. It's a matter of what the judges see from their front-on angle. But a lot of good surfing again. We've got to remember this fella busted into the 8-point range every time he surfed in the juniors. The judges were loving his act. That little fin waft right there. So this is Rafa's first turn out the back. Okay.
Yeah. So a
Weston's
couple
wave did look
scores.
good.
Yeah, to come in, Rafa's last one came in at a 4.40. So it does improve on 2-1, but he knows he has to do something really big on the next one.
All right, so Weston's score is still in dispute. I've got to say the judges have been loving his act. At this stage, he needs only a 3.28 for second. Every bit of that. He doesn't need much more than that for the lead. Probably needs a mid-5 for the lead. Well, actually, a little bit more, maybe a 6. Just over 6 points. Let's see how generous the judges are feeling. Numbers are coming in. He's going to get it. A 6.67. So Westonhurst to first. How good. There you go. Troy, a little bit of pressure off. The 6.67 now the best wave of the matchup. Got to improve that second number. Is pretty dodgy. A low 3. He's got 10 minutes. Things just got a whole lot tighter.
Yep, that's right. And Western just showing why he's one of Indonesia's best right now. He is looking pretty unstoppable. He got to the final in the Pro Junior yesterday. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the win. But all throughout the event, he was throwing 8s and 7s like there was no tomorrow.
Every heat. And the judges were loving it, right? Mm-hmm. So he's kind of, he's right in their focus of what he's doing. Ticks a lot of parts of the criteria, obviously. He's in the lead now. We've got to remember he's 16. My goodness. He's still got, it's incredible to think he's still got 4 years in the Pro Juniors before he really goes, right, and then you can take a huge claim to be a Challenger Series and all that. So I think the writing on the wall for Weston is he's heading at some point for the Challenger. Without a
100%. No doubt about it. And some waves coming through, but no takers on these ones. So it is now Rio Inaba and Jack Bassett trying to play a little bit of catch up. Both Rafa and Weston don't have big backups, and they know they're in a field that can get these scores that they need. So they really need to start getting those higher 5s and 6s to back up what they already have.
Still, for 8.5 minutes remaining, a lot of goodness has kind of happened in the first bit of this heat. It's still pretty close. Rio and Jack really needs to step on the gas a little bit now. He's got priority. He's out there in the green. He's only caught one wave, so he's been a little bit lazy with his movement and his competition skills. This is the wave again by Weston. So we're getting the drone footage yet again. A nice recovery after the little hiccup off the bottom, but just monsters his way through every move. Always throws a lot of spray when he engages a rail. 16 years of age. He's about close to, I don't know, 5'10", 6 foot, but he's got a lot of muscle in his makeup, and he's just strong for his size.
Yeah. I don't think anyone ever guesses his age. He already looks like he could be 20, 21.
He could walk into a pub here in Australia, I reckon. Here we go. So Jack Bassett, the Vico. Come on, young man. Time to get a bit aggressive here. You can't look too sleepy. The judges like to see people well into it and really having a red-hot crack. Bassett not doing his best work just yet. The young fella's just losing touch with the leader pack here. That was his second ride, down to 7 minutes. He's probably wishing he could replace both them numbers, but he needs a 7.2 at this stage, and that's still the requirement. Really going to have to put his best foot forward sooner rather than later, or he's going to end up on the sidelines. Weston and Rafa are on a collision course with the round of 64 at this stage. Rio could do something about this, though. He's a good surfer. As you said, we've seen him a lot of years throughout the Asian region. He's also got first priority. A 5.24 is well within his skill set. He just paddles over that wave. So I'm sure his followers at home would be a little nervous, but he's well measured. He's potentially got a ripper of a wave here. No, that's him duck diving out the back.
It's a solid set coming through.
That thing looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, I would have gone. Or maybe he did a good call.
Then it flattens out.
Yeah, it did flatten out. So he made a nice choice there, but with only 6 on the clock, his nerves must start to crawl in now. It doesn't matter how many years of experience you have when when you reach the 5-minute mark. It's hard to keep your emotions under control.
Seen a couple of blockbuster finishes today, none better than Sol Grundling. 6 seconds to go, ladies and gentlemen, needing a 2.01. The young fella from Australia stood up, rode a wave, got almost 6 points and easily got the number. And then another surfer in white did exactly the same thing. Who was that? Ben Zanata. Yep.
Yep.
In the white, same thing. White rashy, under a minute, only had one wave. Ends up with a pretty good number as well. Did an epic claim to help scratch the number up to about a 6.9 or something, I think it was in the end. But there was a couple of huge moments today that could have easily turned into fails, that turned into famous recoveries by Ben Zanata and Sol Grundling. Rio's kind of, yep, there he's waving to us. Hey, mate, yeah, we're talking about you. You kind of got to do something. You've got 5 minutes, champ. You need a 5.24. We'll leave you with it. But Westonhurst has surfed his way into the lead with that last effort. I can't see him. Maybe this is him in blue. It is just coming into picture. So he's scanning on the inside. Rafa's efforts are going on in front of us. Replays.
Yeah, this is Rafa's second wave, the 4.40. So really nicely done from Rafa. We haven't seen that explosiveness that we were seeing in Heat 1, but he's keeping it safe. He got the 2 scores. He's in an advancing position, but Rio Inaba closely behind only needs a 5.24 with priority. So it's a shaky second spot for Rafa. It's not all in the clear just yet. Also for Westonhurst, actually. So it's anyone's heat still, really.
I think so. We're looking at Red. So this is Red's first wave, all right? So it's a 4.33. He needs to garnish an extra point on top of this ride in the next 4 minutes to have any chance of finishing second. And I think he falls on this turn. So he could have been in a much better position had he just cleaned that wave up. I can see White is a fair way up the point. Or is that the surfer in the next heat?
Pretty sure that's the surfer in the next heat because there's no priority number next to White's name. So
good call.
It's yeah, you're right. If Rio Inaba landed that last turn, I'm sure he would have gone into the 5 range, and the
that requirement would be a low 4.
Yep,
not
100%.
a sort of a dodgy 5-ish. All right, well, 3 minutes. The ocean's gone a bit too smooth for Rio's liking. Can't see any lines out there. It's the afternoon glass off. And you can see Weston just prowling around in the blue rashi on the inside. He knows he's only got a low number to burn off. So he's not bothered going and sitting on top of these guys. They have priority above him. He's under their guard. He might even duck on their inside and hope for a little wave that hugs the reef and these guys can't get a bite of. He's a smart competitor. He's been winning a lot of things in the last year or so. A lot of events. There's the crowd that are tuning in and hanging around, paying some homage to their buddies. It's late in the afternoon, so the crowd is not large. It's just after 4 o'clock here.
I think everyone's getting ready for that afternoon surf.
Good luck. Are you going to bother, G?
I think I will today. I feel like yesterday I didn't really go out, so I think I need to move my body a little bit.
Go and get one and stay on it and just come in.
I would be happy with just one wave. But as soon as we reach the last 5 minutes of the last heat of the day, you see everyone kind of crawl out.
I mean, more than the last 5 minutes. The last 10 or halfway through the last heat, there's already 30 people sitting on the right of screen. There's probably going to be 10 people sitting up on the left of screen. And those numbers just blow out as soon as the siren blows. The boys are on top of the pack. And the free surfing sessions in the afternoon get pretty hideous. Meanwhile, Red's got an option to make in a minute. I reckon, Rio, have a look right about now. Here he goes.
Is this going to be a wide one, or is this going to be something he could work with?
Well, I think there's even more behind this. There's a little bit of energy heading his way. He's got to make a choice, and it's got to be the right choice. They don't give away 5.24s very easily. Weston might actually pick this thing up. He is. So let's stay with the boy from Lakey Peak, living in Bali. This old man makes his boards. I'm sure Troy's watching. We're trying to burn off a 3.33 here. Finish that is every chance. All right, so I think he might blow Rafa's requirement up just a little bit, but not by much. But more importantly, Rio Inaba has got to do something, and he's got to make the choice really soon.
Yep, so
Wow,
does it go on
nerves of
this?
steel?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Whoa.
There's another one behind this, so if there is, and it's a good one, he's a genius. If it's not, it's that sinking feeling.
Yeah, that was really brave. I don't know if I would have been able to pull something off like that.
Is the braveness going to come back to bite him? He's down to 20 seconds. There must have been something going wrong with that first wave because he was in the box seat. It looked good. It peeled off the end of our TV set, so I can't see what he was looking at, but a 5.24, you've got to do something is better than nothing. Time's going to run out. Rio's on the sidelines. Rafa and Weston go through, and I'm going to go and have a chat with Weston Hurst, if you don't mind. Woohoo! So much fun. All right, that's it for that heat, everybody. We have 2 heats to go, so we'll be back in a moment. This is Weston Hurst's winning wave, or is it his last wave? Doesn't matter. He wins. I'll see you in a minute, and stick around for the next couple of heats. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is QS 6000. We are back in the booth. This is Heat 7 of the day. Welcome back to Starling.
Thank you, Giada. I'm going to have a little giggle moment at some point during the day. And it's been a big day. I think we've got, 20 something 26
I
heats.
lost
I've
count.
lost count. Yeah, that's good. A big day. Just keep it interesting. Heat 7. This is the second last heat of the day out there. Ippo Suzuki taking on Takuta Ota. This is Kota Killorn, and we'll also see Willem Watson out there as well. Kota locked in an 8.33 earlier this morning, and it seems like he's picking up right where he left off. Nice first turn for Codes, but not much more on offer with that one. And Weston Hurst getting the win in that last heat.
Yeah, Weston getting the win on that last one. It was really slow in the beginning, like we've seen throughout the day. And then he got that 6 and backed it up with that last wave. So it was all eyes on Rio Inaba on the end. There was that one set. He needed a 5 and it looked perfect on screen. And everyone was really surprised that he just pulled back. He had priority. And I know it was pretty shocking. Hopefully, I think he probably saw something in the wave that maybe wasn't going to be it. But with only 20 seconds left or 10 seconds left, I think he probably just should have gone and given his best shot.
Yeah, wow, that is a crazy moment for Rio. I mean, I wouldn't have picked him getting knocked out in the first round. He was definitely one to watch. So yeah, that's pretty unlucky for him, and also Jack Bassett, unfortunately, getting knocked out as well. But Rafael Castro, he's progressed through 2 heats today.
Yep, Rafa has passed through 2 heats. I'm super stoked for him. I was sitting down talking to Alex just before coming into the booth, and he walked past with Rashi. He was just like, I'm psyching. I was like, yeah, you got this. And it just shows the type of person he is. He's always super happy, always stoked, always has a smile on his face.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great person to have around.
Yeah, someone that's also like that. It was that guy right there, Kota Killorn. I saw him before his heat as well, and I was like, Kota, how you feeling? He's like, yeah, I'm excited, true. Like, I'm ready to go. And we were having a laugh because Kota's about 6'2" now. This is a replay of his first wave. Really nice first committed turn, but unfortunately it doesn't offer too much more. But yeah, Kota's about 6'2", and I remember doing Grom comps, and he used to be shorter than me. I'm 5'2", and now he's a whole foot taller than me. I'm like, Kota, when did this happen? But Willem Watson up on his backhand, he's found a nice inside one.
Yeah, so this is looking like a nice one, just hugging the reef. It's gonna give him some more to work with. He goes upside down on that last one. Will he get around this section? Decides to jump off. So a nice start for Willem Watson. Another new name for me. What insights could you give about Willem?
Yeah, he's about 19 years old and is from the Mornington Peninsula, which is in Victoria.
Okay.
So, he is trading a steamer for some board shorts. Feel like he might also be traveling with Willis Druma and a couple of other Groms from Victoria. They all have competed against each other, so it's exciting to see for them. This is Willem's first wave. Gets a couple of nice carves in. It's at 4.33 that it locks in as. Gets a really nice connected turn in there, a little bit more vert, a bit more critical as opposed to the others. So Willem goes out to an early lead with just under 20 minutes to go. But yeah, hailing from Victoria, surfs on Mornington Peninsula board riders in Australia. Board riders clubs are quite a big thing. Kota is South End board riders, I'm pretty sure, down in Maroubra from memory. I could be wrong when I say that. I hope not. But it's such a big thing being a part of a board riders club. It every month on either a Saturday or a Sunday, or maybe even both, depending on how many people you have in the club, we'll do some rounds, and it's nice, especially for the junior surfers and QS surfers, to just get a little bit more time in the Rashi and maybe try something that they've been wanting to bring into heats and haven't really had the opportunity to do that in a QS or a pro junior stage. So yeah, it's cool to see them over here and really going for it.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it exposes them to a really high level of surfing. You're totally right. And coming so young into these events, they have nothing to lose. So they can do whatever they really want or need in a heat and test things out, see what works for them, see what doesn't. They have so much time left. And talking about time, we are going to go to Mark with Weston Hurst.
Okay, we're here. Sorry about that. Got Weston Hurst, winner of the last heat here with me, Weston. Things are going pretty good. You're making history surfing in a 6,000 for the first time in Indo. Got to feel good to win a heat like that.
Yeah, for sure. Had a really fun heat with my friend Rafa also. And yeah, I was stoked to get a 6 in that heat. Made it. Got first.
All right, and you've got a little bit of a foot injury, but you're telling me it's feeling better than yesterday and you're just focused on the job at hand?
Yeah, hit the reef 2 days ago. And it's got better. I could surf my heat good now. Yesterday was just kind of annoying in the final for the juniors, which is okay.
And even the sort of surfing you're doing at the moment and getting through heat after heat, I can still see you got more in the tank, so it's probably time to start to bring it in the next few days.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
All right, and you got a lot of Lakey boys down there that are probably watching. There might be a few of them tuned in now. Let's give them a big wa'ura. You ready?
Wa'ura! Let's go!
And your old man's watching in Bali and probably your mum. Would you like to say something to them?
Yeah, mom and dad watching. Love you. Thank you for watching, everyone. All my supporters, friends.
We love your work, Wes. I'm going to shake your hand one more time. Good luck for the rest of the tournament, brother.
Thank you, Bunga.
See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Weston. Weston got a 4th over yesterday at the Pro Junior. It was exciting to see him competing there. Cody Killon up and riding on another wave, gets a nice first turn. This one looks like it's going to bowl up, but unfortunately just kicking the fins out a little bit too hard there.
Yeah, Coda had a great first heat. Looking like he's struggling a little bit now to get back into that rhythm, but I'm sure he's gonna absorb what he had in that first round and try translate it into this second one, the round of 96 heat 7. We will be finishing the day off with heat 8 and starting off tomorrow with heat 9.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We'll be halfway through the round of 96, and then we'll see what we go into after it. This is Coda's 3rd wave. Not really much of a wave, unfortunately. Just kind of looks like he hit that section a little bit too late. Maybe just, did time it very well. So Coda will just regroup and hopefully kick into gear like we saw him in that last heat. It's funny, you can have a really good heat, and then sometimes you can have moments where it's just not quite connecting.
100%, and it doesn't always factor into like yourself and your preparation. Sometimes you could be completely 100% ready for it, and the ocean's just like, nah, not today.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beauty of our sport and what makes it so different to everything else, that there's just so many factors to it. It's not just the first one to get their wins or the fastest one. So that's the beauty of surfing.
Yeah. And this is a little look into the athlete area. You can see that we have some board racks up behind everyone. And that is Weston Hurst still celebrating that last win. And it looks like, wow, they're just having a little bit of fun.
On screen, there's Kevin Wow as well as Raju Sena and their coach Ivan. Ivan, I think, if I'm not wrong. So all having a chat post-heat, making sure Weston is ready for the next round for tomorrow. He'll probably be surfing tomorrow if depending on who runs, if the women's or the men's again.
Yeah.
It's going to be another exciting day of competition. Took a quick look at the forecast. We're going to have similar conditions all week long. Perfect pumping Krui. So stay tuned because it's there's still a lot of heats to go.
Yeah, we still have heaps of surfing, but we're powering through it right now. We're getting through a lot of heats. We're putting in the time, and we've been super lucky that the ocean has been providing pretty much all day from 7:30 until whenever we finish today, which will be at around 5, I'd say. And Willem's first wave, that 4.33. Last wave of Coda, just a 1.5. So really small scores for this heat with 13 and a half minutes to go. It's been a bit of a slow one. And it is Ipo and Takuta that haven't got a score just yet.
Yeah, we got really lucky today. We didn't have any of that onshore wind. I think the overcast that kind of rocked up around like 2 or 3 kept that wind down. So it's been offshore all day.
It's been amazing. The last few days we've seen the wind kind of pick up, get a little bit onshore, and we've just really lucked out today. This is Takuto up and riding on his first wave, flying down the line, gaining heaps of speed, gets that second connection, but wow, he just goes over with the lip on that one. That was pretty hectic. And then Ippo Suzuki out behind him gets a nice first slicing carve in, flying down the line, driving. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was so gnarly. It's like he just walked off his board.
His board just stopped and he kept going.
Yeah, he's like, wait, no, I'm ready to keep going down the line. What are you doing?
Yeah, so 2 scores for red and blue. I don't think there will be anything too significant, but this is Coda Killorn. Got an 8.33 this morning. Struggling to find his rhythm right now. Only sitting on a 3.5 and a 1.5. So about to reach the 12-minute mark. Nothing crazy at all just yet. It's looking like the guys are finding it hard to get that rhythm going.
Yeah, it's a bit weird right now. I mean, no one's run away with it just yet, which is a good thing. No one's really able to connect out there with just under 12 minutes to go. The best wave is a 4.33, which seems to be somewhat unusual for this level of surfing, the standard of surfing that we're used to seeing. This right here is Willem Watson. He's sitting in second, but holds the best wave of the heat. Willem driving through another backside carve. And that wave just fattens out in front of him. This low tide may be affecting it a little bit more, but Coda out behind him.
This is Coda on a good-looking wave. Just open face carve. This wave kind of just flattening out on him. So not too much to work on the inside. Does a bit of a weird whitewash kick in there. So yeah, you're right. This is a really strange heat. We were about to reach the 11-minute mark and there hasn't been any real significant score. Everyone mostly sitting on one wave. And if they do have a backup, like Coda's 1.5, Willem Watson's probably going to go to first with that last one. The only one with a 4.33 at the moment. But yeah, really, really slow heat.
Yeah, super bizarre even watching it with Coda. His board caddy Arch Whiteman is out there and we were watching some really good sets rolling through. So I guess it's that point in time where you just have to adjust the tactics a little bit. It's been slow. Now it's more about catching waves, getting the wave count up and applying that pressure. Willem's last wave was a 3.7. Coda still has his last wave to lock in as well. Yeah, it's always hard, when you're watching really good waves come through the lineup, good sets that are consistent, and then when it's your turn and the ocean decides to stop, you got to really adjust. But Willem Watson is doing just that. He's picked up this inside one, nice first connection, gets a second one in as well. Love that turn. Love how he just drops that arm into the wall of the wave as he loads up into each backside connection. This is a better looking wave, throwing heaps of spray. Willem just looking seamless in between some backside snaps and finishes that one off. So that was a pretty smart surf heat from Willem Watson.
That will definitely be the best wave of the heat for now. That was really well done from Willem Watson. Under priority, under everyone. Saw potential in this wave. This is the beach angle, so beautiful first turn. You're right, his front hand is touching the water when he's doing that bottom turn. That is some great technique. Upside down on that last one, and it takes this one all the way through. So really, really well done from Willem Watson. Probably the youngest one in this heat right now, but showing a lot of competition maturity.
Yeah, for sure. The young junior surfers in Australia definitely have a lot of experience in the Rashi. As we were talking the other day, there are so many comps. So they get to make mistakes and learn from them pretty quickly and roll up to the next comp a couple of days later. But that last wave of Willem locked in at a 6. Coda's last wave, a 3.47. He's up and riding once again. Just feeling a little bit wobbly, but connects it there for Coda and gets the ride out. So good 2-turn connection, maybe a little bit wobbly, but he did well, and Ippo out behind him, Giada.
Yep, so not sure if Ippo did anything out the back, but he's going to pull off of this one. The wave kind of looking like it's just going to fade away Wow. Okay, before we get to the scores, how strange are the colors right now? Like it's like this weird pink, and then as soon as it pans out to the side, there's super dark on the side.
It's actually really quite like misty out there, I think, or maybe foggy. I don't really know what's going on, but yeah, there's
definitely gonna rain.
Yeah, for sure. It is so humid out there. It's insane.
That's a comment I've heard over and over again today. They're like, it's so hot. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Coda Killorn's wave, good first turn. Then we see this wave kind of just doesn't really give him too much to work with. I think that was probably his previous wave, actually. So we're waiting for his last one to come down, and Ippo Suzuki as well. So again, nothing too crazy. William Watson's 6 and 433, both the highest waves of this heat. The last of Coda Killorn goes into his top 2, a 347. But his last one coming in now, a 447. So extends his lead a little bit over Ippo and Takuto, but both Japanese surfers still to really commence this heat.
Yeah, 2.5 and a 1.8 for Ippo, and Takuto has a 1.8 in his scoreline. Yeah, it's really unusual to see this from them. Of course, the ocean has been a little bit slower in the sense of sending good quality waves. But yeah, used to seeing them catching lots of waves. I mean, they're quality surfers. They definitely have the ability to get the 547 or a 617 on one wave. But Coda looks like he was trying to better a 3.5. You could see maybe a little frustration there, because I know that his expectation of this heat was to be on some pretty decent sets, and they just haven't come.
Yeah, it's strange to see Coda like that. I've seen him surf quite a few heats out here, and he usually does really well. He knows his wave now, and I feel like his surfing really matches it. So especially after seeing his performance this morning, it's strange to see him sitting on only a 4 and a 3.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a one of those things where it's like, you know what? Yeah, I had a good heat this morning, but new heat, new day. Like, I just got to wash it off. Like, yeah, I'll carry that confidence, but I just need to get rid of it for a minute and just refocus on the task at hand. And right now for Coda, it's bettering that 3.5. And I guess sitting with Ippo and Takuta and trying to just psych them out just with his energy.
Yep, so this is the replay of the highest wave of the heat right now. Willem's 6-point ride, 2 beautiful turns. Loving his style. He's very calm. He's not rushing. So really, really nice to see that from Willem Watson.
Yeah, he's just looking really put together in this heat. Not doing too much, but he's just identifying that, hey, maybe this one's going to be a little bit slower. I just need to surf. Really, just surf some waves, get some more waves under my belt. That 433 for his first one, backed it up with a 6 that we just saw. 5 minutes to go. You'd have to say that he's sort of running away with the lead right now, but you just never know. If a flurry of sets come, it could really change the leaderboard.
We've seen that time and time again today, that in the last minute or so, just a bunch of waves come through and just switches up the leaderboard. So, don't brush the other guys off just yet. But you are right. He is looking the most comfortable at this moment of time. I think the 6 was a super smart move from Willem. He saw the possibility of catching that wave, and he saw the potential of it too. So under priority, sneaked there and got that 6.
Yeah, he did such a good job. And for being 19 years old, one of the youngest probably in this, or if not the youngest in the heat, as you mentioned earlier, Giada, showing a little bit of maturity. Looks like Ippo is going to have a good look at this one. He's chasing a 5.47 with 4 minutes to go. Gets a good first turn. Driving hard off the bottom. Catches his rail. Wow. What is going on out there? No one is really, except for Willem, no one else is really connected.
Yeah, tidak bagus from Ippo. That's going to cost him with 3.5. He cashed in his priority for that one. So it's going to be interesting how this all pans out. He wasn't looking for a massive score, just a 5-7, and I think that wave had all the potential for him to get it.
Yeah, I agree. That first turn was looking really solid. It came in at a 2.7. Drives hard. That was really solid, but unfortunately, just catching his rail on that last one, a 2.7 for one turn, still pretty good. And as you said, Giada, it had the opportunity to be the 5.47 that he was looking for, but it did lower his requirement. He only needs a 5.27 now, although with 3 minutes to go, who knows what's going to happen. I feel like Takuto is going to hopefully get an opportunity to find the best wave and challenge for that 6.17.
There I see Willem Watson with third priority, just kind of paddling around the guys, like trying to create a bit of pressure, I think. He's a really smart competitor for especially being so young. It just shows what we were saying the other day. In Austria, there are so many contests, so he's so comfortable in this situation.
Yeah, this is Willem's first wave, the 4.33. Couple of smooth backside turns. You can see he's just going with it out here, just listening and reading the wave really, really well. Surfing beyond his years. And he's got a 4.33 and a 6. So Willem Watson looking good within the back 2 minutes of this heat for a heat win. But will Takuto Ota have the opportunity to get a 6.17, or is it just going to be one wave wonder for him? Hopefully some more opportunities. Kota Kilon might be feeling the nerves right now because this has been a really scrappy heat.
Yeah, it's really has. I mean, Takuto is only sitting on a 1.8. Right?
Yeah, just one wave.
He just fell. Like that's pretty insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I
and
feel
very unlike him.
Yeah, 100%. He usually seems pretty collected in his heats. I don't know whether he's been a little bit too selective right now. He's got that drop and weight mentality. Right, looks like Ippo's going to sell Kota on it. He needs to better a 3.5 on this wave. Gets a nice first turn. Driving through a hard second turn. Catches a little bit of rail, but recovers well here. Gets a third turn connection in. Kota really needs to do something big because Takuto's on one out the back behind him. And oh my goodness, Takuto kind of blew his opportunity as Kota just goes to town on the inside, and he needed to do that to really solidify second place.
100%. He wanted to make sure. He doesn't know what's happening out the back, so he's like, I gotta go big. I gotta stay in this heat. And I think he did just that. That was really nicely surfed from Kota Kilhorn. Out the back is Ippo Suzuki now, but it is Willem who cashes in priority. Big first turn, sets it up for this second one, and goes for a third one. Just a bit more of a flatter section here, but beautiful surfing from Willem. Super smart. That is some of the best competitive surfing I've seen all day. You know, he didn't only win this because he's a good surfer. He won this because he was really smart out there.
Yeah, that was a really smart heat surfed by Willem Watson. This is Ippo Suzuki. Oh my goodness, he needs a 5.27 and unfortunately coming unstuck on that end turn. I'm wondering, wow. Okay, we have a lot of scores to lock in. It's been a really quiet heat, but a very exciting 20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's been all day. The last 20 seconds, we have to sit here and wait for scores almost all the time.
The last 20 seconds is where it's at.
Yeah, 100%. We might as well just have ad breaks until the last 20 seconds of the heat. Yeah. All right, so waiting for scores for all four surfers. Kota is definitely going to be improving on his 3.5, and I'm pretty sure Willem is getting rid of that 4.3. So they're going to be solidifying their lead, but it is eyes on Ippo Suzuki now.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is going to be really close because Ippo just got a pretty good wave. He needs, at this point, a 5.27, but he did come unstuck on that last turn. Kota has a 5.5 just drop for his last wave, so that was a really, really smart tactics from Kota Kilon, which means Ippo now needs a 7.27. I really have no idea what's going to happen because Ippo's last wave was pretty good.
Yep, Ippo's wave was really good, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to be the 727 that he's looking for. I think they would have to be the best wave of the heat. And I don't think it would be better than Willem's 6 at this stage. But I could be wrong. That's just an opinion, my humble opinion.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it's an important score. Willem's last wave is starting to lock in. It's definitely going to better the 4-3-3. He'll say goodbye to that and replace it with another number. Coda is waiting to hear what this last wave of Ippo Suzuki has locked in as. Let's take another look at it. Gianni got a really nice first turn. Gets that second one in. It's a 4.47, just locks in. He needed a 7.27, so it will be Willem Watson and Coda Killon moving on through to the next round.
All right, and with that, we're going to head to a quick ad break. See you guys in the final heat of the day.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
It is the last heat of the day, heat number 8 of the men's round of 96. And we have quite a few of the surfers in the event waiting to head out for the free surf. Alistair Reginato, Taylor Green, Safi Vetti, Oscar Berry. Okay. All right, we got Josh Van Niekerk up and riding. He is in the last heat of the day, taking on Jack Thomas, Tane Dobbin, and Philip Duke. Josh doesn't like the look of the rest of that wave, so he gets out of there. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Dai Wacko, and this is a huge opening car for Jack Thomas. Wow, what a way to start off his heat. And heaps of waves coming through in this one. That last heat was pretty slow. There wasn't much going on, Dai.
But in the last 20 seconds, heaps waves ridden and lots going on.
It was nerve-wracking.
Right.
There was moments where it was like, is he going to get the score? Okay, maybe he's not. Yeah, there was so much going on. Crazy.
The fast turn of the Jack Thomas. That's amazing. That's huge cars. So this heat starts early compared to the last heat. And lots of actions happening in the first few minutes. And like you said, this is going to be the last heat of the day. Number 3. We are coming back tomorrow again. Probably finishing up this round first. And then we are not too sure, but we might go into the women's or men's again.
Yeah, hopefully we roll into the women's. It'd be nice to see the women back out there, but you never know. I know this is the biggest day of the period. I mean, we've seen some pretty amazing waves there throughout the day today. That first wave, though, this is a 4.83 Dai.
Wow, really love the driving big curve through the right in the pocket from Jack Thomas, but didn't offer too much after this. Pretty much all the points come from the first big turn, 4.33.
Looks like a quick in and out there for Tane Dobbin. Just a small score to start off his heat. And that 4.83 for Jack Thomas. Starting off really nicely. I mean, compared to that last heat, it was pretty slow. But Philip Duke holding priority. He is the young gun in this heat. He's been making rounds, and it has been super exciting to just watch him absolutely go for it. He's got this incredible style, but he's coming up against some pretty experienced surfers. Jack Thomas and Tane Dobbin have been around the QS for a long time, as well as Josh Van Niekerk. So, yeah, someone who's also been around the QS and been surfing plenty of heats is Willem Watson, and he is over there with Giada Legati.
All right, guys, I'm here with Willem. Congratulations on your last heat you played. You did a really, really good strategy. Was that your plan, or were you kind of just winging it?
Kind of just winging it, really. Just a little bit of a plan, like 3 sort of blocks to get waves at the start, the middle, and the end. But if I see a good wave, just go, really.
You look pretty calm and collected, so it did look like that was your strategy. Talk us through a little bit about your equipment.
I'm kind of just riding a normal, like the board I ride and everything, driver 3.0, kind of goes in every condition, so just sticking to it.
All right, let's keep this short because I'm pretty sure you're tired after that heat. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Just shout out to everyone watching back at home. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Nice top turn there from Josh. Looks like he's cooking out on that one.
To me, like there's a potential to hit the section, but probably I don't know what's happening.
Random. Well, let's see if Tane Dobbin can hit that section. He does, but just goes over. That was pretty hectic for Tane. So just under 19 minutes to go. He'll get plenty more opportunities, hopefully, towards the back end of this one. We saw that last heat. It was pretty slow. Willem Watson getting the win. Very smart surfing. He was just being a little bit busier than most. Kota Killorn came in second. Ippo Suzuki a close third, and Takuto Ota probably having one of the slowest heats I think I've ever seen him surf. But this is a replay of this first wave of Philip Duke.
Wow, that was a big first turn. It's a smaller size waves, but really good looking wave. And first turn, second turn, third turn was on point and nicely connecting to the inside, and gets the finish right here. Wow, a lot of work has been done on that wave.
Wow.
Especially first and second turn was huge.
Yeah, that was so incredible. Just smooth transitions. 517 for Philip Duke. I really, really liked that wave. He's 16 years old. He was a standout in the Pro Junior, in my opinion. Locks in a 517. That's
currently in the first place.
Yeah, best wave of the heat so far. Right. Once again, he's just a bit of a dark horse now, Dai.
16 years old. Well, big future ahead of him. But here is Jack Thomas having a look at this one. 4.83 now. He needs a backup score. Just racing down the line. Comes around the section. Big arcing cutback. Just waiting for the section to stand up. Another big, nice curve. Wow. Coming back to the power zone. Just waiting for the wave to stand up for him. Probably he needs a little steep section to hit right there. Great layback finish right there. Jack Thomas.
That was a really, really good wave. Lots of power, heaps of spray. That was a well-surfed wave from Jack Thomas. I loved that end connection too. We haven't seen too many people lay into it quite like that. Let's take a look at the replay. Nice opening carve for Jack. That board looks so smooth on rail. Leans into it once again, just opening up his arms, drawing through another one, just putting a little bit of extra power in the ends, really stomping on his back foot. And then he eyes this section off pretty quickly and knows exactly what he wants to do. Wow, really lays into it. That was huge.
He's engaging his rail so well, navigating the surfboard really well, and through a lot of sprays. Really love how he draw the lines.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big score with the first numbers loading in. And best wave of the heat for sure. It locks in at a 7-point ride. So Jack Thomas goes out to a lead. He also has a 4.83. And with surfing like that, I feel like he's going to continue to make heats because it was huge.
Definitely, it was one of the great rail game from Jack Thomas. 7-0-0. That is a healthy score. So this is going to be the last heat, but a lot of wave have been ridden so far compared to the last heat. It was a bit of slower heat.
Even just the quality of waves that has come through in this heat has just been way better. Let's take another look here, Di.
Wow. Engaging rail or full commitment, leans to on it. Another one. And when the wave stands up, he just leans to it. It's amazing how he drew the line and just eyeing for the last section here when it's steep section, and really love the layback finish turn right there from Jack Thomas.
Yeah, that was impressive surfing, a 7.0. And we have had a call for tomorrow. It's going to be day 4 for the Krui Pro. We've got a 7 a.m. call for a 7:30 a.m. start. And we're going to start with heat number 9 of the men's round of 96. Run through to heat number 16 and then make a call from there. All other QS divisions on standby.
Oh, so we are not too sure yet.
Not too sure. We're going to see how we go in the morning. And yeah, hopefully we'll run into some of the women. It would be great to see them out there for the first time for the event. But we do actually have a fair few amount of heats to run through for the men.
Right. We still have like 16 heats in next round. So in the men's division. So
yeah, heaps of heats going through for the Krui Pro. 2025 Krui Pro, we have been coming to this beautiful place since 2017. We did have 2 years off, 2020 and 2021. We didn't get any events held here, but came back in 2022. And last year, Jarvis Earl took out the event for the men. I mean, he was looking really solid. We had some massive surf. It was huge here. Ended the event over at Krui left. And Jarvis was, really just looking unbeatable on that day. It was amazing to watch. Mirai Aikida, we'll see her in the women's division as well. She took out the women's QS. And actually this year, she also took out the women's Pro Junior for the second year in a row.
And she did get a win this year. It's Pro Juniors women's division too. So, and this is a replay of the first wave of the green 5.17. This wave was looking really great, and he did nothing wrong on the wave. He just hit the critical sections in the beginning, and it gets the finish right there. Another great surfing from Philip Duke.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch. He was just straight up and into every section that he had. It was really just go for it kind of surfing. And Jack Thomas has been doing just that as well. Gets a critical steep section, tags it once again, throwing heaps of spray. Can he get a finish? Unfortunately not for Jack Thomas. Out behind him, Tane Dobbin. He's also a powerful goofy footer. Tane, unfortunately goes down. So that was really unfortunate for Tane Dobbin from the Sunshine Coast. He was looking really good in the free surfs. I've seen him get a couple of really nice waves. But this is... Hey, are we going to have round 2 here, Di, of Mikey staunching the drone? Who knows? I think he's
to.
He's got a bintang in hand, and we'll see. But he's hanging out with Taj Simon and Dave Perry. And he's checking
now
it out.
Into it.
Here we go. Mikey had a pretty good heat. I'm pretty sure he got a heat win a little bit earlier, enjoying a nice afternoon beverage. Very well deserved after a big day.
Definitely, yeah. Just be ready for tomorrow. Looks like they want surfing this afternoon then.
Yeah. It looks like they're cruising after a big day. Dave also took out his heat. Unfortunately, we lost Taj Simon, but this is some good surfing from Jack.
Everything was on point in the critical section part of the wave, but unfortunately it comes unstuck on the last section, but this is Josh needing 2.28 for now. Nice off the hook and gets the finish right here. Oh, that's another unfortunate situation.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Josh. He was looking in form in his round of 128 heat, and I got to have a chat to him, and he was saying, yeah, I'm trying to throw my name in the hat to get some of those waves in the free surf, but it's just not really working out for me. Let's have another look at this replay of Tane Dobbin.
Well,
nice one.
Fully engaging the rail. Nice, powerful hack, but unfortunately comes unstuck on that one. Really like the first turn and second turn. And here he is, really leans into it, and just eyeing for the last section here. Just so unfortunate for that.
Yeah, that was really unlucky for Josh. Coming unstuck. I mean, he still has a pretty good score to lock in, I'd say. It'll go into his top 2 for sure. But it's this young gun right here, Philip Duke. Unfortunately, just a little bit too deep on that one. Last wave of Josh Van Niekerk, locked in at a 4.53. Tane Dobbin chasing a 4.9. Josh is actually a South African living in Australia, moved to Melbourne, worked at Urban Surf, and now he's up on the Gold Coast, as well as this guy right here, Jack, all in and out. But yeah, Jack is originally from WA. Pretty sure he's just moved over to the Gold Coast as well. And wow, we've got a bit of a paddle battle on right now.
Young Gun versus Jack Thomas. This is a very important exchange for the priority situation.
Oh my goodness, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Philip Duke and Jack Thomas getting in a full paddle battle, and it looks like Philip gets the priority over Jack. And that was pretty exciting. Wow,
Yeah.
Philip just knew exactly what he had to do there.
Yeah, he was playing really good games in
Yeah.
a paddle battle.
And I mean, that was super cool. Jack's a strong guy. He's built. He's really strong. He's a good paddler. But Philip gets a jump on him. This is that last wave of Tane Dobbin. It's a 5.1. We missed this one. He gets a float in there. And, engaging that rail once again. Goes up to a float, but doesn't get the finish. Still a pretty good wave, 5.1.
Without the finish, he gets 5.10, but it could have been the 7 and 8 if he made that last turn. It was a great wave, great commitment from Tane Dobbin. And now Philip Duke needing 2.46. That's not a big score. He has fast priority, and there's still plenty of time left in this heat. 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow. A couple of really nice waves coming through up the point with 7.5 minutes to go. I still can't get over that paddle battle. That was
one of the
awesome.
highlights, probably.
Yeah, I think that is my new highlight
Yeah.
of the day. It was just super cool to see Philip just, snaking his way through
Right.
that one. He's like, I can feel him going left. I'm going left in front of him. I'm going to go right. That was pretty cool. But it's Jack Thomas who is in the lead in this heat, and that's what counts. He has a 7 and a 4.83. Tane Dobbin in second with a 5.1 and a 2.53. He needs a 6.74 to take the lead off Jack. Josh Van Niekerk, a 4.53 and a 2.9, chasing a 3.11 to go to second. And Philip Duke holding first priority. His first wave was a 5.17. It was awesome to watch. He only needs a 2.46, and he is he's spent a lot of time in Indo, Philip, living here, and I think he knows exactly what wave he wants on this reef break here at Krui.
Definitely.
He's had many heats out here, so I'm excited to see what he can do. This is the fourth wave of Josh, 4.53. Good surfing, really smooth, clean lines, Di.
Really good surfing, nice smooth transition in between turns. But I reckon if there's another, went for vertical section or if he made that last turn, it could have been a 5 or like 6. But here is important way for Philip, needing 2.46, just setting up for the first section. But unfortunately, a little bit time it wrong and went down. But still, there's a plenty of times, just over 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Wow, he has time.
Yeah, still, and only needs 2.46.
Not a big score. He could probably find one of those mid-sized little growers that come underneath everyone. I'm sure he'd be able to go to town on it like we've been seeing him do for the last 3 days. It's been super exciting to watch him surf. Let's take another look at this replay. Oh, just hitting it at the wrong timing, it looks like. Sad for Philip Duke, but hopeful for him and Josh to get another opportunity in the last 5 minutes very soon. I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of the free surfers just slowly starting to crowd into the point. Are you going to go out for a paddle dive? What are your thoughts?
Yes. Trying to get one good wave and come in this time. I'm not going to stay after getting good ones.
No, you're going there.
That was a huge first section to hit for Philip Duke, but unfortunately he went down. It would have been the big score if he made that one.
Wow, that was super unlucky for Philip Duke. I love that he's just going for it out there. He doesn't need a big score, but I think he knows that he needs to just better that requirement.
Well, he's up and riding again, just inside smaller ones, but he managed to put 2 turns in, and I think it'll be enough for the requirement. 2.46 was smart, smart move from Philip Duke. So less 4 minutes remaining in this heat.
He's surfing a really smart heat beyond his years, you know. And let's take another look. Nice first turn. Oh, that was solid. Gets the fins out. Pretty much half his board out of the back of that wave. That was really good to watch. It looks like he might just get the score. We'll see. He needs a 2.46. The only thing is it was a smaller wave. It was a little bit whitewashy. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. A few more scores to lock in for Philip. But yeah, he's just surfing a really smart heat, staying busy. Hopefully he can find one that opens up a little bit more.
Here he is, Philip, up and riding, just looking for the backup. Just racing down the line, waiting for the section to stand up. Going for the...
Wow.
Oh, wow. That was a huge turn.
That was massive. That was full fins out.
4 fins out, pretty much span halfway, and it come back, made it pretty clean.
Yeah. Okay, we have 2 scores to lock in now for Philip Duke with 2.5 minutes to go. This is really going to set the tone for the rest of the heat. This is this last wave for Philip. You could see his eyes were down the line looking for this section here. Goes for it. Just really lays into that. And
he likes it.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. But yeah, it's going to be a great exchange for Philip Duke. Just over 2 minutes remaining.
Wow. It's going to be really close for Philip. Previous to last was a 2.4. It was enough to get him up into second. He needs a 2.46. So Tane Dobbin needs to better a 2.53 at this stage to make it a little bit harder for Philip Duke and Josh Van Niekerk. But there is another score for Philip to lock in. Locks in a 3.7. Philip goes to second place. Tane Dobbin down into third. He's up and riding on this one. He needs a 3.78. Beautiful opening carve. Tags it there. I think he's already done the job. Gets another nice rail turn in there. Floats it. Gets it around this section and looking for a finish but doesn't quite get it there.
I'm pretty sure he gets the job done in the beginning. 3.78, that's what he needed to go into the second. But we'll see. We're still waiting for the last of blue. But that wave looked really great though.
Yeah, it was a good wave. I feel like it's going to be the 3.78 he needs.
Right.
To get back into second with 50 seconds to go. Josh needing a 4.35 at this stage to get back into second place. He had a really great heat this morning. Unfortunately, that wave just closing out in front of him with 35 seconds to go. I don't think he's going to get back out there with enough time to get another opportunity. 4.67 is the last score of Tane Dobbin. He goes up into second place. We're watching the 3.7 of Philip Duke again. Unfortunately, he's down in third, needing a 4.6. But this was a huge turn. Imagine that on a big section.
It would have been a big score. But this is a wave that put him into the second place. 4.67. Nice off the top. A lot of spray. And leans to it. And here it gets to float. And it gets around the section. And a great finish turn, but unfortunately went down on that one. But still, great surfing from Tane Dobbin.
Yeah, Tane just surfing a smart heat there, not doing too much to get. Didn't need a big score to get that 4.67. Looks like Jack Thomas also got a wave in the back, pretty much 20 seconds of that heat. A 6.57 locks in. Let's take a look at it, Di.
Another beautiful, laid back turn straight into the next big curve. It's hard section to surf, but still another laid back turn in and try to connect to the inside and gets the finish.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave from Jack Thomas. It's been a great day of surfing. And it's been an exciting one to watch for sure. We've had a huge day. But yeah, what a great heat to finish day 3 of the Krui Pro. Jack Thomas taking the win over Tane Dobbin. Unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Philip Duke and Josh Van Niekerk for this event. But I'm sure we'll see them at the NIAS Pro.
Definitely.
Di, it's been a great day.
It's been a great day, and what a finish to day number 3. That was exciting heat. And more actions coming up tomorrow.
More action tomorrow. We have a 7 a.m. call for a 7:30 start. We're going to start with heat number 9 of the men's round of 96. We'll see Dylan Wilcoxon take on Bodie Williams, Harry DeRoth, and Zeb Stokes in that very first heat of the morning. It's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be a great day for day number 4 of the Krui Pro. Thanks for a good day, Di.
Thank you so much, everything, and see you guys in the morning.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Good morning, guys.
we're here at the Krui Pro. It's day 3. For you guys to know a little bit of today's schedule, we're going to be finishing off the round of 128 of the men's QS and go straight into round of 96.
Bigger than yesterday, a lot more powerful, better shape too. The inside ones are going crazy. Just had a super fun wave, and yeah, should be a good day of competition. Waves are pumping.
Hello, my name is TP Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
Welcome to heaven on earth, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the land of beauty, where your adventure meets hospitality. Welcome to Pesisir Barat.
Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're gonna get cane today.